I'm here. Good morning, everyone. It is Friday, and it is patch note day for Last Epoch. Season 2. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Thank you for being here. We got Graydon Gnome with the OMG finally. Thank you for proving your first in chat. And thank you, Kalish, for the hydrate. I appreciate it. Marvel Man, you would start now. Gonna be on YouTube to see if it's better for mobile. Yeah, it probably is. All right. So we have patch notes for season 2. Let me go ahead and do this, and we will pin those, and we'll paste them over here in YouTube chat as well. These are the patch notes for us. All right. So now we have that. You guys can look along at this if you would like. So, oh, and there's also a video that's kind of a TLDR for season 2. We'll put that there and right here. There you go. Now we have those. Let's see here. So, largest patch to date. They got a 20-minute video there. And today at, just a few hours, actually, Judd Ross, Mike, and Carve over on Aaron's channel, Action RPG, going to talk about stuff for Season 2. This is the last interview that they're doing before the season. 48 hours before the patch goes live, they'll have a reminder post going out about the season. 24 hours, they'll have server maintenance. Okay, so there will be a day beforehand that you can't play online, but you can still play offline. And they're noting progress between online and offline are not shared, and they're entirely different characters and everything. Different stashes, all of that. I have not played offline since they introduced online. At least I don't think. I might have when they were having some problems keeping the servers up, but outside of that, yeah. Let's see here. There's going to be Twitch drops starting on the 17th. Oh, neat. You can start earning the rewards on the 17th at midnight UTC, but the cosmetics don't become active until Season 2 actually launches, which is about 16 hours later, I believe. Yeah. Let's see here. So, we've got the Woven, in-game itemization and crafting, champions, monoliths, dungeons, skill changes, lots of skill changes, and passive changes. Item affix and enemy balance, a bunch of stuff in there. Unique and set items, there's a bunch of good changes coming there too. Hardcore should be better with health buffs and stuff, but we'll see that when you get to it. Yeah, well, Hardcore was fine with ward, because you could generate so much ward that you were safe. But, yeah, it's... I can definitely see the health bonuses being better. Plus, just some of the general balance changes should make Hardcore a little bit better. Hey, Tricady, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Wasn't today War Tales Day? No, that is going to be Sunday. Today is patch day for Last Epoch. They did a bunch of gamepad improvements. I don't play with the gamepad, but we'll still go over them and maybe get some feedback from you guys that do play with gamepads. You're horrible? No, you're not. It's fine. Quality of life and other changes. Look at that list of quality of life changes. Look at that. Miscellaneous stuff, visual and sound, the new cosmetics, and then a bunch of bug fixes. Did another 12-hour shift because a concrete element fell out of the clamp on the construction site. Oh no. And to drive 2 hours to get there to do research. Sorry to hear that. Man. What if you don't want ward? Then you just build health. Health, if they tuned it right, health and ward should be on par now. We'll see, though. Okay, and then they have a section for additions and corrections. All right. So, the Woven. They did do a post about the Woven previously. This is a new faction. This is like the Forgotten Knights faction, where it's not tied to the 2 item factions, and it's not mutually exclusive with any factions. Today was not a fun day, I bet. Now Monday will be horrible because you have to write an entire report on what happened. I am sorry. That really sucks. Hopefully nobody was hurt. So yeah, the general idea with the Woven faction is that the Weaver is trying to create a new world that's better than the current one. In the process of doing so, the Weaver has made a lot of mistakes and has sealed those mistakes away through her minions capturing the souls and putting them in cocoons. The Weaver will then, well, the Weaver's emissary will task you to go in, release those souls, and destroy them, so that they don't need to keep housing them. And you'll get rewarded for that. Luckily, nobody got hurt. Okay, that's good. Only you. Bottoms of your feet hurt. Aw. Put your feet up. Take a rest. So, you have a chance of getting Tombs of the Erased echoes in your normal monoliths. And they'll be filled with woven enemies, new rewards, unique bosses. And the developers note this is our first deployment of our brand new procedural content generation system. We're excited about this development milestone, as procedural generation will enable us to produce more varied content more quickly for future updates. We continue expanding on this technology over time. Yeah, they were talking about this. It works kind of like a tile system would in a tabletop game, where you go through a doorway and you will draw the first tile. So basically, when you enter the echo, you draw the first tile off the top of the stack, and it puts that tile down. When you move to the edge of the tile and exit it, it draws another tile, and so on and so on. That's how those tabletop games work. And they said that this is very similar in that it keeps drawing tiles as it needs to expand the area that you're exploring. Yeah, don't come close. You got rid of your socks. No problem. Tombs can spawn in any echo except for quest echoes and arena echoes. Oh, that's good to know. Okay, yeah. So the tombs spawn inside the normal echoes. Yeah. When a tomb spawns in an echo, you'll see silken cocoons placed throughout the zone. Okay, so there's a indicator right away that there's a tomb in there, so you know you need to go looking for it. Cocoons are captured souls of the Weaver. When broken, the souls will flee and possess nearby enemies. Possessed enemies gain new abilities, increased health and damage, and when slain, they drop Memory Amber, a new currency used in the Woven faction. So this mechanic vaguely reminds me, well, actually, somewhat closely reminds me of the PoE 1 mechanic with the ghosts that would go and possess enemies and make them stronger, and they would drop more treasure. And I did really like that mechanic. It was a neat thing, and I like that Last Epoch is doing their own version of it. Silken Cocoons also have a chance to release a new rare enemy, similar to the Chosen Erased, which starts with a Possessed mod, as if it had been possessed by a soul of the Erased. This new enemy, called the Incubated Silk, will drop loot equivalent to the loot that would have dropped from a possessed enemy. Okay, so they have a chance of just releasing an enemy rather than releasing a captured soul. Interesting. Silken cocoons can also be found in tombs and cemeteries. The end of a tomb is one of the Gold Thread Fate Weaver's bosses. After defeating the Fate Weaver, you'll advance to the end and find a chest containing a duplicate of the current Echo bonus reward. Oh, so you get double Echo rewards when it ends up as a tomb. That's kind of nice. How is the text size on this? Do you guys need to make me? You guys need me to make this larger? Probably should, just so it fills the width of the screen at least. Back one that doesn't do us any good. Yeah, right there. That should be good. We aren't 80 years old yet. Alright. Also, welcome on Inspired. Hope you're doing well today. Okay. At the end of both tombs and cemeteries, you'll find a woven enchanter, which I'll talk about later. The cemeteries, these are their own echo types. So you'll see a new webbed echo on in your monolith. ARPGs have made your eyes about 80 years old. That's fair. You start a cemetery echo. You find the entrance to the underground cemetery somewhere in the area. Descend in the cemetery and defeat the boss to complete the echo. Okay, so you don't start in the cemetery. You have to find the entrance, and then you're in the cemetery. Cool. I like that. Completing a cemetery provides you access to the Altar of the Weaver, which where you can place your woven echoes. Woven echoes are a new itemized type of echo that bring unique challenges and rewards. And they'll talk about that more below. After completing your first cemetery, you will be taken to the Haven of Silk, the hub for the Woven faction. Okay, so that's how you get to the Woven faction, is you find your first cemetery in the monoliths, and once you complete it, you'll go to the Haven of Silk. That's also good. I like that. Not tied to the campaign, especially since it's an endgame kind of faction anyway. So here is the Woven faction. From what we can see on the ranks here, you get a Weaver Tree point and can purchase 3 new Woven Echoes from Mask at rank 1. Same thing for rank 2. Similar rank 3, but only 2 Woven Echoes instead of 3. Then rank 4 is same as rank 1. Rank 5 is 1 Weaver Tree point and 5 new Woven Echoes. And we can't see all of rank 6. The Weaver Tree, they've shown a screenshot of it before. Hopefully they show it in here again. It looks really cool. You can see the Memory Amber stacked up there that you've earned from killing things in tombs and cemeteries, and your normal progress bar, and a button to teleport you to the Haven of Silk. When you're first brought to the Haven of Silk, you'll be introduced to Mask, who will invite you to join the Woven, faction made up of worshippers of the Weaver. Gain reputation points with the Woven by earning and spending Memory Amber. Okay, so this is the Woven faction is not XP based. It is Memory Amber based. Earn Memory Amber, spend it Memory Amber. That's how you get it. And that's entirely by defeating enemies in the Woven areas. Each rank, Mask will sell you new Woven Echoes. You can purchase these Woven Echoes with Memory Amber. Oh, I see. Okay. So, this in here, it's not that you get 3 and that's it. It's that rank 1 unlocks 3 types of Woven Echoes that you can purchase, I would imagine, any amount for Memory Amber. Then you get 3 more types at rank 2, 2 more types at rank 3. Okay, I like that. By completing Woven Echoes and advancing rank with the Woven, you'll gain points for the Weaver Tree, which allows you to influence the Monolith of Fate. Yeah, and they were saying in one of the interviews that you get 13 points from ranks in the faction, because there's 13 ranks, 1 point for each rank. And then the remainder of the points that you'll earn, I think you get up to 50 points total, are earned by doing Weaver content in your monoliths. Ah, there's the Weaver Tree. Yeah, this thing. So yeah, you can have up to 50 points in it. 13 come from the faction. The rest come from doing things in the Weaver Echoes. There's all kinds of neat stuff in here. I'm not sure how much they're going to explain in the patch notes. They did talk a little bit about it in that video. Developer note, one of our goals with Season 2 is to provide players with more agency when it comes to their experience in the endgame. The Weaver Tree allows players to influence the rewards and encounters present in the Monolith of Fate, as well as providing us with a longer-term mechanism for influencing seasonal mechanics in the future. That is great. I like that. I hear you guys spamming that ARPG channel. I'm guessing that's what that is. Let's see here. So, no worries. If it bothered me, I'd mute it. It's nice to know people are excited about this, because I am for sure. So, Weaver Tree functions similarly to passive and skill trees, but instead modifies your Monolith of Fate. Geeking out about it. Nice, nice. Good to hear. Travelers will be able to gain a maximum of 50 Weaver Tree points, as mentioned above. Gain points by increasing your rank with the Woven and completing Woven Echoes for the first time. Ah, okay. So each type of Woven Echo, the first time you complete it, gives you a point? That would be my guess. So that means there's... Let's see here. That means there's 37 types of Woven Echoes? Is that right? 13 points from the ranks, and then the rest of the points from first-time completions of Woven Echoes. Hey, Vald, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. We're just barely getting into it. Roughly 70 nodes in the Weaver Tree, which offer different ways to adjust your Monolith of Fate. Yeah, so there's 70 nodes, but you can only have 50 points. So you do have to kind of pick and choose, just like in the other areas where they have points you can place. You can place an item to imprint it in a slot to have a chance for similar items to be granted as an extra reward when completing echoes. So those are these spots with the locks on them, from what I understand. I think each of these are different item types. I think that's amulets, that's rings, or one... I think that was the amulet one. I might be backwards on how I remember him showing it. But yeah, I think each of these are different item slots, basically. Let's see here. Gain a chance for beacons to replace by more difficult super beacons that reveal more echoes on completion. Ooh, that's neat. Gain a chance for Zarek to join you in your echoes with a big boost to gold drops. That's cool. Okay. He's very chatty, but that's still cool. Convert arena echoes to super arena echoes. Oh no, super arenas. Remove arena echoes from spawning. Maybe. When Weaver's Will items drop, they roll their Weaver's Will value twice and keep the higher amount. Ooh, I like that. I love Weaver's Will items. I always have, and I'm really glad that the Weaver is this whole season thing. Oh, man. Weaver's Will, when they introduced it, was one of my favorite item type things. Increase the amount of memory amber drops. That's going to be an important one to grab as soon as you can, because it's one of those kind of those baseline resource gen of the more I earn, the more I earn. Because you progress in the faction by earning and spending memory amber. So the more memory amber you earn, the faster you progress, and the more points you can spend. Nemesis always drop their specific weapon item subtypes when they escape after empowering them. Oh, okay. That's good to know. That there's a node that lets you do that. I'm still not really familiar with the Nemesis mechanic stuff. I haven't really gotten through that. I'm hoping before next Thursday, I'll be able to get this Sorcerer in and clear all of them and learn a bit more about how that works. A9 Wag, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Hype indeed. Shade of Oribus may ambush you and your echoes. I really like that. That's really neat. Just random Shade of Oribus, boom, right there. Surprise. Remove corruption gain when slaying the Shade of Oribus. Oh. So you can reduce corruption by slaying the Shade as an option. Replace common echo rewards such as glyphs, runes, and gold with a different random reward. Okay. So if you're sitting on like 50 million gold and you're tired of running Arbor, then you can go ahead and just replace the gold ones with something else, something random. If you don't need any more runes, don't need any more glyphs, whatever, you can replace those. I like that. That's neat. Add new echo reward types such as memory amber. Ooh, woven. That's gonna be another one to go for early if you want to progress fast in the faction. Woven echoes, that as well, and dungeon keys and charms. Okay, neat. Yeah, a lot of focus stuff. I like that. Woven echoes. Yeah, so that's one of the woven echoes right there. Woven echoes are a new specialized item type of echo that glimpses into the Weaver's new world and introduces a lot of exciting new content and rewards to last Epoch's endgame. This can be woven into a Timeline's echo web via the Altar of the Weaver, found at the end of a cemetery of the Erased side zone, and run like other echoes. And yeah, they show how that works in the video. You basically like have a panel that has all of your woven echo items, and it shows you your current echo web, and you just drag the item onto a spot on the echo web, and boom, it transforms it. It looked like a really slick interface. There are 36 different woven echoes coming with the release of Season 2. Oh, okay, so 36 plus the 13 points you get from the faction. Oh, is there one from killing Uber Aberoth? I bet you get your last point from killing Uber Aberoth. Probably what it is. Woven echoes are items that can be found in tombs and cemeteries, can be purchased from the NPC mask, or generated in the echo web through certain nodes on the Weaver tree. You unlock new woven echoes that you can purchase from mask as you advance in the ranks in the woven. However, not all woven echoes are purchasable. That's our goal this season, Lang. We got to kill Uber. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I want to try to do it with a Forge Guard. That's what I'd like to try to do, but we'll see. Let's see here. Woven Echo items specify their type on their tooltip as a Crafting Woven Echo, Boss Woven Echo, or Woven Echo. Woven Echoes contain endgame bosses, and crafting rewards are signified with icons inside the Woven Echoes tab. Okay. So crafting rewards. I'm guessing like glyphs and runes and shards. Woven Echoes can be added to your Echo Web via the Altar of the Weaver after you kill a cemetery boss. Once they are added, you can play them like you would a normal Echo. In a party, players may each add Woven Echoes into their own individual timelines. Oh, that's good to know. So, one person in the group starts a cemetery. The whole group gets to the end. Each player can interact with the altar and modify their own timelines. Awesome. That's nice quality of life for party play. Because normally when a group completes an Echo, the Echo reward that was specified on that node only goes to the person that started that Echo, and then everybody else gets a randomized reward. Woven Echo drops are signified by a teal on gold item label and are shown on the minimap. Nice. Some Woven Echoes feature completely new endgame bosses, such as the Drawl Queen or Ignixiros. Yes. The Antipode Dragon. Others feature endgame enhanced versions of existing mini-boss and boss encounters, such as Harspix Orion, Majasa, and an Uber version of Aberoth. I'm looking forward to that Majasa fight. That looked really neat from the little bit they showed. Other Woven Echoes provide unique challenges and rewards not found in normal Echoes. Some rewards even affect other nearby unconquered Echoes. Oh, I didn't know that. So some Woven Echoes, when you finish them, affect nearby Echoes that you haven't done. Neat. New endgame crafting options, these are rewards found in Woven Echoes. Set item crafting. Shatter set items into set shards and apply them like normal affixes. There's a new specific affix shard for every set item. It looks like all of the new altars that they were talking about that let you interact with set and unique items and idols in various ways. All of those altars are in the Woven Echoes, I think. Reroll legendary potential. Yep. So they talked about that in the video in a bit more detail. The way that works is you'll put in one or more uniques with legendary potential into this altar. You'll click the button and it re-rolls the chance for them to have legendary potential. It's the normal legendary potential roll, so really high-end items are going to be very unlikely to roll higher than what you currently have. Really low-end items that only have like 1 LP have a good chance of rolling up to a higher amount. If it fails to roll a higher amount, however, it removes all legendary potential from the item. That sounds bad, but with the Harbinger victims, you can get an egg as one of your options in their list of items, and you can throw a non-LP unique into that egg and either get LP on it or turn it into a legendary item. So it still gets you a chance at using that item again, which is really cool. Attribute swap. Swap an item's attribute for another selected attribute other than vitality. So the set piece can only go to the same set slot. Set gloves can be pulled and put on new gloves. Are you understanding that right? Correct. Yeah. So like if you pull, if you get the shard for Velatra's staff, it can only go on another staff. But if you pull the shard for a set of gloves, then it can go on any gloves. I believe they said, though, if the set item has a class restriction, then the shard item will have a class restriction as well. So if it's a Primalist only item, it's going to give you a shard that when placed on an item will make it a Primalist only item, which means if it was a relic shard, you couldn't put a mage relic shard from a mage relic onto a Primalist relic, because you can't have a conflict. But yeah, so this is great, because say you find a, like, the perfect item, but it rolled Dex as a tier 7 Exalt, and you're a Strength Primalist, say, you can actually just go and get to that altar and swap the Dex into Strength for 1 LP or 1 FP. That's really nice. I'm looking forward to that. Also means I'll probably be hoarding more Exalts, unfortunately. Pat!
The Pat Garrett gifted Echo to Echo a subscription. The Pat Garrett gifted a tier 1 sub to Echo Echo Echo. They have given 40 gift subs in the channel.
She struggled a little bit there with the multiple echoes. Thank you for gifting a sub to Echo Echo Echo. 40 gift subs. Thank you so much, Pat. You're amazing. I really appreciate it. And I don't remember if I said, but welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Let's see here. So, reroll unique or set item mod values. Reroll mod and implicit values of unique and set items by sacrificing another item of the same type with at least equal power level. And what they mean by equal power level is that it has to have the same or more amount of LP. So you can't sacrifice a non-LP unique to reroll the mods on a 4 LP unique. But this is really nice, because once you get a unique that's like, okay, it's got the LP that I want, but the rolls are a little low, or there's a particular thing on there that I want maxed out, you can keep re-rolling it until you're satisfied with it, as long as you can get other uniques with the same amount of LP. Experimental item crafting. Replace a prefix mod with an experimental prefix. More on this below. Yeah, okay, good. I'm glad they're going to expand on that some. I'm really excited about that. That's another thing I really like, is the experimental affixes. I thought that was neat. Woven Echo Exchange. Sacrifice 3 Woven Echoes to gain a random one. Oh, cool. So if there's particular Woven Echo types that you don't like to run, or you don't need to run anymore, you can exchange them 3-to-1 for a random new one. Corruption catch-up for alt characters. They explained that the way that works is a alt can gain corruption on a monolith equal to the highest corruption that any of your existing characters have reached. However, this will not work for existing characters before Season 2. This, I believe... No. That was the skip mechanic. The skip mechanic doesn't work for existing characters until one of the characters tied to that stash advances in the monolith to empowered monoliths. That's what it was. Which I'm sure they'll talk about later. The corruption catch-up is really cool, though. Basically, whatever characters reach the highest corruption, all your characters can get to that corruption on their monoliths. Adding a new enemy to your possible Nemesis encounters, a Void Nemesis. Oh boy, that's going to be fun. Guaranteed unique drops? I'm not sure what that is. Guaranteed unique drops. Oh, we're in rewards for Woven Echoes. Okay. Does that mean it guarantees a particular unique? Or it's just a... Because that wouldn't make sense, because there's already spots that that just drop a unique, or a unique glove, or whatever like that. Altaholics rejoice? Yeah, absolutely. Then class-specific gear. Okay, so there's Woven Echo rewards for class-specific gear as well. Conquering a Woven Echo for the first time usually grants at least 1 Weaver Tree point. The points are shared with all characters sharing the same stash. 13 points can be earned from Weaver faction ranks, the remaining 37 points from conquering Woven Echoes. Threshold of Eternity, Aberoth is an exception and grants no Weaver Tree points. Oh, okay. Where is that last point coming from then? Unless that was a typo earlier? Because you can see the remaining 37 points from Conquering Woven Echoes, but they say up here there's 36 different Woven Echoes. Where is that last point coming from, or is the 36 up there a typo? Woven Echoes auto-store to their new inventory tab upon pickup. This can be toggled off from the gameplay settings. Hey, endgame itemization and crafting, idle enchanting. Looking forward to this. So this is another altar that comes from one of the Woven Echoes, the Woven Enchanter. Can we see this larger? No, we can't. At the end of tombs and cemeteries will be a Woven Enchanter device, which can be used to enchant your class-specific idols: adorned, grand, huge, large, ornate. Basically, all of the ones that are more than 1x2 or 2x1. So I guess 1x3 or 3x1 or larger idols. Enchanting an idol will grant one enchanted affix and turn the idol into a heretical idol of the same subtype of that idol type. Enchanting an idol adds an enchanted affix up to tier 4 and some amount of Weaver's Touch, where the combined amount of tiers on the enchanted affix and Weaver's Touch is between 5 and 14. For example, it could add a tier 1 enchanted affix and 4 Weaver's Touch, or up to a tier 4 enchanted affix and 10 Weaver's Touch. So, the idea is you come up to the altar, and you'll have a class-specific idol that has the affixes that you want. Chanting idols sounds like a whole new rabbit hole to fall into. Yeah. Because it was already kind of difficult to find the class-specific idols that you wanted with the affixes on them that you wanted. So now you need to find those, and then you're going to want to go and enchant them to get the extra 2 affixes that you want on them. So you'll take that class-specific idol, throw it in the altar, and add 1 affix to it. And that turns it into a heretical idol. The second time you put it in, so basically once you put a heretical idol in there, it adds... Is that right? Oh, no, okay. This just more detail about that thing. So it adds an affix between... Yeah, up to tier 4. Okay, so between tier 1 and 4, it adds a single affix, and then it'll add between 5 and 14 Weaver's Touch. Oh, no. It'll add between 1 and 10. No, between 1 and 13 Weaver's Touch, essentially. Depending on what the affix rolled. Got it. Similar to Weaver's Will items, when you have a heretical idol equipped and slay an enemy, you'll have a chance to either increase the tier of an enchanted affix or add a new one and expend Weaver's Touch. Enchanted idols can have up to 2 enchanted affixes in addition to the 2 standard affixes they normally have. So now your idols can have 4 affixes as well. 2 of them are going to be the normal idol tier 1 affixes. The other 2 can be up to tier 7 Weaver's affixes. Idols can be re-enchanted for a memory amber cost, which removes any existing enchanted affixes or Weaver's Touch before enchanting it again, adding an enchanted affix and Weaver's Touch. I do like this, because like normally with a unique item, when you... Well, with a normal Weaver's Will item, rather, if it ends up rolling stuff on it that you don't care about Well, you either just scrap it or you put it in storage and forget about it until another character can use it. This is nice that you can re-enchant the idols. So it's not a waste, since those idols are so hard to come by sometimes. You just have to have the memory amber to do it. The new Rune of Weaving added this patch can be used to consume Weaver's Touch like it can for Weaver's Will. Okay, so the Rune of Weaving works both for Weaver's Will and Weaver's Touch. Excellent. Woven Enchanter has a limited number, and for those of you not familiar with that, what it is you'll put the Weaver's item into the crafting bench, and you use the Rune of Weaving, and it will re-roll, or it will take a random amount of the Weaver's Touch or Weaver's Will from the item, and expend it as if you were killing enemies and expended it. So it'll add affixes or add levels to affixes. Or tiers to affixes, rather. Woven Enchanter has a limited number of uses based on its location. One use in a Tomb of the Erased. Again, the tombs are ones that can just randomly generate in existing echoes. 2 uses in Cemeteries of the Erased, which are their own echo types. And the Cemetery of Reweaving Woven Echo. 3 uses in the Sepulchre of the Lost Woven Echo. Okay. 4 uses in the Cenotaph of Worlds Woven Echo. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I think so. I'm not familiar with what these 2 are, but they're other types of Woven Echoes. If you are in a party, each player can use the Woven Enchanter device independently. Okay, so it looks like all of these new altars that they've put in, each player in a multiplayer group can use the devices independently. That's good. Set reforging. Yeah, here's the set stuff. Set items can now be shattered at the Forge of Shattering in the Great Bridge Woven Echo. This yields shards specific to that set item, which can be crafted onto other items, making them into reforged set items. This makes them count as that set item towards the set bonus of that set. Set shards and shattering. There are set shards and new affixes for every set item that has been added, 1 per set item. So this is saying, like, when you shatter a Pebbles collar, you will always get an identical shard with identical values on it. You're not going to have a chance of getting different affixes from Pebbles collar. It's always the same 2 affixes that come across. This is one of the best ideas. Yeah, they've been talking for a long time. They're like, we have ideas for set items. I know you guys are upset with how they work. We've got a plan. We just need to implement it. And yeah, 100%. This is so great. At least on paper, it's so great. All set affixes are named for their set item and end with the word reforged. Shattering set items drops 1 to 4 matching shards per item shattered. I love that it's not just 1 shard per set item. Set shards cannot drop naturally. They can only be created by shattering matching set items. Hey Edgar, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. CK3, yeah, I definitely need to get back into some CK3, but Last Epoch is going to capture me for a little bit. But there will be more CK3. Will that be the name of Lang's Forge Guard character? Crusader King? Maybe. That's actually a good idea. Let's see here. Set shards cannot drop naturally. We got that. Each use of the Forge of Shattering will shatter all items placed inside and expend 1 use. Yeah, that's one of the things I really like about the forges. Oh, there's no picture there. Okay, yeah. All of the forges where you're putting items in like that, it's this size right here. It's 6 by 6. So you can put multiple set items in there simultaneously, which is really great. Crusader Langs. Maybe. Let's see here. If you're in a party, each player can use the Forge of Shattering independently. Reforged set items. Crafting a set affix onto an item reforges it and turns it into a reforged set item, but it can still be crafted. Reforged set items will be considered a matching item for the corresponding set and count towards the set bonus. Reforged set items will be named after their set item with Reforged appended to it. For example, Zarek's Ambition Reforged. Because Reforged set items are considered set items, they will follow the same loot filter and tab priority rules as set items. Okay, so Reforged set items will still auto-sort to set sorted tabs, and if you drop it on the ground, it will filter as if it was a set item. Good to know. Crafting. Reforged set shards can be used to craft items in the Forge. Reforged set shards can only be crafted on the same item type as their set item, but can use any base of that type. For example, Invoker's Static Touch Reforged can only be crafted on rings, but it could be crafted on an opal ring or a sapphire ring. An item can only have one type of set affix at a time. Each set affix provides 2 stats based on the original set item, which is a kind of a reason to put them on all of your items, regardless if you can find an appropriate set bonus, because it's like getting 2 affixes in a single affix slot. Got you on PC for Twitch now, still YouTube for mobile. That looks better now on mobile? Yeah? Yeah. Welcome back, Marvel Man. Set items still cannot be shattered by the Rune of Shattering or removed with the Rune of Removal to gain shards. Only by the new Forge of Shattering in the Great Bridge Woven Echo. However, reforged set items can be shattered. Okay, so that makes sense. You still can't interact with your runes with standard set items, but the reforged ones that you've put the set affix on can be shattered. Set affixes can be sealed with a Glyph of Despair. That's good to know. If you just need the tier 1 of that that affix, that's great. Because I noticed up here that Sunforged Guardian Reforge, that's a tier 3 affix right there. Is that tier 3 or is it tier 5? I can't tell. I think it's tier 3. Yeah. So that means there's multiple tiers for the set item affixes. They're your standard kind of stuff. So there's another thing that they added that lets you swap the tiers of item affixes around on an item. I wonder if you can use reforged items in that. If so, you could get up to tier 7 of a reforged affix. Let's see here. Set items still cannot be shattered. We saw that. Set affixes can be sealed. Set affixes cannot be granted through the use of Glyph of Chaos, Glyph of Envy, Rune of Redemption, Rune of Discovery, or Weaver Tree Imprinting. Okay, good to know. They do go to tier 7. Last Epoch tools, you can see what their tiers are for each reforged shard is. Oh, nice. Good to know. So yeah, you won't be able to craft it to tier 7, but you might be able to do the tier swapping to get one to tier 7. Set affixes can be crafted normally up to tier 5 as here we go. Tier 5 as usual, using the new Rune of Havoc, which shuffles all affixed tiers within an item, except sealed affixes. You can potentially get tier 6 and tier 7 as well. Yeah. Alright. Here's the LP rerolling, Legendary Potential rerolling. Same kind of grouping there, and all of the things where you can put items in, they've done like they have previously and put a link to your stash, so you don't need to be carrying those items with you. You can use the Transmuting Gem in the Farsight Turtle Woven Echo to reroll legendary potential of all items placed into it. Okay, so this is from the Farsight Turtle. Rerolled items will either improve or lose their existing legendary potential. If you use the Transmuting Gem and legendary potential is lost, you will receive a number of random rare affix shards equal to the legendary potential lost. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, that's going to be great. So you get rare affix shards if you lose legendary potential, which might be just a nice way of, if you have a bunch of uniques with some minor amount of LP that you don't care about, go in, roll the dice, and potentially get a bunch of rare affix shards. Only legendary potential is rerolled, not implicits or unique modifiers. In a party, each player can use it independently. If you lose all legendary potential on the item, it can then be used to replace the Egg of the Forgotten in a Nemesis encounter, giving you another chance to give a unique item high legendary potential or turn it into a useful legendary item. Yep. Which is what I was saying earlier. Unique legendary and set affix rerolling. Yes. In the Gauntlet of Strife Woven Echo, you'll be challenged by a sequence of boss encounters, and by completing it, you'll be rewarded with access to the Sacrificial Altar, which can be used to sacrifice a unique, legendary, Weaver's Will, or set item to reroll all the affix values of a matching item. I did not realize it was more than just uniques. That is amazing. So this rerolls the affix values for all of your non-crafted item types. Uniques, legendaries, Weaver's Will, set items. That's great. That's even more exciting. Item being sacrificed needs to have equal or greater potential tier. Potential tier is equivalent to Weaver's Will item. Weaver's Will plus the sum of legendary affix tiers. Okay. Other legendary items, number of legendary affixes. Unique item, legendary potential. Set item, 0. So all set items can be used to reroll their corresponding set item. If you were in a party, each player can use the altar independently. Swap attribute affixes. Yeah, this is another really exciting one. Use the Relic of the Observer in Orden's Watch to replace a non-sealed attribute affix with a different attribute of your choosing. Plus all attributes and plus vitality cannot be replaced or chosen. Sealed affixes cannot be replaced. And the in-game lore for plus all attributes and plus vitality is that life is the domain of Atera, and so cannot be touched by the Weaver. The tier and roll range of the replaced affix will be preserved for the new affix. If you are in a party, each player can use the Observer independently. Or I guess not the Weaver, but the Observer. The Observer cannot modify life because it is the domain of Atera. Experimental item crafting. This also looks really cool. Also, I noticed here the experimental bee on potion use. They replaced the experimental volatile zombie on potion use with bees instead, which I think is a great change. I'm sure that'll be in the patch notes down here. Experimental item crafting is now done exclusively by using the thaumaturgy device in the Rune Prison complex to replace a prefix with an experimental affix on boots, gloves, or a belt. This change makes this itemization more approachable. Must have 2 prefixes and not have an experimental affix. Bees! Yeah, I know. The chance of higher tier outcomes increases. Actually, we're having an ad break right now. I'm going to go grab some water, and I'll be right back. So we're going to take a quick break here. Be right back. And I return. Thank you for your patience. Do we want the character select screen that music that's going right now, or the item faction music that was playing on the Be Right Back? What do you guys prefer? Thank you, Barberman. I'm good either way. You like this one? All right. It's a bit more hype. All right. Let's see here. So, experimental stuff. Must have 2 prefixes and not have an experimental affix. Okay, so the prefixes have to be full. Interesting. Chance of higher tier outcomes increases with the combined prefix tiers. Exalted prefix tiers contribute much more increase to the chance for higher tier outcomes. Ah, okay, so you want to roll the item up as high as possible before putting an experimental affix on it. Max tier outcome is 5, but a Rune of Havoc can be used to swap an exalted tier onto the experimental affix you added. Okay. Good to know. If you're in a party, each player can use the device independently. With the addition of the Thaumaturgy device, we have removed the Glyph of Insight and Rune of Research from the game. Developer note and clarification regarding previously given incorrect information. Rune of Research was previously guaranteed, and the only way to seal an experimental affix. Experimental affixes cannot be obtained as shards, which means that experimental affixes are no longer able to be sealed. We felt this a safe trade-off for the ability to more easily target experimental affixes on good item bases, and the ability to increase them to higher tiers using Rune of Havoc. Yeah, I think that's fine. You can't seal experimental anymore, but I mean, just seal a different affix and go from there. I'm okay with that. New crafting materials. 3 new runes have been added. The Rune of Havoc shuffles the tiers of non-sealed affixes on an exalted item with 4 non-sealed affixes. So, for example, an item with Tier 2 Strength, Tier 7 Dex, Tier 3 Health, and Tier 2 Endurance might be changed to have Tier 7 Strength, Tier 3 Dex, Tier 2 Health, and Tier 2 Endurance. So you notice, like, the Endurance one didn't move, but the other 3 did shuffle around. This cannot result in all the affixes having the same tiers as before, guaranteeing at least 1 change in tier. And it cannot be used on items where all non-sealed affixes have the same tier to prevent wasting the rune. So yeah, if you had an item where everything was tier 5, it won't let you use the rune. Sealed affixes are unaffected and are not shuffled. Rune of Redemption randomly changes the exalted affixes on an item into different affixes. Does not change the tiers of the affixes or the rolls within the tiers. And this, I'm guessing, is why Perry was telling people, hey, if you're going to play legacy characters next in Season 2, keep every 2 or more affix item and every Tier 7 affix item that drops. That's why he was saying that, is because of this Rune of Redemption. Because now, yeah, you have an item with 3 Tier 6 affixes on it, or something with a Tier 7, but not the type of affixes that you want. You can use the Rune of Redemption to reroll it. Randomly changes the exalted affixes, Tier 6 and 7, on an item into different affixes. It does not change the tiers of the affixes or the rolls within the tiers. Affixes can only be changed to ones that can spawn on this item type when dropped from a regular enemy. Sealed affixes are unaffected. I like that they specify regular enemy. Alright. I'm also wondering how much forging potential these runes are going to consume. That's going to be one of the important things. How much forging potential? Rune of Weaving Transforms a random amount of the remaining Weaver's Will or Weaver's Touch on an item into additional affixes or affix tiers, as if you had slain many enemies with that same item equipped. And I believe they showed this in the video that they released today. They used it 2 times in a row, and both times it consumed 7 Weaver's Will. So we know 7 seems to be maybe a common amount. I don't know what the range is on it, though. Yeah, so what's on the tin? Eternity Cache adjustments. So this is once you go through Temporal Sanctum and beat Julra, you get the Eternity Cache where you can turn uniques into legendaries. At Temporal Sanctum Tier 2 and above, so not the first time you run it, but the second and subsequent runs, as long as you select Tier 2 or higher, you can now select one affix from your Exalted item to guarantee it is included on your resulting legendary item when sealing the Eternity Cache. Or you can opt to let the Winds of Fate decide if that's more your style, so you do not have to choose an affix. You can just say, hey, random roll the whole thing. Added a small chance for a critical success that can cause a unique item to take more affixes than its legendary potential. This chance scales with the chance for that unique to drop with higher legendary potential. And they've had a lot of people ask them, like, what do you mean by a small chance? And they have been incredibly vague on it, but I'm sure people will math it out pretty quickly. For example, if you're using a Calamity with 1 LP, the chance for a critical success depends on the chance of a Calamity dropping with 2 or more legendary potential at level 100. Oh, okay. They've actually just revealed the formula right there. So it's basically the critical success is essentially just a reroll chance on LP. It rolls LP chance again, and if you get more LP than you normally would, more LP than it currently has, then you get a second affix. Okay. I like it. Champions. Added a new class of enemy, Champion, to the game. Champions are a subset of rare enemies. Okay, so they're on the rare tier. I wonder if they count as a rare for all of the things that are like blah 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 when you hit a rare or a unique enemy, or when you kill a rare or unique. I would imagine so, since they're a subset of rare, with unique names and more powerful abilities. 20 champion enemies have been added for Season 2 across the game. Champions will be larger than other enemies and have an orange highlight to distinguish themselves as a champion. I love that. It's always nice when they highlight the more powerful enemies that can just randomly appear. Champions are based on existing enemies, but have added and altered abilities. Each champion has 3 random mods, a prefix and suffix like other rare enemies, and a new champion mod that grants it an extra ability. Champions can spawn in the campaign, in dungeons, and the monolith. Okay, so they can be anywhere, except arena. Is the test going to be open book? The test will be a practical test. You'll have to get in there and get your hands dirty. Let's see here. Oh, right. They can spawn anywhere. Only spawn in areas of level 6 and above. Wow. So starting in area level 6, you can start seeing champions in the campaign. That's crazy. That's really cool, though. Champions also always drop an item with a sealed champion affix that depends on the champion's mod. For example, a Volcano champion will always drop a belt with the Volcano champion's affix. That's cool. And it's automatically sealed, which is nice. Champions affixes are a subset of personal affixes, and as such cannot exist as shards. Okay, so this is expanding on the personal items, which I thought were a really cool thing. I never really use them too often, but if you plan for it, they'd probably be pretty good for leveling. In fact, that might be a good idea to look at the various personal affixes and maybe plan on using some of those in leveling if possible. Items with champion affixes are always rare or exalted. Oh, wow, that's good. Examples, +1 maximum companions and increased minion damage. Ooh, okay. And you could get that as early as level 6 maps. That's really good. Chance to cast Electrify on hit and chance to cast Smite on hit with throwing attacks up to 10 times per 2 seconds. That's my secret, Lang. My hands are always dirty. Well, we know that. We know that, Pat. It's the price of piracy. Okay, so we can do a hammered in smite and get even more going on. Ooh. Okay, I like it. Although you could even get the thing where you occasionally throw an axe. I think there's an affix that does that, or is it unique? I don't even remember now. But so even if throwing wasn't your normal thing, that chance to throw an axe affix would work for that. Seems like a huge update. Yeah, it's been over a year since their last update. So it's definitely a long time coming, but they've put a lot of content in, and a huge portion of why they delayed was so that they could add in back-end systems that would let them update more frequently and in more detail. Like they made a huge change to how their controller stuff works. They added a whole bunch of back-end tech. They also, while it's already been released in the current version, part of that time was spent upgrading to a newer version of the engine. Let's see here. X minions teleported around you after you use a traversal skill and increased minion damage. Okay. That's an experimental affix as well. I wonder if those are on the same item type. Even if they were on the same item type, this is automatically a sealed affix, and experimentals can't be sealed anymore. So you could get both of these, both this and the experimental affix. Ooh. Increased spell damage and chance for lightning blast to chain 4 additional times. Champion affixes are for specific item types. Yeah. Each one is like only on a spear, only on a belt. Yeah. I'm just saying that regardless of even if it was on the same item type as the experimental affix, because it's automatically sealed and the experimentals can't be sealed, you could have both simultaneously. I don't know what this goes on, but it doesn't matter. Ward per second and percent of current health converted to ward when you directly cast a necrotic spell. Ooh, okay, so that would stack with some of the other ones that work kind of like that. Added melee damage and +1 charge for Void Cleave. Oh, there's a Void Cleave one. Neat. Might make leveling a Void Knight even stronger. Minion teleport one is on rings. Okay. Yeah, so it's a different item than the experimental affix. Champions also have a small chance to drop exceptional loot, such as a pile of uniques. Champion encounters and their rewards can be influenced by nodes in the Weaver's Tree. Oh, so there's Weaver nodes for champions. I like that. I love that they're using the term pile of for some of this new stuff. I'm like, it's very appropriate because like some prophecies definitely dropped piles of stuff. Monolith and dungeons. Monoliths. Objectives. Added new objectives and monoliths. Slay X champions. Okay, so currently the objectives are things like destroy the spires, complete the or seal the gate, do the oh wow, the thing that reveals echoes on the web. I don't recall now. Whatever. But yeah, there's not a whole lot of them. Nice that they're adding more. So slay a certain amount of champions, slay a certain amount of exiled mages, activate shrines until ambushed. Ooh, that's neat. Open lost caches until ambushed. Stabilize the echo. What is that? Unstable rifts will open throughout the zone. Find the rifts and slay all enemies that spawn to close them and stabilize the echo. I love this. That's cool. Completing this objective also awards bonus stability to the timeline for all players in the zone. 150% of the completion reward. I'm sure there's going to be a certain amount, depending on the amount of bonus stability that it rewards. I bet there's going to be a certain amount of players that greatly dislike that, like they dislike the arena ones, because it's slower than normal echoes, I would imagine. Find the cocooned item. Slay enemies until one drops the cocooned item. Completing this objective will drop cocooned uniques, an unidentified unique of a specified base type. Example, a cocooned one-handed sword. Identifying a cocooned unique will roll any unique of that base type that is more likely to have higher levels of legendary potential levels, or Weaver's Will. Cocoon uniques cannot reveal items that are exclusive drops from things such as bosses. Yeah, I really like this cocoon unique thing, where it's like, yeah, you can grab this cocoon and you have a chance of getting something. You have a higher roll on the chance for LP or Weaver's Will. Shared monolith timeline unlocks. Non-empowered timeline unlocks. Okay, this is the thing I was talking about with existing characters are going to have a little bit more to jump through. So non-empowered timeline unlocks are now shared between characters that have access to the same stash. This means that if you have unlocked empowered timelines on one character, then another character with access to the same stash only needs to complete one timeline to unlock empowered timelines. That timeline must still be a level 90 timeline. So Age of Winter, Fire, or I forget the top one, the Void type one. Any of the three at the very top of the set of monoliths. You have to do one of those, and then you unlock empowered. And so this doesn't apply retroactively to existing characters, so you need to complete them once more for legacy characters. Let me show you in a bit of detail what this actually means. So we come over here, and we'll go in here. So what this means is, all right, I guess this character's not a great example because they've done all of them. But so normally when you're going to unlock empowered, you'll go along this path right here. You'll take the right path because this is all of the rewards that give you like character benefits, whereas these are like drop benefits. So you usually avoid the left side and go up the right side. Then you'll do all three of these, and you'll unlock your empowered. They then made a quality of life change that said once one person has done all three of these to unlock empowered, other characters on the same stash only need to do one of these 3 level 90 zones to unlock Empowered, Spirits of Fire, Age of Winter, or Last Ruin. However, you still had to path up this right side to get there. So you had to do Fall of Outcast, then Black Sun, then Ending the Storm, then Reign of Dragons, then one of the level 90 zones in order to unlock Empowered on an alt character. Now, however, say we had our first character go through and go up this right side and do all 3 of these. When our alt comes in here, these 3 will still be locked. But all of these ones that our previous character conquered will have available teleports, and we can go directly to them and start running them. So we could go directly to Age of Winter, run it, and unlock Empowered after beating a single monolith. This is a great change for alts. That means you can do one non-empowered monolith, one non-empowered level 90 monolith, and you're an Empowered. Which I think is good that it's locked like that. It's like, hey, can you do a level 90 non-empowered? If you can, then yeah, you can go ahead and go to empowered monoliths. But if you can't beat it, too bad. Improve your character until you can get there. It's kind of like the campaign jumps with the dungeons. If you can beat this dungeon that's much higher level than you are right now, cool, you can skip ahead. If you can't, keep following the campaign because your build isn't strong enough or your gear isn't good enough. I really like that. Go back to character select and go back to our patch notes. But yeah, so that's how that works now. And what they're saying here is it doesn't retroactively apply to existing characters, so you need to complete them once more for legacy characters. And so that means one character in legacy has to go through and beat and unlock Empowered, and it can't be an existing character that's already done it, so you'd have to take a new character up through there. I probably won't be playing any legacy characters that haven't gotten to Empowered already on Season 2. So this will be fixed when all of the Season 2 characters get moved into Legacy. I would imagine then it will kind of just transfer over. Shade of Oribus now scales with area level. To compensate for the effect of this change, the Shade now has 42% less health and deals 20% less damage at baseline. This results in it having 50% more health and dealing 5% more damage than before at level 100. This does not change how the Shade scales with corruption or distance from the center of the Echo Web. Okay, and I would imagine that the reason they're doing this is because of the Weaver nodes that will let the Shade appear in one of your existing maps. Arena Echo changes. Arena Echoes have fewer waves overall and provide better rewards. So they're shorter and are more rewarding, which is something the community has been a little upset about. I've been fine with Arena Echoes, but I don't mind taking my time a lot of times, so it's not that big of a deal. Most enemies in the arena now move faster when they are further away from the player, allowing them to engage with the player faster. So the waves are going to come harder, basically. You're going to get swarmed much faster, but it means you'll complete it faster as well. Random champion now spawns at the end of the arena's last wave, kind of like participating in the arena, the normal arena. There's going to be a champion at the end, but this is a different champion than the arena champions. Enemies spawn faster, which again lets you finish the echo faster. Fix the minimap not generating in some arena echoes. Oh, finally! I'm so glad that bug is fixed. It was so annoying. Fix the wave count not showing. I never noticed that. I always remember the wave count showing, but maybe I don't look at that too often, though. I usually don't care about it. Maybe it's something that's bugged this current patch and I just never noticed. Spire changes. In Spire objective echoes, all spires will now spawn with a Spire Guardian. Spire Guardians are special mini-bosses that guard the spires in their echoes. Spires will now wait to attack you until you are in combat with the Spire Guardian. I love that change. That's so great. Because it was always such a... I read slowly, and I need to look at I need to actually look at the affixes on an item, because I don't know the names off the top of my head. And so I had to always wait for the cooldown after enemies were defeated for the last Spire attack to come through, wait for them to not fire because I'm not doing anything, and then look at the items. So it wasted a lot of time. While you are in combat with the Spire Guardian, the Spire can still attack you anywhere in the zone. Spires will have a protective shield around them and cannot be damaged until the Spire Guardian has been defeated. So that makes it so you have to beat the Spire Guardian. You can't just bash the Spire and then run from the Guardian. It also prevents a little thing that I found on a character when I was toying with retaliation damage at one point in time. I was toying with retaliation damage and found that I could kill spires by letting them hit me, and the retaliation damage would hit the spire. It was so great being able to clear spire maps without finding the spires. But that character was pretty bad at everything other than killing spires. Death and loot persistence. When you die in an echo, all items in a small area around your corpse are brought with you to the echo of a world. Yeah, so say you kill a boss, but the damage over time from it kills you at the same time, or right afterwards, or a persistent effect nails you as the boss is dying. All that loot on the ground, you get to keep. Or you kill a monolith boss, and then the Harbinger spawns, and the Harbinger kills you. You don't lose the boss rewards. You don't have to rush to pick them up. They come with you even though you've died. Improved end of time and monolith hub visuals. I don't know what that entails, but good to know. Current corruption value for each timeline is now shown on the world map screen, so you don't have to enter each timeline to check its corruption level. Okay, so next to each monolith on the map, it'll tell you the corruption. That is a great quality of life change. Timeline completion quests, the last quest echo in a timeline, now reward significantly more experience, but have a limit based on the percent experience required for a character that level to reach the next level. Huh. So when you're farther away from your next level, they give you more XP. Is that what that's saying? So that's saying you're best off doing the boss quest echo when you've just recently leveled up? Is that what that is saying? I think so. You think it's per level, not how far into a level you are. Now rewards significantly more experience, but have a limit based on the percent experience required for a character of that level to reach the next level. Huh. Oh, by of that level, it may mean the level of the map. Yeah, it might mean the level of the map. I think this is a little poorly worded. We'll have to see what that actually means. Hopefully there's a tooltip in game or something. Echo objectives are no longer re-rolled each time you repeat an echo. Instead, they will always keep the same objective even if exited and re-entered. Ah, okay. So, for those of you not familiar, people that try to speedrun echoes as fast as possible, and hardcore players as well, would enter an echo, and see the type of mobs in it. And if it was going to be too difficult an echo for the reward they were getting, like if there were diamond matrons everywhere, they would just nope out of the echo and then re-enter it and get a different echo. And they wouldn't have to deal with it and still be able to get the reward. This fixes that exploit, essentially. There's going to be a lot of players upset about that, but I think it's a good change. Because the devs should get feedback on those difficult echoes from the entire player base, rather than a portion of the player base just skipping those difficult ones and not bothering talking about them because they can just skip them. Because if they are overtuned, it's good to know that they're overtuned and they need to be adjusted. Rustland's arena traps are now deactivated during the rest period between every 5 waves. That's good to know. I remember that being an issue. I don't do arenas too often, but I do remember that being an issue. Improved game performance in monoliths when there is a locate objective. I don't remember there being an issue. Maybe I just never equated it. Encounters in the Fall of Ledra quest echo have been simplified. Oh, that's the one where you have to run around the whole town. Like you basically do like a U through the whole town map. And then you have to come back around and then into the center. Okay. Yeah, that one was a bit much, I thought. That was the second one in that quest chain, I believe. Echo repeated entrance abuse prevention. Re-entering echoes that have been previously entered have a reduced amount of events, such as Nemesis or Exiled Mages, and drop less loot. This prevents us from having to drastically reduce the amount of content and rewards echoes contains, as leaving and re-entering them on purpose was emergent gameplay and would be a very strong and unintuitive gameplay loop that we want to avoid. Excellent. So that goes more in hand with this other one of the objectives are no longer re-rolled. I like that. Added a message to echo tooltips that have previously been entered, noting that random mechanics will be less likely to occur. Okay, cool. Unfortunately, if they still have stability issues, this is going to mean that if you get disconnected while you're in an echo, you're going to suffer this penalty, which is a little unfortunate. But I think overall that's still fine. I think the disconnects are less frequent than the players that are abusing that old mechanic. Key charms are a new item in Season 2 that can be used at the entrance of any dungeon to modify your dungeon experience. There are currently 2 types of key charms, portal charms and scale charms. Portal charms can be used at the entrance of any dungeon to create a portal that will take your whole party directly to the boss. Using the portal charm will apply random floor modifiers to the boss as those you had fought through the dungeon normally. So if you want to choose carefully your floor modifiers, you're going to need to run the dungeon. You can't use a portal charm. But if you don't care what the floor modifiers are, yeah, use a portal charm super fast. Scale charms can be used at the entrance of any dungeon to greatly increase the spawn rate of loot lizards found during that run. Scale charms cannot be bought. They are only dropped by enemies, including loot lizards. So loot lizards can make it so you can find more loot lizards. I would imagine what happens is the scale charm probably puts it at the current loot lizard values, whereas with the start of Season 2, loot lizards are going to be less frequent, but drop more valuable treasure. Black Market Key Trader. This is something I really like. Black Market Key Trader can be found in the Majelka Upper District and will trade 3 keys of any kind for a portal charm. I can trade away all my arena keys for portal charms. It's gonna be so great. I won't want to avoid arena key drops anymore, because every 3 turns into a portal charm, which means I can skip a dungeon. Ooh, I just realized that if you're confident enough in your build, a key and a portal charm will let your character going through the campaign just enter a dungeon, kill the boss, and move on to the next section of the campaign. I like it. That's going to make an alt going through the campaign even faster. Oh, that is amazing. You're going to be able to clear the campaign super fast. Respawning. You can now respawn in dungeons by expending a key. You will respawn near the area where you died, or just outside the boss area if you died while fighting a dungeon boss. Okay, I was wondering if it was going to work while fighting the boss. Looks like it does. This is amazing quality of life. Because this makes it so that you can, a new player to a dungeon, can get to the boss for the first time, and if they have multiple keys that they've been saving up, they can go in and learn the boss mechanics without having to go back through the dungeon an entire time. I really like that. Because it means that you can sit there and expend your keys as you're learning the boss mechanics. During a dungeon boss fight, if you're in a party and all players have died, only one party member needs to spend a key for the party to respawn and continue. That is amazing quality of life. It does encourage party play for dungeon bosses, because that is a huge benefit there. A spectate button has been added to the desk screen, allowing you to watch your party continue the fight while you are dead. That's so cool! They didn't even mention that before. You cannot move the camera while spectating. That is so cool. Yes! I love it. Off stream, I do a lot of party play in ARPGs, so that is pretty great. Alright, quests and unlocks. Completing Temporal Sanctum, Lightless Arbor, and Soulfire Bastion for the first time now rewards 2 passive points and 1 idle unlock each, by way of 3 new short quests for defeating their respective bosses. So you're looking at 6 passives and 3 idle slots, which is pretty good. These quests also direct players to the alternate dungeon exit, which allows bypassing a portion of the campaign. Completing all 3 dungeons in this way will earn players a total of 6 passive points and 3 idle slots, and skip a large portion of campaign zones. Yeah, it will. That's going to be great. Yeah, so if your build is strong enough, you can skip from dungeon to dungeon to dungeon, doing all 3 of them. You'll now have a decent amount of passive points and idle unlocks between doing the dungeons, the quests that are between the dungeons, and then once you get to Majelka, you might as well go through and kill Majasa, and that should... I bet that would get you everything else. And killing Majasa gets you +1 to all stats. Or +1 to all attributes. So it's always helpful to kill Majasa, but it's usually a bit of a pain. But this, yeah, I think that's going to be a really fast path if your build's strong enough. Of course, you can't do it on your first character because you won't have the keys. Let's see here. General skill changes. Skill changes section contains skill bug fixes as well, as some changes are relevant to bug fixes to the same skill. Ailments. Time Rot's base damage is now 60 from 55. Time Rot, Doom, and Abyssal Decay now use different rules for being replaced when the afflicted character is at the maximum stacks of that ailment. They will only be replaced if the newly applied ailment would deal more damage than remaining damage of an existing application of that ailment. Oh, that's really good. That's really good. For example, if you apply an Abyssal Decay that will deal 1,000 total damage, since its stack limit is 1, any further attempts at applying Abyssal Decay will not apply the ailment unless the new ailment's total damage exceeds the remaining damage of that existing stack. So after 50% of that Abyssal Decay's remaining duration, it will have 500 damage left, so new application would need to deal over 500 damage total to replace it. That is such a good quality of life change. That should honestly be how all of the ailments work. Evade. Instant cast abilities can be used immediately during evade. Oh, very nice. Player can use abilities after stun effect ends if the player was stunned during the evade. Oh, was that a bug? I didn't know that. Movement has been made smoother for the game at more than 60 FPS. Evade is now smoother in online mode. Oh, I didn't realize... I haven't played in offline mode for so long, I didn't realize that evade was problematic in online. Evade no longer stutters at the edges of the map. Oh, that's good. Evade animation no longer gets stuck if the skill is cast at the edge of an obstacle. That's also really good. Fixed an issue where mages could get stuck after the evade animation. Fixed an issue where the second cast of evade would break if clicked quickly. I don't think I ever came across that. Fix getting stuck in evade when used after skills such as teleport, transplant, and void cleave. I did see that with teleport. I think I saw it with transplant before as well. Bug fixes for general skills. Movement skill bug fixes. Double the max accessible path length for movement skills. This allows you to traverse over gaps that would take up to 60 units to walk around from 30. Yeah, so this revealed a mechanic that I didn't know was a thing before. Let's go back in here again. So, what they're saying with this... Wonder if I can find a good location that this would matter. Yeah, okay. So say I'm right here. And I wanted to transplant up to this spot right here. Transplant has a certain amount of movement distance, essentially, built into it. And what they're saying is how it worked for most skills. I know, like, the Falconer skill doesn't work like this. I don't know what other ones do and don't. But so, Fury Leap is probably a good example. For primalists. So say you wanted to Fury Leap from here to there. What it would do is path the shortest path along here to get to that spot. And so what they're saying in that patch note is that previously was 30 units of movement. And so now that's been doubled to 60 units of movement, so you're more likely to be able to jump from a place like this to a place like that. Whereas before it would tell you couldn't go there. You'd basically fire off the skill and you wouldn't move anywhere, which would really suck. I like that. That's really cool. And I didn't know that's how that mechanic worked. Alright. And back to the patch notes. Let's see here. Fix a bug where skills that make you immune during movement did not prevent damage dealt to ward. Oh, that's good to know. I did not realize that was a bug. Fix a bug causing some movement abilities to not adjust the character to the terrain. Fix a bug where using a movement ability at the edge of a walkable area would sometimes cause the player to be moved in the opposite direction of where they aimed. They finally fixed that one. That was a big problem in the campaign on those ramps that went downward when you returned back to your original timeline. Yeah. Okay. I'm glad they finally fixed that. That was a huge problem for Warpath. Because Warpath's a movement ability, you'd hit those ramps, and Warpath would send you backwards up the ramp. Fixed cases where movement abilities could leave the player unable to move until another skill was used. Oh, good! That was also another huge problem with certain movement abilities. Especially Warpath. That was another big one with that. Maybe I will do a Warpath character then. Maybe I'll level with some Warpath. Minion bug fixes. Minions will now avoid targeting enemies that are currently invulnerable. That's good to know. Fixed a bug which caused many minions to not receive the inherent 50% less damage taken from powerful abilities. In particular, all Acolyte and Sentinel minions suffered from this bug. That explains why the Sentinel minions, the Forge Guard minions, died so easily. Oh, I never really noticed it on the Acolyte. Oh man, that's going to make Acolyte even crazy stronger. Because I never really noticed that on Acolyte. Sentinel, I definitely noticed it, though. That's going to be great. Fix a bug where minions sometimes won't show up next to the player, despite the HUD displaying them being alive. I don't think I ever saw that. Fix a case where minions were able to fight enemies while players are in a grace period. I had seen that before, and it kind of sucked. Fixed a bug that caused some minions to spawn in invalid locations. I don't think I ever saw that. Fix an issue where players' grace period did not consistently apply to minions as well. I had seen that before. Minions that are distant from the player or on the other side of the impassable barriers created at the start of the Haruspex Orion or Lagan boss fights are now teleported around the player shortly after the barriers are created. This excludes totems and other permanently immobile minions, such as bone prisons. Excellent. Good to know. I love it. That was a bit of a sticking point as well. Lots of minion love. Manifest Armor and Wraith Lord are now more responsive at high movement speeds, reducing instances of the minions skating. I saw that a lot with Manifest Armor, and struggling to move to its intended destination in a timely fashion. Fixed a bug where a downed companion's revivable visuals would persist if the player respawned while the companion was downed. Fixed a bug where abilities which replace evade would not trigger after evade use effects, such as Nihilus's Frenzy after evade use. Oh. Good to know. I probably never even noticed that those weren't firing. Instant abilities should no longer stop channeling abilities, such as in the case of casting Holy Aura while channeling Warpath. I love it. Oh, that's so good. Again, more love for Warpath. Yeah, I'm almost certainly going to level with Warpath then. At least for a while. I love me some spin to win. Fixed a bug where leech provided by skill trees could ignore effects such as Boulder Fist cannot leech a fix if the player had no other sources of leech. Interesting. Huh, okay. I never realized that you could bypass the Boulder Fist restriction like that. But glad it's fixed. Fixed a bug where instant skills could not benefit from several effects that require a direct cast. For example, Static, when directly cast, was not able to consume Abyssal Rite stacks from Sacrificial Embrace. I never noticed that as an issue, but I'm sure I ran into it. Set the displayed mana cost of many subskills to 0. As these subskills can't be directly cast, players are never required to pay their mana costs, so these non-zero values were just display errors. Example include Void Eruption, Lava Burst, Axe Throw, Divine Bolt, Void Beam, Fissures, Summon Forge Weapons, Detonate Ground, Holy Trail, Spark Charge, Zap, Spark Nova, Shrapnel, Flame Burst, Lightning Wave, Summon Mirror Image, Frost Nova. I always wondered about that. I'm like, man, this must be a giant drain on my mana, but I never really noticed it. And that's why they actually cost 0. They just had costs displayed by accident or by a bug. Added subskill tooltips in many places within skill trees where they were absent. Good. There were a lot of those missing. Reduced situations where Shield Rush, Bear Form Rampage, and Flame Rush can move the player outside the map. I never experienced that, but that would suck. Player now displays the correct combo skill animation when casting the ability in online mode, even if multiple identical combo skills are selected in the bar. Displays the correct combo skill animation. casting the ability in online mode, even if multiple identical combo skills are selected in the bar. What is a combo skill? Oh, skills where it's like the first hit does this, the second hit does that, the third... Oh, okay, yeah. I got it. Fix the combo skill iteration logic when adding multiple identical skills to the bar simultaneously. Improved appearance of some orbiting abilities, such as Hammer Vortex. Ooh. Fix the bug where removing a modifier that increased the maximum number of a companion while having the maximum amount of that companion would result in the extra companion being downed instead of despawned. I don't think I ever saw that one. Fix a bug in online mode where casting abilities with near zero mana would trigger the ability animation without actually using the ability. I had seen that before, and I didn't realize what was going on. That's good to know that that was fixed. Improved directional movement of shuriken projectiles and sentinel's hammers with chain ricochet nodes in online mode. Okay, I had noticed that with the hammers before. Fix an issue where abilities would reset their cooldown when transitioning between scenes in online mode. I've been noticing that recently when I've been playing, so good to know that's fixed. Reduced instances of abilities visually disappearing early or rapidly accelerating at the end of their movement when playing at higher latencies. I don't think I ever really saw that. Fix an issue where instant abilities would sometimes fail to cast until you manually cast it. Interesting. So instant abilities that were auto-cast would sometimes fail until you manually cast them. I never noticed. I bet I experienced it, but I never noticed it. Fix some cases where abilities would fail to trigger due to elevation differences. I definitely noticed that all over the place. I'm glad that's fixed. Fix an issue so various player and enemy abilities, projectiles, and effects will now render and move more consistently in offline mode. Okay, again, I haven't played offline mode for a while. Skills that have orbiting effects will no longer jitter or move irregularly when orbiting a moving character in offline mode, including Devouring Orb, Hammer Throw, Cinder Strike, Shurikens, Static Orb. Devouring Orb, Dark Moon, will no longer appear briefly at cast location before returning to orbiting the player in offline mode. Oh, wow. Fix an issue with some abilities targeting, particularly Maelstrom. I didn't realize there was a targeting issue with Maelstrom. Alright, on to the Sentinel fixes. We do have an ad starting, though, so we're going to take a quick break while that ad is running, and we'll be back once the ad is over. So get up, grab a drink, grab a snack, whatever you need to do. We'll be right back. And I return. Thank you for your patience. Hey Trisha, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. OMG finally. Yay, BG3 patch 8. Oh, I am so looking forward to that too. Why does it have to be so close to last Epoch? Why? Oh, why do these games do this to me? Releasing all the great stuff simultaneously. I don't get it. Yeah, but BG3 is amazing. You see these last Epoch patch notes for Season 2, it's even more amazing than it currently is. Oh man, so much good quality of life, so many neat in-game changes and additions. Oh, so great. Really excited for them to finish the campaign. I hope they do that next season. I hope next season comes with a finish to the campaign for Last Epoch. There's also a new DLC for War Tales coming out in about a month. They said it was the end of April, didn't they? Or sometime in April, is what they said. Or did they say end of May? I don't remember now. I know they didn't specify the date yet, but they said the month it was going to be. Later this month. Okay, yeah. So many good things. But I haven't even done a normal non-DLC playthrough of War Tales, so I'm not too worried about that until I can play it all through. Let's see here. So, Sentinel. Sentinel class has been updated significantly with the aim of making the class more fun through many skill changes and more powerful and varied through new and updated passives, skill trees, and a rework of Time Rot and more. So for those of you that never played Sentinel or haven't played the game before, rework of Time Rot. Interesting that they don't mention anything about what's it called? Vault of Reversal in that little blurb. So from what I understand, from what they've said before, the Sentinel changes were prompted by the Volatile Reversal skill. Basically, if you played a Sentinel and wanted to be able to do damage, you had to have Volatile Reversal. It provided so much of a damage bonus that if you didn't use it, you did barely any damage compared to Sentinels that used it. And Sentinel was already on the pretty low end of damage compared to other classes. So they went and gutted Volatile Reversal, basically made an entire new skill with the same name, and made it so that it wasn't a necessary skill for every Sentinel. Then when they went to test it, they found, oh, the rest of the Sentinel is really lackluster in damage without the old Volatile Reversal. So they basically did a rework on the entire Sentinel setup. Like, it's not... everything is different, but almost everything has been buffed. So, the Sentinel passive tree. Fearless grants 5% increased health regeneration per point from 10%. Okay, so actually less health regen there. Huh. Right there in the baseline. Oh, I guess they've buffed health regeneration in general all over the place, and so this doesn't need to be as high. That makes sense. I bet everybody that had some early strong health regeneration passives, I bet all of those got reduced because of the gear changes. ForgeGuard passive tree. Add a new ForgeGuard node, Forge Master's Might. Allows you to equip a shield along with a two-handed sword, axe, mace, or spear. While you have a two-handed weapon and a shield equipped, you and your minions deal 20% less damage and have 10% less attack and cast speed, and haste instead grants 10% block chance. Requires 45 points in the ForgeGuard passive. That right there, the block chance. That is going to be amazing. It's unfortunate that it affects you and your minions, but the defensiveness is so good. Yeah, tanky boy for sure. Because getting capped block chance took a lot before. This is going to make it significantly easier. So you're using a two-hander. You're going to be doing 20% less damage, but a two-hander has more than 20% extra damage on it, so that's fine. 10% less attack and cast speed. Two-handers already have pretty slow attack speed, so that's going to kind of suck. But we'll see. And so, is this 10% block chance instead of all of the benefits of haste? Oh, no, haste is just movement speed. So you lose the movement speed bonus for haste and get block instead. Frenzy is the one that gives attack and cast speed. I forgot that Last Epoch separates movement speed and attack and cast speed in haste. And this is what people that were in the test group were talking about, where they're like, yeah, sentinels that are going for blocking are going to be slow, but they're going to be just bricks. Because there's other places where you're going to move slower as well for more defense on sentinel, from what I understand. We should see those coming up in here. So it'll be interesting. It's going to kind of suck to move slower, but for the extra defenses, it might be worth it, where you don't need to really stop and be defensive. You can kind of just walk and not have to stop moving. Paladin passive tree. The first mastery bonus grants 1.5% more damage per 10% remaining health from granting increased fire, lightning, and physical damage equal to your remaining health. Okay, so the Paladin passive tree gives you more damage in general instead of increased. It's not limited to a damage type, and it's not equal to an amount of your remaining health. It's 1.5% more per 10% remaining health. So at full health, you're doing 15% more damage. Okay. That's a pretty big buff. 15% more over a bunch of increased. Yeah, I think that's pretty nice. And it means that you don't necessarily have to health stack. Though this would actually encourage paladins to go into ward. This would encourage paladins to use ward because it would protect their health pool from going down, which would keep their damage at maximum. Or they would be encouraged to have very high health regen, so that even if they take damage, they very quickly pop right back up to full. Okay. Defiance now has a 5-point threshold bonus that grants +1 endurance threshold per 2% uncapped elemental resistance. Okay. It's a nice bonus on Defiance there. Endurance threshold's always good. And paladins get a lot of elemental resistance, so that's a good bonus there. That's going to be probably on par with the Acolyte Ward kind of stuff off of Necromancer. Or off of Necrotic Resist. I like that. That's going to be really good. Honor is renamed to... Okay, they're instead of using the British spelling, they're using the American spelling. Grants 50 block effectiveness and 50 stun avoidance from 40 and 15. And its non-scaling block chance is now a 3-point threshold bonus, but it grants 3% block chance instead of 2. Nice. So, more block chance and more block effectiveness and more stun avoidance. Right, that's like right near the beginning of the tree, if I remember right. See the first or second column. Phoenix Strike grants 12% ignite chance from 12% melee ignite chance. Ooh, so it's going to work with all the range stuff now and the casting. Oh, that's nice. And it now has a 5-point threshold bonus that grants 20% fire pen with ignite. Ooh, that is juicy. Fire-based smite. Yes, please. Divine Bolt is now a 4-point node from 1, and it grants a 25% chance to cast a Divine Bolt on melee hit per point up to twice per second, from 20% chance on melee hit, no limit. Additionally, it now has a 3-point threshold bonus that grants an additional Divine Bolt projectile. Okay, so when you put 4 points in, you will cast a Divine Bolt every time you land a melee hit up to twice per second, which means even if you're using like a two-hander with a slow attack speed, you're still going to be getting a decent amount of them. And you would get an additional Divine Bolt projectile because you're over the 3-point threshold. Okay. I'm liking this so far. Yeah. I like the Divine Bolt synergy stuff. I've always really enjoyed that. It's good to see that it's getting some more buffs. Valor grants 12 health instead of 15, and now also grants 2% endurance per point. Okay, so a little less health, which again goes with the health increases that's coming from gear. So it understandably goes down, but you also get that endurance now, which is great, having more sources for endurance. Because the less you have to put on gear, the more damage you can put on gear. Holy Symbol, in addition to healing you, now also grants 5 ward per second per point for 3 seconds, scaling with your increased healing effectiveness. That's really good. Nice. So this is more ward generation for paladins. I like that feel that like paladins are kind of a health and ward setup compared to other sentinels. Blinding Light now grants 7% blind chance per point from 5% and 7% electrify chance per point, but no longer grants 2% endurance. Oh, they moved the endurance from Blinding Light to Valor. Okay. Additionally, it now has a 5-point threshold bonus that grants 25% increased blind and electrify duration. Okay, so it's more likely to blind and electrify, and at 5 points you get longer duration on both of those. I like it. For those of you that don't know, in last Epoch, blind prevents enemies from landing critical hits. Is it prevent or reduces the chance? Now I don't remember. Check the game guide real quick. Blind. Yeah, unable to deal critical strikes. Love it. Heavenfire is now called Heaven's Bulwark, and now has a 5-point threshold bonus that grants 30% reduced bonus damage taken from crits. Ooh. So yeah, Sentinels tend to have a lot of stuff that is better for reduced bonus damage for from crits instead of crit avoid. So that's a huge bonus. 30% there? That's really nice. I'll probably be building for that on most of my Sentinels then. Raya's Strength now grants 1% fire-resistant shred chance per 2 points of strength from 4% increased fire damage if you have hit an enemy with a melee attack recently. So it's no longer a melee node. I like that. And it's a shred instead of an increased. which shreds are effectively more modifiers, but only if there's only for a limited period of time while the shred lasts. I like that. That's a great change. Man, there's a lot of fire buffs for Paladin in here. Going a fire-based Paladin, especially a dot fire-based Paladin, sounds really good right now. Shared Divinity is now a 6-point node that grants 10% more divine bolt damage per point from +1 divine bolt projectiles and 10% reduced trigger chance per point. 10% more divine bolt damage. More. Very nice. Additionally, it has a 4-point threshold bonus that grants +1 divine bolt projectile. Okay. Good, good. So you no longer have a reduced chance, but you need to spend points to get damage. It is so instead of a 1-point node that gives you +1 bolt and reduced chance, at 4 points you still get that extra bolt, and you'll have 40% more damage at that point, and you can get 20% more by putting 2 more points in. Yeah, okay. I think that's worth it, 100%. Holy Icon now also has a 5-point threshold bonus. They added a ton of threshold bonuses. I love those threshold bonuses. They're really good. It's a great idea on trees like this. 5-point threshold bonus that grants 7 health regen. Okay, so there's some more health regen straight from the trees. Prayer has been removed, and it has been replaced with Force of Devotion. Grants a +3 throwing damage per point, so some flat throwing damage, very nice. 10% throwing frailty chance per point, ooh, that's really good. And 20% throwing armor shred chance per point. So you just get built-in frailty and armor shred on throws? Oh, that's going to make hammer throwing so good. Or javelin. And javelin was already pretty good with the Holy Trail. Or with the rain. The Rain of Javelins, whatever it was called. Piety has been reworked to a 6-point node that grants 3% lightning pen per point and +6% lightning resistance per point. Thinking of a lightning bolt javelin build right now? Nice, nice. Threshold bonuses are great. Feels like getting a bonus for something you are already doing. Yeah, it's kind of like, hey, I know you're investing in this thing. Since you're investing a lot, here's an extra bonus to encourage you to invest in this one thing instead of dipping a little bit all over the place. It encourages you to focus, which I think is a good thing because a lot of people that are newer to ARPGs tend to kind of spread themselves too thin and end up with a bad build. These threshold bonuses kind of guide them towards, hey, you should focus on something. And I really like that. It both feels good for advanced players and for new players. Let's see here. Has a 5-point threshold bonus that grants 5% more damage to electrified enemies. Ooh. That's really good. That's a really good bonus. So lightning pen, more damage to electrified. That's basically more and more. Yeah, that's really good. Alignment has swap places with dedication, and it now grants 15% increase healing effect per point from 30% effect of your next spell every 3 seconds. Okay, so it's not every 3 seconds, but it's half the value. That's fine. Additionally, this effect is doubled with spells that cost at least 10 mana. Oh, so it's still 30 as long as you're burning mana. That's super strong. That's a great buff. That is an amazing buff. Okay. Oh, Paladin's sounding great. I already really liked Paladin before. These Paladin changes are amazing. Dedication to swap places with alignment now grants 1% increased maximum mana per point from 2% increased mana regen. So you get more mana instead of faster regen. Additionally, it has a 5-point threshold bonus that grants 1% increased mana regen per 1% block chance above 50%. Okay, so as long as you have 52% block, it's going to provide the same mana regeneration, and it'll be granting increased max mana. And you can get even more mana regen by having a higher block. Oh yeah, that is a great buff as well. Sanctuary Guardian grants 3% increased cast speed with a shield equipped per point from +2 spell damage with a shield. Okay, I used to take that +2 spell damage with a shield fairly often. 3% increased cast speed per point. Okay, so that is a huge cast speed benefit. Also has a 5-point threshold bonus that grants 15% to all resistances with a shield equipped. That is so good. Because one of the things you almost always want on a shield is an all resist affix. So having a shield with an all resist affix and then 5 points into Sanctuary Guardian, getting another 15% to all resists, you're going to cover your resistances super fast. That's really good. Okay. Man, now I want to play a Paladin. But we'll see what the other Sentinels get. Sword of Riot grants 20% melee ignite chance per point from 15% ignite chance if you have cast a spell recently. Okay, so it's melee ignite now instead of general ignite if you cast a spell recently. So it's become a melee thing. Additionally, it has a 5-point bonus that causes all your current ignite stacks to enemies to deal 50% more damage when you activate Holy Aura. Ooh. Okay, I like that. Man, I really want to play a Fire Paladin. We'll see, though. Glad alts are easier to do now. Faith Armor grants 8% increased armor per point from 5%, and +2 health regen per point from 5% crit avoid. That's good that they got rid of the crit avoid, because crit avoid's really not a good path for Sentinels anymore. Additionally, it has a 5-point threshold bonus that grants 2% increased health regen per attunement. Ooh, that's really strong. I like that. Because, yeah, you want to build a lot of attunement on your caster paladin. And that's going to be amazing amounts of health regen. Shield Wall is now a 4-point node from 1 point that grants 2% block chance per point from 4%, and 4 health on block per point from 10. Okay, 4-point node from 1 point grants 2% block chance per point. Okay, so it was just a single 4% bonus. Now it can be up to an 8% bonus. And 4 health on block per point, which means you can go up to 16 instead of just a 10. So it's more points, but more benefit total if you want to invest in it. As well as 5% less stun duration on you per point. Ooh, reducing stun duration is neat. That's a nice setup. But as a less punishing downside before, it gives you 30% less dodge chance from you cannot dodge. Okay. So it's less dodge chance instead of no dodge at all. I like... Wow, that is a strong change for Shield Wall. Holy Precision grants 10% increased crit chance per point from 20% increased spell and throwing crit. Okay. So it's more potential crit chance, and it's universal crit chance instead of just for spells and throwing. And 5% crit multi per point from 10% lightning crit multi. And so it's general crit multi as well. Very good. I like it. It is less crit multi if you were using lightning, but overall it's a more useful node in general. Additionally, it has a 5-point threshold bonus that grants 3% added crit chance. Ooh, baseline crit edition at 5 points. Very nice. Those baseline crit bonuses are hard to come by. Penance now has a 5-point threshold bonus that grants 1% bleed duration per 20 endurance threshold. 5-point threshold bonus that grants 1% bleed duration per 20 endurance threshold. Oh, and you can build your endurance threshold pretty high on Sentinel. So that's a lot of bleed duration you can add. I like that. I can't remember the last time I played a bleed-based Sentinel. But yeah, that's pretty good. Righteous Firebrand is now a 5-point node from 7 that grants 2% increased melee attack speed per point and 1% fire penetration per 100% increased healing effectiveness per point. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Prayer Aegis is now an 8-point node from 12 that grants 15 health per point from 12. So it's less health overall, but more health per point. Right? 120 health in... Yeah. Slightly less health total. But again, you're getting more health from gear now, so it's okay to see some reductions in the passive trees. 5 endurance threshold per point from 6, so less endurance threshold as well. Additionally, it now has a 5-point threshold bonus that grants 7 endurance threshold per 2 attunement. That makes up that reduction in endurance threshold, especially for an attunement-based paladin. Okay. Yeah, you can build a lot of endurance threshold on paladin. Added a new 8-point node called Judgment of the Storm that grants 5% shock chance per point, 5% lightning resistant shred per point, and 5% electrify chance per point. Sparrowed, is this why you're doing a lightning paladin build? That's an amazing node. Additionally, it has a 5-point threshold bonus that grants 1% more lightning damage over time per 2% added crit multiplier above the base 200%. Oh, I hope they do this in more places where they make your crit bonuses apply in some fashion to dot. I love that. Because before it's like, well, let me just ignore crit multi and crit chance on my dot build because it does nothing for dot. Oh yeah, I like that. Divine Essence node has been reworked to grant +1 attunement per point and a 10% chance per point to gain a Divine Essence each second while at high health. Each stack lasts 10 seconds, granting 15% increased armor and healing effect, and reduces damage over time taken by 5%, as max 3 stacks. So up to 15% less damage over time taken. They've also made some changes to damage over time so that scaling corruption doesn't make dots so deadly anymore. So that's going to be good. So attunement per point, 10% chance to gain Divine Essence each second while at high health. So another one that rewards you for being at high health. Again, encouraging you to either use ward or really high health regen. Okay, that's not bad. And so if you're attacking at least once per second, you're in general going to maintain at least 1 stack on average. Okay, that's not bad. It's not bad at all. Even with just a single point in it. Added a new 5-point node called Covenant of Light that grants 4% increase effect per point of Holy Aura of Symbols of Hope. Oh, per point 2 Holy Aura of Symbols of Hope. Okay, we'll have to see what Holy Aura actually does. I don't remember what it does. Is that the one that grants Resistances. I think that's the one that grants resistances. Redemption's last stat line now grants 7% increased damage over time from per point. Redemption's last stat line now grants 7% increased damage over time from per point the penance buff from 7% increased generic damage from the buff. I see. So Redemption now just gives the 7% increased damage over time instead of it being from the penance buff. Okay. Added a new 7-point Apex node behind Covenant of Light called Covenant of Dominion, which grants 8% increased physical, fire, and lightning damage per point, as well as 1% increased movement speed per point. Ooh, that's pretty nice. Additionally, it causes your Holy Aura to grant 25% increased mana regen. It's a pretty nice Apex node. I like it. Add a new 7-point Apex node behind Covenant of Light called Covenant of Protection that grants 8% increased armor per point, and 2% of your armor applies to damage over time taken per point. Ooh, that's some nice defensiveness there. Additionally, it grants plus 5 health regen per Symbol of Hope. Ooh, okay. Yeah, so you have a damage and movement buff after Covenant of Light, and you have a defensive buff after Covenant of Light. Nice. Into the Void Knight passive tree. Temporal Corruption no longer converts Smite to Void. This effect is now available in Smite's skill tree. Oh! So you no longer have to go into the passive tree to convert Smite. You can do it directly in the Smite skill tree. I like it. Devouring Blade now grants 5% increased damage per point from 10% increased damage for 4 seconds if you have killed an enemy recently. So it's just a always-on increased damage. And plus 0.1% leech per point. These effects are doubled if you have killed an enemy recently. Ah, okay. So you still get up to the 10%, but only if you killed recently, but then you also get a leech bonus as well. I like it. World Eater now requires 1 point in Devouring Blade, grants 0.5% of melee and void leech per point from 1%. Additionally, it now has a 5-point threshold bonus that grants 20% increased health leech rate. Okay, so you have less baseline leech, but you have a higher leech rate if you invest. That's fine. Abyssal Endurance now has a 5-point threshold bonus that grants 5% less void and physical damage taken. That's pretty good. And that means if you have stuff that redirects other damage types to either void or physical, you're even better off now. I like it. Temporal Corruption no longer has Smite conversion, as it has been moved to Smite skill tree. Okay. That's fine. More Smite stuff. Sorrow and Steel now grants 8% increased melee damage per point from 7% increased physical and void damage. Okay, so it's just general melee damage, and it's general melee damage, but it's no longer any types of physical or void damage. All right. Additionally, has a 5-point threshold bonus that grants 25% area to melee area skills. Ooh, okay. So general melee damage buff now, and more area when you invest. I can see that. Void Blades grant +3 flat melee void damage per point from +2. Just a 50% increase. That's very nice. Void Corruption is now an 8-point node that grants 10% increased crit chance per point, and the +1 crit multiplier per point in the Void Knight tree is now a 5-point threshold bonus. That's nice. That's a huge buff to that. It's a lot more points now. but I think it's definitely worth it for the extra bonuses there. Dark Maw now also grants 2% increased health per point. Ooh, that's a strong bonus to health for Void Knights. Void Bolts is now called Void Waves, so it isn't confused with the new Void Bolt sub-ability. It grants +3 throwing void damage per point from +2, and 10% increased spell void damage per point from +2 spell void damage. Okay, so 50% increase on the throwing void damage, and instead of flat spell void damage, you get spell void increased spell void damage. So technically, I think a bit of a nerf on the spell void damage, but still not bad. Unending Hunger now grants 0.2% melee leech per point from 1% more health absorbed from Dark Maw, and 10% increased leech rate. Nice, so that's just general melee leech instead of health absorbed from Dark Maw specifically. Okay. And then extra leech rate as well. Future Strike has been removed. Void Flux has been removed. Added, and those were both kind of tuned with the old Valda Reversal, if I remember right. Added a new 10-point node in Future Strike's place that grants 7% increased spell damage and 3% increased area for area skills. Ooh. Additionally, it has an 8-point threshold bonus that grants Abyssal Echoes plus 15% chance to echo. It's a pretty strong echo chance bonus. Doom Knight grants plus 6 health per point from plus 5. Oh, it's actually a buff. Additionally, it has a 5-point threshold bonus that grants 5% more armor. So they're really pushing Void Knight towards health. All right. Like we were seeing Paladin being pushed towards Ward. Hey, Mra, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Finality grants 8% increased melee void damage per point from 5%, so just a general buff. Patient Doom is now a 6-point node from 5 that grants 8% increased void damage over time per point from 30% increased damage to next attack every 3 seconds, and 5% reduced bonus damage taken from critical strikes per point. So there's more of that reduced bonus damage from crits. You see that for Void Knights now. And we're getting general increased void damage over time instead of increased damage to the next attack every certain amount of time. So this is going from a hit thing to a dot thing, but it works all the time. I like that. A lot of their abilities got additional scaling from Vitality as well. Oh, they already scaled a ton of stuff on Vitality. It's nice to see they leaned even more into that with Void Knight. Rot Ripples now also grants 10% Time Rot chance per point. Ooh. Time Rot's super good. Additionally, it has a 5-point threshold bonus that grants 25% increased Time Rot duration. So it does look like they're doing a lot of Void Dot related stuff for Void Knight. I like that. Giving them some options instead of doing big hits. Null Velocity has been reworked to Temporal Velocity and is an 8 node. Grants +1 Vitality per point and 3% increased cooldown recovery speed per point. Ooh, that's really strong. 3% per point up to 8 points. That is amazingly good. Additionally, it has a 5-point threshold bonus that causes your Devouring Orb to immediately cast a Void Rift on direct use. Ooh. Time Rot build go. Yeah, I know. Woe is now an 8-point node from 12 that grants 3% physical and void pen per point, but no longer grants 7% increased melee damage and 5% increased void damage and armor for 4 seconds on kill. So you no longer get the damage bonus, but you get pen, which is really a more bonus rather than an increased bonus. So I think the penetration's stronger. Plus, it's good to have penetration from your passives instead of having to put it on your gear. Additionally, it has a 5-point threshold bonus that grants 50% frailty and slow chance. Oh, yeah. This frees up affix slots on your gear. That's what this node does. And that is really nice. That's way better than an increased damage buff. Big one. Rot Grip has switched places with Woe. Grants 6% time rot chance per point from 10%. Additionally, each point grants 0.2% more time rot damage per point per 1% global slow chance. Ah, so this encourages you to build slow, whereas you normally wouldn't be doing that. 0.4% more time rot damage per point per 1% global time rot chance with void skills, and 0.2% more time rot damage per point per 1% increased melee attack, throwing, or cast speed, whichever is the lowest. Maximum of 5 points. So this would mean that to build your time rot damage, you would want to increase melee throwing and cast speed as much as possible. Interesting. Okay. Huh. Melee throwing and cast speed. It's pretty weird. Well, it's like the things where it's like, does more damage based on your lowest elemental resistance. Things like that. They do things like that where it's like, yeah, you can get a strong bonus out of this, but it requires you to level up multiple things, and it's going to take the value from the lowest of those multiple things. They've done it in other places, and I do like that kind of setup. Because that's a strong bonus. 0.2% more damage per 1% increased melee. Yeah. You could potentially get a strong bonus out of that. And that's per point. So at max, you're getting 1% more time rot damage per your lowest of those. Yeah, that's really good. That could potentially be really strong. I don't know how much that's going to, like, how many places you can pick up melee throwing and cast speed. I'd have to really dig into stuff and see where you can get all of that. All right. It would also make a Void Knight really good with things like a Beastmaster using a Frenzy Totem. It would be really good with a Paladin that can give an aura that increases... I think they have an aura that increases cast speed. Am I right on that? I could be wrong. And it might change. I'd have to look. But yeah. Multiplayer with a Void Knight doing this with allies that can buff these speeds would be really good. All right. Renouncement is an 8-point node from 5 that grants 3% increased cast speed per point. Well, there's your cast speed. And a 5% chance per point to cast a Void Beam on direct smite casts, up to 2 times per 2 seconds. So if you're converting smite to void and focusing your void damage, then you also get the Void Beam damage. Oh, yeah, okay. Additionally, the previous smite scales with vitality instead of attunement. Smite and deals +1 void spell damage per vitality have been moved to a 5-point threshold. Okay, that's nice. I like that they moved that to a threshold. It means you have to invest to get it. Essence of the End grants 12% per point to gain a Void Essence on kill from 4%. That's really good. And 4% chance to gain a Void Essence when hitting a boss or rare enemy. Can gain 1 Void Essence every 4 seconds this way. Additionally, Void Essences now grant 3% more Void and melee damage, 15% reduced stun duration on you, from 15% increased Void and melee damage, and 10% reduced. Yeah, so you get a more bonus instead of an increased bonus, and better stun reduction. Yeah, that's really good. That's really strong. Okay. It's 3% more Void and melee damage. So this is Void damage of any type and any melee damage. Which I think means if you're doing Void melee damage, you're double dipping there. Okay. But it's still really strong even if you're doing like Void spell damage or if you're doing just like physical melee damage or something. Okay. Singular Purpose is now a 5-point node from 4 that grants 2% more Void damage per point from 25% increased Void damage. They've added a lot of more multipliers for the various Sentinel types where they used to be increased bonuses. That is definitely going to help a lot. Doubled if you have less than 30% block chance. Oh, wow. So you're looking at to 40% more Void damage if you've got less than 30% block chance. So you go with a two-hander Void Knight that focuses on parry. There you go. So you get the defensive benefit of parrying, and you get this massive amount of extra damage at the expense of not blocking. I guess you could also use like a lower end shield that doesn't have as high of a block chance. And then you'd still have some blocking, just not as much. Costco Epic Wagyu beefsteak strips, 4 out of 10. Like, way better steaks available, I'm guessing. That's sad. It's unfortunate. I did finally buy eggs again. I went to Costco and found that the eggs were very cheap compared to other places, which I am very happy about. Nothing to block if all the enemies are dead. That too. Costco Havana mini chocolate dulce de leche cakes, 9 out of 10. Go Venezuela. Nice. Good to hear. Future Mind is now an 8-point node from 10. Grants 4% increased mana regen per point from 2. Ooh, nice. Additionally, it has a 5-point threshold bonus that grants 14 mana whenever an ability echoes. Oh, that's really nice. Has an 8-second cooldown, though. Okay, not as good. But still, decent. Echoing Strikes now also grants 4% Time Rot chance per point. Additionally, it has a 4-point threshold bonus that grants 50% Time Rot chance for your echoed abilities. Wow, yeah, there's a lot of good Time Rot bonuses in here. A Time Rot Void Knight. So if I go Void Knight, it's going to be Time Rot. If I go Paladin, it's going to be some sort of fire damage over time, ward kind of setup. This would be Time Rot. The Void Knight would be Time Rot on health. Void Aegis has been reworked. If you take a hit that deals at least 25% of your maximum health as damage, you sacrifice a Void Essence to gain Void Aegis for 4 seconds, which grants you 3% of your maximum health gained as endurance threshold per point. Wow. That is a lot of endurance threshold you could gain. But the more health you have, the harder it is to pull it off. But the more health you have, the bigger the benefit is. That's really cool. That is a huge defensive bonus for high damage, high hit damage Void Knights. So this wouldn't be a dot kind of thing. This would be like your two-hander going with Void Cleave or something. And yeah, so if you could pull off a Void Cleave every 4 seconds, then you'd always have Void Aegis up, and you'd have a massive amount of Endurance Threshold, which would protect a giant amount of this big health pool that you have. Okay, I like it. Dread has been renamed to Dread Form, and it now has a 5-point threshold bonus that grants 50% reduced slow and chill effect on you. Ooh, nice. Yeah, reduced slow and chill effect, both good. Time Legion now also grants 3% increased throwing attack speed per point, but no longer grants Time Rot chance. Aw, sad. It's a lot of throwing attack speed, though. Oh, I guess you could use that to buff the damage of Time Rot from that other node, though. There you go. Okay, so they did add some stuff to kind of support the changes in that node. So that gets you throwing attack speed, which could get you more Time Rot damage. So less Time Rot chance, more Time Rot damage. I think that's a good trade. Added a new 5-point node called Abyssal Fluctuation that grants 10% of elemental damage taken as void per point, but you take 4% less void damage per point. Okay, so there's another damage conversion node for Sentinels. Yeah. I wonder if they could grab this and the Paladin one. If they could reach both this and the Paladin one, that would be pretty amazing. I would guess that both of these are on the other side of the chain for each mastery, though. Added a new 5-point node called Mortal Cleave that grants 1% added crit chance per point. Additionally, it has a 4-point threshold bonus that grants you the Mortal Cleave buff when you hit an enemy at low health. The buff grants you 10% more hit damage for 8 seconds, which cannot stack. So is that when you hit an enemy that is at low health, or when you hit an enemy when you were at low health? I'm guessing it's when you hit an enemy that's at low health, based on the thing Mortal Cleave, you're trying to kill it. So more hit damage for 8 seconds. Oh, that's pretty good. So basically, if you aren't one-shotting enemies, if you're hitting them and then hitting them again when they're at low health to kill them, you're in a pretty sweet spot for lots of extra damage. Alright. Avatar of Regret now also grants 10% increased armor. Damn you, English language and your ambiguities. Yeah, I know. It's so easy to mess that up, too. Man, increased armor from a node in Void Knight. Like it. Void Well's description has been corrected to state it consumes 3 Void Essences. Previously said 1 in description, 3 in stat line. Ah, okay. So the description's been updated. Good, good, good. Ooh. On to skills. Valda Reversal. So this was the big problem skill for Sentinels. You were required to have Valda Reversal if you wanted to do damage. They've gutted it and reworked it. Let's see what they have to say. Valda Reversal's base functionality has been reworked. It is now a combo ability where the first cast jumps you forward in time to your target location and attacks in an area around you. You can recast within 3 seconds to jump backwards in time to your original location and attack on arrival. The skill has a mana cost of 12 and a 6-second cooldown, which continues recovering while the recast is available. Added damage applies to the attack at 200% effectiveness. The skill's tags are Void, Melee, Area, Movement, Traversal, Strength, Vitality. Also gains 4% increased melee damage per strength and plus 2 spell void damage per vitality. Oh, that is a strong vitality buff. That's really good. Yeah, vitality is going to be great for Valda Reversal. So it has a total recast of 6 seconds, Within 3 seconds of casting it, you can jump backwards and attack again. Okay. I'm liking that. The tree has been reworked. Immutable Past. Valda Reversal's second part of the combo is removed, but deals 10% more melee damage and is 20% increased melee area. Okay. Termination, 8% more damage per point. Alright. Is that just a Valda Reversal or in general? If it's in general, that's still kind of leaning towards what Valda Reversal was doing before. Putting a bunch of damage buffs that just worked for anything when you use Valda Reversal. I'm guessing it's just for Valda Reversal, though. Future Focus. Second combo ability now jumps forward in time to your target location instead of backwards. Okay, so you jump forward instead of jumping backwards. Oh, that's great. Plus 6 seconds to cooldown. Ah, so then you go to 12-second cooldown. No longer benefit from effects which require being able to jump forwards. Look. Is this a misspeak? Is that supposed to be which require you being able to jump backwards since it's removing the jumping backwards? I think that's wrong there. 8% more damage for Valda Reversal specifically. Okay. Thank you for the clarification. We have an ad going. I'm going to take a quick break here again. We'll be back in just a few minutes. And I return. Thank you for your patience. Okay, let's get back to this. Alright, so yeah, thank you for that clarification, Sparrow. It's 8% more damage for volatile reversal specifically. Could you take a look at the future focus node and see if it says that it gets rid of the benefit of effects from jumping backwards, not forwards? I'm guessing that's what it says, and that this is a misprint. Let's see here. 3%. Okay. Dissipation. Volatile Reversal's melee attack has a 50% chance per point to inflict slow. Volatile Reversal deals 3% more hit damage per slow on the target per point. Ooh, some more reason for a Void Knight to build slow. Alright. Reclaimed action. When you move at least 4 meters by jumping through time, your next direct melee attack or spell is guaranteed to echo if able. Note on last Epoch tools doesn't mention anything about not benefiting. Okay. I bet it's a clarification in here, so I bet it's supposed to be, which requires you being able to jump backwards, not forwards. Because you're removing the ability to jump backward. So when you move at least 4 meters by jumping through time, your next direct melee attack or spell is guaranteed to echo if able. Oh, that's pretty strong with some of the other echo bonuses that they have access to. So as long as you're not doing tiny little jumps. Yeah, okay, that's really good. I can see reclaimed action as being an almost guaranteed take, depending on where it's at in the tree. Dark Expanse, Volatile Reversal has 20% increased area. Ooh, nice. Hellfire Rifts, Volatile Reversal's attack and Void Bolts are converted to fire. Time Rot Chance in this tree is converted to Ignite Chance. Okay, so you could use this on like a Paladin and have it go along with your fire kind of theme. I like it. Valdo Power. When you jump forward in time, your arrival location is slightly randomized by 1 meter per point, but Volatile Reversal deals 10% more melee damage per point, has 15% increased melee area per point. Yeah, so if you just bump the area of effect up quite a bit, like you invest in as much area as you can, putting full points into Volatile Power is amazing. 10% more melee damage per point. Yeah, because even if you move by like a few meters away from your target point, having enough increased melee area is still going to hit your target. I like it. Eldritch Infusion. Volatile Reversal's melee attack has a 34% chance per point to grant a Void Essence if you hit at least one enemy. Okay, so there's some more Void Essence tech there. Voidbound Momentum. When you jump backwards in time, Volatile Reversal deals 2% more damage per meter traveled per point, up to 40% per point. Ooh, that's a lot. This counts the distance you traveled when going forwards and backwards. Volatile Reversal can move up to 20 meters in a single jump at baseline. Oh wow, I didn't realize it could go up to 20 meters. That's pretty good. That's really good. So if you go the max distance at baseline, you're going to get 40% per point. That's crazy. And that's a more damage multiplier. Whew. That's nasty. Yeah, I could see this being a main skill, potentially. And it's an AoE? At least a main clearing skill. Incipient Void Bolt. When you cast Volatile Reversal, you cast Void Bolt at 3 enemies nearby your starting position. Okay, so from the starting position. plus 3 mana cost. Void bolts are piercing spell projectiles. Multiple void bolts from the same cast can't hit the same enemy more than once. Okay, so again, this is more clearing stuff. Terminal Void Bolt. When you cast Volatile Reversal, you cast a Void Bolt at 3 enemies nearby your arrival location, plus 3 mana cost. Okay, so now you're casting 6 mana bolts out, 3 at your start and 3 at your destination. Hollow Cascade. Terminal Void Bolts are replaced by a single cast of Abyssal Echoes, consuming 80% of its mana cost. Oh, linking Volatile Reversal and Abyssal Echoes. Very nice. That's some good tech. This feels like the tech with teleport and elemental. I was just using it on my mage earlier. Elemental. It's the ring of elemental damage. I can't even remember what the skill's called. But yeah, where you teleport and cast that a bunch of times. I like it. That's really neat. Food for Worms. Volatile Reversal's Void Bolts have a 50% chance per point to inflict Time Rot. Ah, so this is where you can go with the Time Rot tech. So you can not invest in a bunch of damage from this, but you invest in the bolts and maybe cooldown reduction if it's in here, things like that. Okay. Time Rifts. Enemies hit by Volatile Reversal's Void Bolts take 15% increased damage over time for 3 seconds per point. Does not stack, which goes with the Time Rot stuff. Nice. It's only increased, not more, but it's still good. Returning Corruption. Your Void Bolts return to you. All returning Void Bolts can hit the same targets again. This means a single cast of the Void Bolt spell can hit a single enemy up to 4 times. Up to 4 times? %40 increased mana cost. So how could a Void Bolt hit 4 times? Hit on the initial cast. Hit when returning to you. Where are the other 2 times coming from? I don't see anything up here for that. Yeah, I don't see why that could let you hit an enemy 4 times. Must be missing something. Maybe the orb has an innate 2 hits per orb thing? Just wildly guessing. Well, for Void Bolts, it says up here with casting them that multiple Void Bolts from the same cast can't hit the same enemy more than once. Maybe Orb does Orb. Welcome on in, Azulde. Hope you're doing well today. So yeah, I don't know what's causing the extra 2 hits. Again, it might be a typo. Or I may be missing something. There might be something somewhere else in the tree that increases the amount of times Void Bolts can hit. Need to ponder this orb a bit more. You have a pile of noms, you're doing well. Ooh, that sounds great. Swift Echoes, 5% increased cooldown recovery speed per point. Also very nice. Rending Maw, Volatile Reversal has a 3% critical strike chance per point. Nice. So you get, that's baseline crit. Wonder how many points you can have in Rending Maw. Void Step Siphon, critically hitting at least 1 enemy with Volatile Reversal's attack or Void Bolt restores 2 mana per point. This can occur once per use of the attack, and separately once per use for the Void Bolts. Okay, so even if your Void Bolts can hit the same enemy more than once, they're only going to restore 2 mana on the first hit. but it requires critting. So if they hit multiple times, you have multiple chances to get that mana. Okay, that's kind of neat. Some nice crit mana tech. Catching up. When you jump backwards in time, you gain haste for 1 second per point. Oh, nice. So this makes up a little bit for essentially going back in your movement, because now you have haste that can let you move forward a little bit faster. Warp time, you have Frenzy. While able to jump backwards in time, you're able to jump backwards in time when the jump back combo ability is ready to be used. Okay, and Frenzy increases your attack and cast speed, which helps towards the tech of attack, throwing, and cast speed, doing more damage with Time Rot. So you could use, again, there's tech between Time Rot and Volatile Reversal. I like it. You're able to jump backwards in time when the jump back combo ability is ready to be used. So yeah, so if you remove the ability to jump backwards, then you'll no longer have it. And so by default, you'd have it up about half the time, but if you can get enough cooldown reduction, you might be able to keep it up all the time. If you can get Volatile Reversal's recast to be right around 3 seconds, because you don't want to cast it and jump backwards necessarily. You want to cast it right after you lose the ability to jump backwards. Okay. Yeah, that's some neat tech. I like that. Phased Reality. While you're able to jump backwards in time, 5% per point of your armor mitigation applies to damage over time. Always a great defensive buff. Anchored Timeline. Volatile Reversal's forwards jump has a significantly shorter maximum distance, but its cooldown is reduced. 70% reduced max distance, 50% reduced cooldown. No longer traversal. This reduces VR's max movement distance to 6 meters. No longer counts as a traversal skill. Interesting. Which means it wouldn't share a cooldown with other traversal skills anymore. Okay. So it would still give you a jump, and you could still use another traversal skill. Alright, I like it. I don't know how I'd necessarily use it, but I like the option to use it. Okay, I'd have to look into that more. There's probably something neat you could do there. Temporal Dilation. The second combo ability remains able to be used for plus 1 second per point and deals 12% more damage per point. Oh, so here you can extend the amount of time that you can warp backwards, which helps with the that ability further up. Langarang, Bewilderment. At higher levels, affects chat. Yes. Accelerationist. When you jump forward in time, your devouring orbs become 2 seconds older per point. This causes them to expire sooner. Okay, some devouring orb tech. Very nice. Chrono Devourer. When you jump backwards in time, Devouring Orb recovers 2 seconds of cooldown per point for every orb that expired after jumping forwards. Oh, neat. So you can use Volatile Reversal to cast Devouring Orb more often. And if you're doing an Auto Bomber setup, that means you'd be able to spam orbs even faster. Oh, I like that. That's really neat. Nether Convergence. When you jump forward yeah, so I can see why some of the people that were in the early access were talking about, like, hinting that Auto Bomber was going to be super good. Now I see why. Plus, I'm sure there's changes to Devouring Orb that make it better as well. Nether Convergence. When you jump forward in time, your devouring orbs are pulled towards you and trigger a Void Rift, plus 10 mana cost. Okay, yeah, there's some neat tech with devouring orb. Eternal Banquet. When you jump backwards in time, your devouring orbs become 2 seconds younger per point. This causes them to expire later. Each orb can only benefit from this once. Okay, so if you're able to jump backwards in time rapidly, it's only going to affect them once. Fixed instances where players could fly off the map with Valda Reversal. Well, that's good. So Abyssal Echoes. Next skill on the list. Fixed a bug where a Nether Breach could trigger from indirect cast of Abyssal Echoes. Okay. I can't remember the last time I used Abyssal Echoes, so most of these I probably won't even know were bugs. Fix a bug where Nether Breach could not trigger from direct cast of Abyssal Echoes while Screaming Rifts is allowed. Fix a bug where Abyssal Echoes Myopia would not blind enemies unless you had certain other nodes allocated, such as Rippling Corrosion or Fiery Chasm. Okay. Again, not too familiar with the skill, because I haven't used it for a long time, but good that they're fixing bugs. Anomaly. Fix a bug where Exacerbate could not be allowed despite having 3 points allocated in Quicksand. Reduce cases where Anomaly could cause enemies to slide instead of animating properly when released by the ability. I do remember seeing that. Devouring Orb. Alright. Oh, it looks like this is a big section, too. Devouring Orbs now have a damaging aura that deals void damage over time to nearby enemies. Added damage applies to the aura at 100% effectiveness per second. Auras from multiple orbs can damage the same enemy. That's really good. Okay, I like it. Devour the Weak has been replaced with a new node, All-Consuming. When you directly cast Devouring Orb within the area of an existing Devouring Orb, the new orb consumes all existing orbs to gain 100% more damage, 50% more area, and 4% less ailment damage per orb consumed. Less ailment damage. Okay. Maximum of 1 point. So it gains more damage and more area, but does less ailment damage per orb. So this turns it into more of a hit ability than a dot ability. Okay. I can see that. And it's kind of more of a clearing thing. I guess it's still good for bosses. It's still a lot of more damage. There's a lot more damage. Voidfire Rift has been replaced with Eldritch Bloom. Devouring Orb's damaging aura gains 3% more radius per second per point, up to a maximum of 30% per point. Maximum 3 points. Crazy. Okay. It's a huge area. Burning Prey has been replaced with Eternal Decay. Devouring Orb deals 10% less hit damage per point, but 15% more damage over time per point, maximum 4. So lets you go hit damage or dot, depending on the direction you want to go with it. Added a new node connected to Abyssal Emanation, the Rending Maw. Abyssal Orbs have a 25% chance per point to slow and shred the void resistance of enemies hit, maximum 4 points. Okay, so we got some more slow tech here. And more Void Shred. World Rot grants 25% chance to inflict Time Rot on hit per point from 10% chance per point only for the Void Rifts. Okay, so now it's just in general with your orbs. Now also grants a damaging aura 25% chance per second per point to inflict Time Rot. Well, that is a lot of extra Time Rot. Okay. So there's a lot of tech between Valda Reversal and Abyssal Orbs now. And a lot of it can link into Time Rot. I like it. Base radius of the orb for the purpose of hitting enemies with cosmic impact has been increased by 133%. New base radius is 0.7. Okay, good. Abyssal Rush's functionality has been replaced. While you are moving, you will automatically instant cast Devouring Orb if it is not on cooldown and you have enough mana. This effect puts Devouring Orb on cooldown. Yeah, so this is another thing they hinted at, that you no longer need to use the numlock trick to do auto bombing. There's a node that does it for you. I love it. I really like that they look at things that the community is doing and go, hey, we don't like that emergent gameplay because it is unintuitive for new players, so let's do something to adjust how that is done. And in this case, yeah, it gives you a node that accomplishes the same thing. Sightless Star has been moved to require Abyssal Rush. Okay, so the auto-bombing node. And its functionality has been replaced. Whenever Abyssal Rush triggers, has an 8% chance per point to consume only 50% of Devouring Orb's cooldown and mana cost. Okay, so you're reducing the orb's cooldown, which lets you auto-bomb more frequently. Patient Hunger now requires 2 points in Void Adept from requiring 3 points in Fleeting Orb, and now grants +3 mana cost per point, and has a maximum of 2 points from 4. Okay. So it costs a little bit more. Can only bump it twice, but it's easier to get to as well. Fixed a bug where using Devouring Orb with Dark Moon would have it spawn in an incorrect position briefly, then teleport to the correct one. Dark Moon's where it orbits around you, if I remember right. Fixed a bug where the orb's collision radius with Cosmic Impact was not affected by area increases. Oh, wow. Yeah, that would have been bad. Erasing Strike. So I guess this is going to go along with some of the Void Knight passives that encourage big hits. Damage effectiveness is now 600% from 550. Obliteration grants 10% more damage per point, doubled while wielding a two-handed weapon, from +6 melee void damage and +6 spell void damage per point, doubled while wielding a two-handed. So instead of flat, you get a more multiplier. I think that's good. I think that's good overall. Prophet's Onslaught now also makes Erasing Strike undodgeable. Ooh, that's really good. Especially since it has that long cooldown, and it's like a big part of your damage when you're focusing on it. Rifts of Decay now grant 100% chance to inflict Time Rot on hit per point from 25%. And now also grants 10% increased Time Rot duration per point. So you have some more Time Rot tech there. I don't know how likely I'd be to use Time Rot with Erasing Strike, since Erasing Strike, you're going to want to build crit and single hit damage, and Time Rot is all about dot. We'll see. Rifts of Destruction has been replaced with Dematerialize, which grants 15% more damage over time per point, up to 5 points. Requires Mark of the End or Rifts of Decay. Okay, so they're adding some damage over time support. So you can use this big hit, and if you're not focused on crit, you're focused on dot, you can just use it to apply these dots. Okay, I can see that. Eresia's Fall has been reworked. Now causes Erasing Strike to always create a Void Rift at its impact location. Okay, that's good as well. Fixed a bug where Erasing Strike's Void Rifts could not hit enemies that were hit by Erasing Strike that created the Void Rifts. Oh yeah, Void Rifts do damage over time as well, if I remember right. Okay, that's still pretty good then. Forge Strike now has 600% damage effectiveness from 500%. Shrapnel grants forged weapons 50% more damage from 25%. Heavy Strike grants 15% more damage per point from 8%, wow, over double, and 15% increased stun chance per point from 16%. So a little less stun chance, but not that much. Fixed a bug where Forge Strike would be visually rotated when used near cliffs or walls. I like the Forge weapon bonuses. Okay. Could be good. Not a lot in Forge Strike there, though. But yeah, doubling that more damage bonus for Forge weapons might be enough. We'll see. Hammer Throw looks like it's got a big section. Now has 110% damage effectiveness from 105 with an equivalent base damage. Collision Node now also grants 50% more damage. Ooh. Ricochet now behaves like shield throws ricochets, able to ricochet back to a target that was already hit. That is great. That's going to be a huge bonus for Hammer Throw. Ricochet no longer grants 30% less hit damage or 60% reduced stun duration. Now prevents throwing extra projectiles, but grants 10% more hit damage and 10% more attack speed per extra projectile. This is unaffected by modifiers that have or double extra projectiles. Neat. So you only get one projectile when you ricochet. But for every projectile you would normally be able to throw, you get more hit damage, more attack speed, and even if you take a node that halves or doubles projectiles, it doesn't change the amount of projectiles that it's reading there. Alright. I think that's fair. I like that. Chaining Hammers no longer grants 10% less hit damage or 10% less attack speed per point. Ooh, okay. So yeah, ricocheting and chaining is definitely way better than it used to be now. That is a lot of essentially gained damage, the no longer being penalized as much. Force of Impact grants 10% more damage from 5% more hit damage per point. Okay. Fix a bug where Enra's technique was not converting chains into critical strike multiplier. Oh. Good to know. Didn't even know that was a bug. Fixed a bug where Hammer Throw with the Ricochet node allocated would not visually chain between enemies. I had seen that before. Healing Hands. Fix a bug where Cloud Voyager's cooldown recovery could occur from indirect casts of Healing Hands. Cloud Voyager's cooldown... Okay, I see. Yeah, because Cloud Voyager was for direct casts, you got cooldown recovery. Alright, that makes sense. I didn't know that was a bug, though. I'm sure I encountered it, but never noticed it. Fix a bug where Synthesis of Light was granting less ward than intended. Really? Less ward? Healing Hands was already granting a ton of ward. Fix a bug where using both Unbroken Prayer and Homeward on Healing Hands makes it so the ability is never actually cast while still going through the animation and consuming mana. I did see that. That's good, that's fixed. Wow, so Healing Hands, they didn't really nerf it. It's still going to be crazy good. Ooh, alright. Gives me some ideas. Holy Aura. Raya's Devotion now grants you and your allies 5% Ignite chance and 5% Electrify chance per point. From 4% Ignite, no Electrify. That's a big buff. Raya's Fury now grants you and your allies 5% Lightning penetration per point. Now also grants, okay, that one granted Fire Pen. Now it's also Lightning Pen. Burning Blows has been renamed to Firestorm, and now also grants you and your allies 10% increased global lightning damage per point. So it looks like Holy Aura, in general, everywhere that it gave fire-related bonuses, is giving lightning-related bonuses as well. I like it. Fixed instances of frame rate drops while using Holy Aura. Oh, that's good to know. I wonder if that was causing issues when we were playing multiplayer. I bet it was. I was using a paladin in multiplayer. Javelin now has 250% damage effectiveness from 200% with an equivalent base damage. Okay. Divine Fury is no longer incompatible with Siege Barrage. Really? With both nodes allocated, each javelin that rains down will create lightning spears. That's disgusting. But really cool. The added cooldowns from Holy Trail, Battle Standard, and Surprise Initiative are now additive with each other. Previously chose the higher cooldown between Holy Trail and Battle Standard, with or without Surprise Initiative. This change was made to support builds that want to raise Javelin's cooldown further to take advantage of Pilgrimage, which Pilgrimage grants 20% more fire and lightning damage from 15%, and while Javelin is on cooldown, it grants 40% melee ignite chance and 40% melee electrify chance from 30%. Yeah, that's a big bonus. Alright, I can see that. Added a new node which requires Mighty Delivery, Warrior's Mark. It grants 1% frailty chance per strength per point, and 1% physical resistance shred chance per dex per point, up to 3 points. Okay, that can free up some gear slots, though I don't necessarily see you building both strength and dex, so it might not necessarily be great. Yeah, I'd have to play around with some builds to know how good that would be. But at the very least, you could need less investment in gear for either frailty or phys resist shred. Mighty Delivery grants 5% more damage and 5% increase attack speed from 4% and 4%. Nice, little buff there. Siege Barrage grants 10 added mana costs from 12, so it's a little cheaper mana-wise. Spike Bombardment grants 20% increased mana costs from 25. Again, more mana savings. Battle Standard grants 300% more damage from 250%. Just more damage, more damage. Divine Intervention casts Smite every 1.5 seconds instead of 1.6. A little bit more damage there as well. Banner of Restoration grants 25 healing every second from 20. Yeah, it's just a bunch of little buffs, but overall they're going to add up quite a bit. Spear to the Thigh grants 25% more damage over time from 20, and can have a maximum of 4 points allocated from 5. Okay, so it's still the same maximum bonus, but it's one less point to get there. I like it. Go for the Legs grants 20% bleed chance and 20% slow chance from 15%, and can have a maximum of 4 points allocated from 5. Okay, so a little bit higher cap and less points to get there. I like it. Burning Strength now requires Warrior's Mark from requiring Mighty Delivery. Okay, just a little shift there. Holy Trail now requires Burning Strength from requiring Spear to the Thigh. Forceful Hurl requires Go for the Legs from requiring Keen Outlook. Excellent Balance and Serrated Javelin have swapped places. Okay, I actually like that. I think that's a good change. Perfect Setup and Sacred Forge have swapped places. Perfect Setup grants minus 10 mana cost on next melee skill from minus 5 per point up to a maximum of 2 points from 5. So it used to discount up to 25 points. Now it only discounts 20, but you get there in 2 points rather than in 4 points, essentially. So lower maximum, but less points to get there, which means you can spend more points on damage in the tree. Beastender now requires Holy Spears or Excellent Balance from requiring Horde Spiker, and it now also grants 4% critical strike multiplier per point. Okay, nice. Holy Spears now also grants 4% more lightning damage per point. Purifying Lightning grants 25% Electrify chance from 20%, and 15% Lightning Pen with Electrify from 10%. Some nice nice lightning bonuses there. Monster Piercer grants 12% more hit damage per point, doubled against high health enemies. Ooh. Previously granted 30% more
Cheer
damage
X100.
against high health
OMG.
enemies per point.
Finally, it's D2 day.
Hey Cragrack, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. OMG, finally it's D2 day. Not quite. Thank you for the 100 bits. I greatly appreciate it. These patch notes are amazing. I suggest watching the video if you haven't already. Let me go ahead and link that for people again. It's been a little while since I have. So there's that right there. Put it over on YouTube as well. So yeah, that's like a TLDR for the upcoming Season 2 changes. And then we have the patch note list pinned at the top. It's last Epoch Day. It is indeed. Oh, it's Lang's Epoch Day. Lang Epoch Day. Yeah. Last Earth Tower Day, you. Okay. Improved Javelin's online movement. Javelin and Lightning Spear movement and hit are synchronized. Javelin doesn't stutter before releasing. That's good. Fixed a bug where the extra spears created from the Divine Fury node or the Seraphim's Fractal Tree item while the Siege Barrage node was allocated would not be fired from the correct position when cast onto large enemies. I don't think I ever had that combo. Good to know it's fixed, though. Fixed a bug where Divine Throws did not display a lightning-themed indicator at its damage area in online mode. Fixed a bug where Battle Standard had part of its VFX end early in online mode. Fixed a bug where Javelin with Siege Barrage always caused an extra hit directly at the target location. To compensate for this fix, Siege Barrage now throws 4 Javelins from 3. Nice. So it was bugged and doing more than they intended, but people were used to it. So rather than nerfing it compared to how it was behaving, they just incorporated the bug. I like that. Look at that. Fixed a bug where Keen Outlook was giving less damage than intended at longer distances. Oh, okay, good to know. I probably experienced that, but never noticed it. Judgment. Pious Offering now consumes 5% of current mana per point from 20% per point. It now gives 2% more damage per 1 mana consumed from 1% more damage per 2 mana consumed. These changes are intended to account for the removal of Valdo Reversal's mana recovery for this build. That makes sense. So it's way less mana consumption. And actually gives more damage as well. A lot more damage. That's really good. Oh, well, no. Per activation, it's giving the same amount of damage per activation. Alright, yeah, that makes sense. Is this live now or live later? And you're guessing few, if any, necro changes. We haven't gotten to any necro changes yet. And this isn't live until Thursday, until the 17th at 11 a.m. Well, 11 a.m. is based on their previous patch releases, which they've been really consistent on that, so I don't see why it wouldn't be. 11 a.m. Central US time, 1600 UTC. Anointed no longer grants plus 2 seconds to cooldown duration. Now also grants 100% increased duration of consecrating aura. 100% more damage over time. That is a gigantic dot bonus. Its alt text has been updated to clarify you can only have a single consecrating aura active at once. That is amazing. Okay, I like that. Fixed a bug where Holy Eruption could fail to display its indicator VFX correctly in online mode. Lunge. Yeah, the Sentinel changes. There's so many Sentinel changes. We're still peeling through those right now. The Sentinel changes look amazing, too. Lunge has a big section. Juggernaut Dash grants 50% block chance per point from 25. Its maximum points have been reduced from to 2 from 4. Okay, so the same maximum, but easier to get there. Which means you can spend more points on damage. Visceral Path grants 15% more damage to enemies along the path per point from 12%. Its maximum points have been reduced from 4 from 5. So the same maximum, less points to get there. That seems to be a big theme with the Sentinel skills. Same overall bonus, less points to get there. Rough Cuts grants 100% chance to bleed per point from 40%. Maximum points have been reduced to 4 from 5. That is a gigantic bonus to Rough Cuts. So now it goes to 400% instead of 200%, and it takes 1 less point to get there. So really, you could get to the same old bonus with just 2 points instead of 5. Healing Rush heals allies for 50 health per point from 20. That is a giant bump. Also now cleanses allies you lunge to. Ooh. You can cleanse allies now. That's pretty nice. Slipstream grants allies caught in the path haste for 2 seconds per point from 1. Its maximum points have been reduced to 2 from 3. Okay, so you can haste allies for up to 4 seconds instead of 3 seconds, and it's 1 point cheaper. To Your Aid requires 2 points in Slipstream from 3. Very nice. Lots of ally bonuses in this. I like it. Disarming Blow grants 100% frailty chance on hit per point from 60% per point based on distance. Its maximum points have been reduced to 3 from 5. So 300% frailty chance on hit instead of 300% based on distance. And it's only 3 points to get to that value. That's a good boost as well. Holy Incursion grants 50% chance per point to cast Smite at up to 3 nearby targets based on distance traveled from 25% per point. Its maximum points has been reduced to 2. So instead of needing to spend 4 points in Holy Incursion, you only need to spend 2 now to guarantee a Smite casted up to 3 nearby targets. Fix an issue causing lunge to hang awkwardly for a second after use. That was a really annoying bug. I'm glad that's fixed. Multi-strike. Multi-strike was supposed to get some big bonuses as well. Increase the base area by 33%. Yeah, so one of the things that they did with Multi-strike, where they're like, we realize it's hard for people to hit their targets, so we increased the area that it hits in. Made the hitbox larger, basically. Forge Mastery grants a 10% chance per point from 6% to consume a stack of armament while at maximum stacks to summon a Forge Weapon. That's a good bonus. Alright. Vengeful grants 34% chance per point from 15% to retaliate with multi-strike swords on block. This effect has a 1-second cooldown from 3. Wow. So 3 times more often that it can go off. That's pretty good. And way more likely to go off as well. Okay. Some nice retaliation there. Determination grants 15% more damage at max stacks per point from 12%. Its maximum points reduced to 4. So same bonus, less points to get there. Sweeping Blows now also causes multi-strike to deal damage in a larger area as well. Ooh, okay. Jousting now also grants 30% critical strike multi with a spear. Okay, more reason to use a spear. Bladestorm has been reworked. When you create more additional swords than there are nearby enemies, Each remaining sword can consume 3 mana to strike the nearest enemy, even if it was hit by the initial attack. Okay. So Blade Storm is now more useful in single target battles, but it's going to consume more mana. I like it. That's a nice benefit. Nice trade-off. Fix a bug where multi-strike's hack and slash axe visuals were not synced with their damaging hit. Okay. Ring of Shields. Alright, let's see it. Scaling tags now also include 4% increased minion damage per point of attunement. Love it. Alright. Fire Aura from Immolation is now named Forge Flames and has a sub-skill tooltip. It now has 200% damage effectiveness per second from 125%, with an equivalent base damage per second, and its base radius is now 2.5 meters from 2. So more damage and larger area. Okay. Fixed a bug where the Rush Wall node of Ring of Shields would not increase the area hit by Shield Rush. I did notice that. Fixed Ring of Shields lagging awkwardly behind players. I did notice that as well. Okay, not a lot of changes to Ring of Shields. Rive. Rive also, I believe, got a hit area boost. Temporal Warrior no longer grants 10% more void damage. Now converts Rive to void. Ooh, okay. So now you have a direct conversion to void for Rive. Flame Drinker's Blade grants void penetration instead of physical penetration if the skill is converted to void. Okay, very nice. Rive's added damage effectiveness values are now 125% for the first 2 attacks and 250% for the third attack from 100 and 200. That's a good bump. Rive was already a really good leveling skill. This is just going to make it even better. Massacre has been moved and reworked. Now grants 25% bleed chance per point, 10% increased bleed duration for the third strike per point. Lacerate's added damage effectiveness has been increased to 300% from 200%. Nice. Champion now grants 8% more damage from 5%. Its maximum points have been reduced to 4. So you're looking at 32% instead of 25. And it only takes 4 points to get there. Very nice. Flurry grants 10% increased attack speed from 8, and maximum points have been reduced from 4 to 5. So same bonus, less points to get there. Challenge no longer adds 5 mana cost to the second strike. It now also grants 100% chance to slow for the second strike. Ooh, okay, good. Fixed a bug where the first 2 strikes of Rive, when using a 2-handed weapon, also displayed one-handed VFX. I don't think I ever saw that. Fix a bug where the first strike of Rive while using a 2-handed sword did not align with the attack animation. Yeah, I don't think I saw that either. Shield Bash now has 150% damage effectiveness from 100%. Shield Rush. Ooh, lots of stuff here. Fix an issue where using Shield Rush online could lead to a stuck movement animation effect. I encountered that a lot. Fix an issue where your character could have the wrong position after using Shield Rush with the desynchronous charge node unlocked. Don't think I ever encountered that. Fix movement and rotation of beams created by a cast of Shield Rush when the Descent of the Void node is activated. Good. Willbreaker has been clarified to state that it will give more hit damage, previously incorrectly stated more damage. Okay, so it's only more hit damage, not dot, to enemies at full health. Okay, good to know. Didn't realize that that was the case. Effects which apply to the final impact of Shield Rush now state final impact rather than final hit to avoid confusion with effects that exclusively apply to hits. Ah, okay. Splintering Impact grants 25% more damage for the final impact point from 20%, now has a maximum of 5 points from 8. Okay, so it used to be able to do 160, Now it's only going to do 125%, but it's less points. I guess that's okay. It is a little bit of a damage nerf, but it saves you points. Yeah, a little unfortunate. Would have been nice if it could go to 6, maybe? So you get to 150, get close to that old bonus. Stretch Time now grants 45% more hit damage for the Final Impact's Echo, from 45% more damage for the Final Impact's Echo. Wait. One of those is a typo. I'm not sure which it was. So I don't know if that's a buff or a nerf. We'll see. Warrior's Entrance now grants 10% more damage from 4% per point. Okay, that is a huge more damage boost. I guess that kind of makes up for what you lose in Splintering Impact. Dark Rush now adds a Void tag, so you can also Void Convert Shield Rush. Shield Throw. Skill's base functionality has been adjusted. No longer has a cooldown from having a 2-second cooldown, but still cannot be used again until the shield is returned. Its mana cost has been reduced to 6 from 20. That is a huge mana cost reduction. Focus Campaign has been removed as its benefit is now baseline. Polished Steel has been renamed to Arrow Plates and now reduces the mana cost by 2 per point from 4. Can have a maximum of 3 points invested from 5. So it used to be able to reduce it 20 points, which was the full cost of the skill. Now it can reduce it 6 points, which is still the full cost of the skill. And you only need 3 points to get that maximum reduction instead of 5. So overall, a benefit. Shield Barrage is now connected to the start of the tree. Gives 5% less damage from 25% less, 30% reduced projectile size, and does not reduce the mana cost from -5. Gives 50% less ricochets, which was previously on its requirement node Focus Campaign. Okay. So you still have the less ricochets. It's less points to get there. It does more damage because you have, get rid of 20% of that less damage modifier. That's really good. That's a great change. Added a new node connected to the start, Wall Breaker. Adds a 6-second cooldown but gives 100% more damage. That is amazing. Okay, I like it. Yeah, that's not bad at all. Added a new node connected to Wallbreaker, Defender Rage. It gives Frenzy for 2 seconds per point on hit, up to 2 points. That's also really good. Throwing Arm has been moved to require Wallbreaker, and its functionality has been replaced. Now gives +4 ricochets and allows shield throw to ricochet to you when there are no other valid targets. Nice. Colossus has been moved to require Throwing Arm, so the whole ricochet thing there. And its functionality has been replaced. Now grants 1 stack of Colossus per point when shield throw hits an enemy, up to 4 points. Colossus is a buff that stacks up to 20 times, granting 5% increased armor and 2% physical penetration per stack for 4 seconds. That's really good. Shield throw got some buffs. Look at this. Vampiric Shield has been renamed to Vampiric Steel and moved to require Arrow Plates. Okay. Alright. Its functionality has been replaced. Now grants 0.5% leech per point and 10 armor stolen on hit per point, up to 4 points. You steal armor from the enemy? Oh, that is such a cool mechanic. I love it. Oh, that is great. Leech and stolen armor. That's really cool. Okay. And it's per hit. So if you get a bunch of ricochets, you're going to get a bunch of hits. Oh, yeah. Love it. Hemrin's technique now also grants 1 health gain per 2 dexterity on ricochet. Fleet of Foot has been moved to require vampiric steel. Okay. All right, I can see that. Armoring Aegis has been removed. That makes sense with this up here. Ironmonger's functionality has been replaced. Now grants 25% armor shred chance per point up to 4 points. Ooh, okay. That's a lot of armor shred. And frees up affixes. Avenger's Wrath now grants 1% critical strike multiplier per 40 block effectiveness from 1% per 100. That is a huge boost there. Ryger's Fury no longer prevents blocking while your shield is out. Now grants minus 20% all resists while your shield is out. Okay, I like that. That's way better. That is a way better trade-off. I will more likely take that now. All right, we have ads coming up. I'm going to go ahead and take a break again. So get up, grab a snack, grab a drink, whatever you need to do. We'll be back in just a little bit. And I return. Thank you for your patience. Okay. Where were we at? All right, the Avenger's Wrath. Yeah, so that's a great crit multi. Boost. Riger's Fury no longer prevent... Oh, no, we saw the Riger's Fury as well. Yeah, that... No longer having the issue where you can't block when the shield is out. Yeah, lowered all resistances is fine, especially with that node that gives you more resistances when you're using a shield. In fact, that node almost completely counteracts that. Only 5% off. New node, Disarming Blow, has been added in Fleet of Foot's old position. Grants 25% frailty chance per point, up to 4 points. Again, more stuff that frees up fixed slots. New node, Shredding Edge, has been added in Throwing Arm's old position. Grants 25% bleed chance and 25% physical resistance shred chance per point, up to 4 points. Very nice. Again, saving fixed slots. Ricochet has been split up into 2 nodes. Node connected to the start is named Sleek Buckler. Grants 20% projectile speed and 5% increased attack speed per point, up to 3 points. It leads to Ricochet, which grants +1 Ricochet, +3 mana cost per point, up to 2 points. That's pretty nice. Okay, I like that. The extra projectile speed lets the shield come back to you faster, so you can throw it again sooner. Yeah, okay. And the extra attack speed means that you're spending less time making the attack. Yeah, okay. That's really good. Aegis has been renamed to Steel Defender and grants Steel Defense for 2 seconds per point. Steel Defense grants 300 armor. Previously gave a buff named Aegis, which gave 100 armor per point. Okay, so now you just get 300 armor for 2 seconds per point. Alright, I like it. Eruption has been renamed to Eruption of Coals. Now grants +2 mana cost, but the Lava Burst on Ricochet now has 40 base damage and 200% added damage effectiveness from 35 and 100. It's a good boost. A little more mana, but no big deal. The mana cost overall has come down. Forgeborn now grants +5 throwing fire damage per point from 4 and 5% fire penetration per point from 15% increased projectile speed. So you don't get the speed, but you get fire pen, which is harder to come by anyway. Well, not necessarily harder to come by, but you do get more projectile speed from other places in the tree, so that's fine. Molten Shield no longer converts increased stun chance on the tree to ignite, now converts all sources of bleed chance to ignite for shield throw. Also converts physical resistance shred on the tree to fire resistance shred. Okay, so anywhere on the tree you have fizz shred, you get fire shred. Bleed from any source becomes ignite. I like that. Bleed from any source becomes ignite chance. There's some good options there. All right. Burning Crusade now also grants 5% increase ignite duration per point. Ooh, more duration is good. Forceful Breaking now also grants Lava Burst 30% increased stun chance per point. Okay, so more stun chance. Corrected Magma Rage's description to state it grants Lava Burst 30% more damage was incorrectly described as 30% more hit damage. Okay, so it's 30% more damage in general. Heavy shield now grants 3% more damage per point. Ooh, okay. Improved shield throw, movement online. The shield doesn't hitch when cast. The projectile visually hits a target before returning. Nice, okay. I did notice that before. Fixed a bug where shield throw could not apply ailments on subsequent hits of the same enemy. I did not know that before. Good to know that that's fixed. Fixed a bug where Burning Crusade's Ignite chance was being applied to Lava Burst twice. Didn't know that either. Fixed a bug where Crippling Throw's increased stun chance was being applied twice. Didn't know about that either. Smelter's Wrath. Alright, come on, Smelter's Wrath. Now has 600% damage effectiveness from 450. That is a good boost. Baseline effect now grants more damage based on charge, up to 100% more damage at maximum charge, from 50% more hit damage per second spent charging. Oh, right. Means that reducing your charge time will no longer reduce the benefit received from this effect. Effects in the tree, which are for each second channeled, remain unchanged. Alright, that's fine. Mana cost reduced by 5 points, from 35 to 30. Liquefy grants Furnace 100% chance to shred armor per second per point from 40%. That's really good. That is a huge buff. Tempered Blow grants 15% more damage per second spent channeling per point from 12. Okay, a little bit of a boost. Adds up, though, the longer you channel. Stinging Steel grants 5% critical strike chance per second per point from 1% listed. 6% actual. Oh, I see. So, Stinging Steel used to say 1% critical strike chance per second per point, but it was actually giving 6. Now it gives 5. Okay, so it's a bit of a nerf, but more than what the old tooltip said. Now also grants 5% critical strike multiplier per second per point. Okay, but you also get the crit multi in exchange for that 1% per second lost. Description and stat lines have been clarified to state they grant additional critical strike chance and critical strike multiplier. So it's additional rather than increased, which means it's baseline. Volcanic Mastery now grants doubled critical strike chance when fully charged from guaranteed crit at full charge. Okay. And now also grants 50% more hit damage when fully charged. Okay. So you're not guaranteed a crit, but with doubled critical strike chance, if you boost it enough, especially through Singing Steel, you're going to reach that anyways, that 100%. And now also grants 50% more hit damage when fully charged. It's a good more multiplier. Detonation adds 15 mana cost from 20. Alright, not bad. A little bit less mana to go to spend there. Ferrous Smash grants 25% increased stun chance per second channeled per point from 20%. Okay, some more stun chance. Rebuff has been reworked. Now grants 10% slower charge speed per point, multiplicative with other modifiers to charge speed, and 5% physical and fire pen per second channeled per point, maximum of 3 points. So up to 30% slower charge speed. And that's multiplicative. And 15% fire and fizz penetration per second when you're at max points. That's pretty good. That's really good. Slaughtering Strike grants 200% ignite chance per second channeled from 30% stated, 10% actual. Oh, wow. So it was actually doing a third of what it stated it was doing, and now you're getting 20 times that effect. Crazy. Now also grants 20% increase ignite duration per point. That is such a gigantic boost if you're going dot. Fixed a bug where effects that provided a stat based on time spent channeling, such as Soldering Strike, gave a benefit as if it had been channeled for an additional second. I hadn't ever noticed that, but I'm sure it happened to me. Fixed a bug where Furnace would frequently fail to damage enemies and did not display its visuals. Oh, I think I had seen that before. Furnace now deals 24 base damage from 6 every 0.5 seconds. Its description has been updated to specify it has an added damage effectiveness of 240% per second. That's really good. That's a huge benefit. Increase the base area of Furnace to match the area of Smelter's Wrath. Updated the node's description to clarify that Furnace is not affected by increases to area of effect and cannot be turned into a cone by detonation. Interesting. Okay. Good to know. Final Strike instantly kills enemies below 10% max health from 6. It is still doubled at maximum charge. Maximum points reduced to 1 from 2%, or from 2. Okay. So you still get the call. And it's a really good call. When doubled. Or when at max charge. Okay. Ability VFX no longer incorrectly follows the player after channeling is interrupted. I did notice that before. Fixed a bug where Smelter's Wrath with effects that modify its duration would play their VFX and SFX at incorrect timings in online mode. I had noticed that as well. Fixed a bug where the end of channel explosion of Smelter's Wrath could be incorrectly visually rotated when used near cliffs or walls. Okay. Please no soliciting on stream. Add a new node. Okay, this is Smite now. Yeah, that's some great changes in smelters. I'm looking forward to trying that out. Smite. Smite looks like it has a bunch of changes too. Added a new node connected to Sacrifice, Fallen from Grace. Convert Smite to Void. So there's your Smite Void conversion. Heavy Impact grants 25% more fissure damage per point from 20%. Maximum points reduced from 4 to 5. So again, that point conservation for the same effect. Epicenter grants 30% increased fissure area per point from 20. Maximum points reduced to 2 from 3. So the same area for less points. Fissure's description has been clarified to state it lasts 3 seconds, incorrectly stated 5. Okay, so it was just, it's always been 3 seconds, but it said it was 5. Has 200% added damage effectiveness per second, incorrectly stated 36. Wow, that's a big difference. So it was much better than it stated. And that it consumes mana when triggered rather than having a mana cost. Okay. I can see that. So mostly a text clarification, a text correction. Fissure now requires a direct smite cast to trigger and has a base limit of 1 trigger per second from 0.5 second cooldown. Okay, direct smite, so doesn't trigger off of indirects anymore. That's a little unfortunate. Boo. It doesn't have a cooldown, it can just only trigger once per second. So it's not affected by cooldown recovery. That's a bit of a nerf. Fissures can now also be converted to lightning by order of Lagan. Nice. Aftershock's functionality has been reworked. Now grants +1 max fissure triggers per second from increased fissure duration and added smite mana cost. Its maximum points have been reduced to 2 from 5. Okay, so it used to be fissure duration and more mana. Now it is just plus max fissures. Plus max fissure triggers per second. Which goes along with why it changed from a cooldown to triggers per second. Really unfortunate that that's direct smite cast now. Fix a bug where fissure, when converted to void, did significantly less damage than intended and did not display a void VFX. I don't think I had seen that before. Fixed a bug where fissure dealt base physical damage rather than fire. Oh boy. I never noticed that, but I'm sure I got hit by it. Piety grants 25% chance to electrify on hit per point from 20. Maximum points reduced from 4 to 5, or to 4 from 5. So more benefit and yeah, more benefit and less points to get there. Very nice. No, same benefit, less points to get there. I know math. Conviction no longer grants 5% less cast speed per point. Maximum points reduced to 4 from 5. Very nice. That's a good buff right there. Immolate now grants 10% more fire damage over time per point. Nice. That's a big buff as well. Descend now only requires 1 point in Aftershock from 4, or 1 point in Righteous Flurry from 2. Okay. Descend's description has been updated to clarify it only applies to directly cast Smite. So it looks like they got rid of a bunch of the auto-cast Smite linking, which is unfortunate. It was nice to get the auto-cast Smite stuff. Soothing Balm grants 25% increased health regeneration per point from 50%. Okay, so yeah, reduce the health regen, but that goes along with the gear being buffed. Makes sense. Can now pass both ways through the Aftershock, Descend, Righteous Flurry, and Righteous Fury nodes. Okay, that makes sense. That's a nice change. Fix a bug so Smite, when converted to Lightning, now also converts Fissures to Lightning. Oh, nice. I didn't even realize that bug was there. Symbols of Hope. So, Sigils of Hope has been reworked and renamed to Symbols of Hope. Every 2 seconds, summons a symbol that orbits you, causing you and your allies' attacks and spells to deal 3 additional fire damage and increase health regeneration by 20%. Activate to consume the symbols, granting 100 ward and 5% less damage taken per symbol for 3 seconds. You can have up to 3 symbols at a time. Mana cost is now 30 from 35, has an 18-second cooldown from no cooldown. I like this, that it auto-generates the symbols, and then it's a cooldown to activate them. You manually activate to get some additional bonus. That's a great change, because you were constantly having to interrupt what you did to generate those sigils, or you ignored it, or you auto-generated them. Also, they mentioned in the video, I believe, that they renamed it to Symbols of Hope, because sigils is going to be a new crafting mechanic, I think they said. There's some new mechanic in the future of the game. So they're going to be using the word sigils to mean something else later on, which is why they're changing it to symbols. I like that. I'm glad that they explained that somewhere. Last Wish has been replaced with Heavenly Justice. Symbols grant you and your allies 4% increased critical strike chance per point, maximum 5 points. That's nice. Word of Clarity has been replaced with Celestial Concentration. Symbols grant you and your allies 2% increased mana regen per point per symbol, maximum for 4 points. Also very nice. Word of Power has been replaced with Zealous Storms. Symbols grant you and your allies 6% Electrify chance per hit per point. Ooh, okay. Exigency has been removed. Consecrating Flare has been removed. Enduring Hope grants 25% increased cooldown recovery speed per point from plus 2 seconds of sigil duration per point. Maximum points reduced to 2 from 5. Okay. So yeah, the sigil duration was important before. Now the cooldown recovery, 50% increased cooldown recovery is pretty nice for just 2 points. Added a new node connected to Enduring Hope. Symbol of Righteousness. 5% increase effect of your symbols on other allies per point. Maximum 3 points. Not bad at all. Inspire Hope has been moved to require Symbol of Righteousness. And its effect has changed. It now causes Symbols of Hope's active effect to be castable on allies. Oh. The active effect was 100 ward and 5% less damage taken per symbol for 3 seconds. And you can have up to 3. So 300 ward and 15% less damage taken. That's not bad, so you can cast that on an ally. Soliloquy has been replaced with Holy Revelation. 15% increased symbol gain rate per point. Maximum 3 points. That's pretty good. So 45% increased gain rate. How fast do you gain them? Every 2 seconds. Okay. Not bad at all. So in a little over 4 seconds, you would have all your symbols instead of only having 2. Okay. If you were at the 3 points. Divine Flare now consumes all available symbols when cast and restores 50 health to allies hit per symbol consumed. Also now makes activating Symbols of Hope no longer instant cast. So you lose the instant cast on it for the health restore. Ooh. Don't know how I feel about that. I understand why they're doing it, but... yeah, okay. Energized Flare's functionality has been reworked. Now grants Divine Flare a 10% chance per point to gain a symbol on killing or hitting a rare or boss enemy. Maximum 3 points. Okay, so you can have a 30% chance on kill or hitting a rare or boss that you just get a symbol automatically. So if you're striking really quickly, that's a nice benefit. If you're also able to reduce the cooldown, well, I guess you're getting the benefit of having the symbols out faster. But also, if you can reduce the cooldown a decent amount, 18 seconds, yeah, you're still always going to have the symbols up for a while before your cooldown comes up again. Even if you got a ton of cooldown reduction. Well of Light's functionality has been reworked. Now grants Divine Flare 25% more damage per point per symbol consumed, 15% increased area per point per symbol consumed. Maximum 4 points. Some more damage and increased area. That's really good. Okay, I like it. Cleansing Light's functionality has been reworked. Now grants Divine Flare 25% chance per point per symbol consumed to cleanse ailments on allies, 25% chance per point per symbol consumed to blind enemies. So you can make it 100% chance by investing the maximum of 4 points. So you can get a cleanse on allies and blind enemies for 4 points. Alright. Faith's functionality has been reworked. When you activate Symbols of Hope, gain ward equal to 2% of your maximum health per point per symbol consumed. Maximum of 3 points. That's really good. So 6%, 18. So you gain ward equal to 18% of your max health when you activate. 18-second cooldown, modified by your cooldown reduction. That's not bad. That's not a bad burst to deal with big hits, or if you got caught in a bad spot and need a rescue button. I like it. Fervor's functionality has been reworked. Now grants haste for 3 seconds on activation. Ooh, movement speed go. Unwavering Faith's functionality has been reworked. Now grants 10% of maximum health healed per point on activation. That's pretty good. I don't remember how many points Unwavering Faith has. I think it's just 3. Still, 30% of maximum health healed when you activate. That's really good. Renewed Hope's functionality has been reworked. 34% chance per point to gain a symbol after activation. Maximum 3 points. Okay, so if you max it out, then you'll activate and immediately gain a symbol back. That's pretty good. Which means even without any other changes, after 4 seconds, you'd have all your symbols again. Healing Rites grants 40% increased healing effectiveness per point for 3 seconds on activation, from 25% increased healing effectiveness for 2 seconds per point when a sigil is consumed. Okay. Yeah, okay. That's overall a benefit. Invigorate and Quiet Mind have swapped positions. Quiet Mind now also grants 10% increased activation duration. Its maximum points has been reduced to 3 from 5. Increased activation duration. How long did those benefits last? 3 seconds. So we can increase that up to 30%. So essentially bring it up to about 4 seconds. Matt got a long phone call, still doing Sentinel stuff. Great googly moogly. Yeah, there's a giant amount of Sentinel changes, but I think we're near the end of them. Did you hear my response to your question previously? The Sealed Idol affix now grants increased Symbols of Hope active duration and increased symbol gain rate from added Sigils of Hope duration. Oh, that's nice. You think so? Okay, yeah, the 17th. Orion's Sun Seal now grants increased symbol gain rate instead of added Sigils of Hope duration. It's a unique effect which would automatically cast Sigils of Hope every 10 seconds, now instead automatically activates Symbols of Hope when damage taken leaves you below your endurance threshold, applying 75% of its normal cooldown and mana cost. The Sun Seal is going to be amazing now for a sigil setup. Or symbols setup. That is great. This has now lasted longer than Trish has ever gone without being bored of games. Symbols of Despair now also converts Divine Flare to Void. Nice. The Void. They added a bunch of Void conversions. I like that. Giving a lot more options to Void Knight. Waves of Light has been reworked. Directly cast Divine Flares that hit a rare enemy or boss have a 10% chance per symbol consumed to recast Divine Flare after 0.5 seconds. That's awesome. Maximum 4 points, so you can have it a 40% chance. Wait. 40% chance per symbol, so 3 symbols, so 120%. Exceeding a 100% chance can cause multiple recasts. Oh, that's cool. Recasts do not consume symbols, but benefit based on the amount of symbols consumed by the original activation. That is nice. Okay, I like that. Divine Flare now has a base damage of 70 from 60 and 350% damage effectiveness from 300. Fixed a bug where the stats granted by Symbols of Hope could very rarely overflow, causing you to deal and take no damage. I'm sure I got affected by that, but never noticed it before. Vengeance. Increase the base area by 20%. That was the other one they were saying, like, hey, we know it's hard to hit with the skill. we made it easier to hit by increasing the hitbox for it. Executioner grants 10% more hit damage per point, doubled against enemies at low health, previously gave 12% more hit damage per point to stunned enemies, was incorrectly described as 12% more damage per point to stunned enemies. Okay, so it was giving hit damage to stunned rather than the listed just general damage to stunned, but now it's just more hit damage doubled against low health rather than stunned. Okay, cool. I like it. Bolster grants 13% less damage taken and 25% increased armor per point if you've hit with Vengeance recently, from 5 and 10%. That is a nice bonus. Maximum points reduced to 2 from 5. Okay. So 26 versus 25% and 50 versus 50%. All right. So again, it's another one of those same bonuses for less points kind of things. Vindicator has been removed. Cooling Anvil has been removed. Faint Strike has been renamed to Disarming Strike and grants 10% more damage and 20% chance to inflict frailty on hit per point, from 15% more damage and 15% reduced stun chance per point. So less of a more multiplier and no stun chance reduction, but adds frailty. Okay. I could get behind that. A little bit of a nerf damage-wise, but the frailty is a nice survivability bonus. Added a new node behind Smelter's Vengeance called Eviscerating Blades that grants 25% increased armor shred effect per point of Vengeance. Yeah, so between that and the frailty here, it frees up affixes on gear. Added a new node called Flaming Sword that converts Vengeance's base physical damage to fire, converts physical resistance shred chance to fire resistance shred chance. This has no effect if you have taken the Blade of Darkness node, which is a void conversion. Added a new node behind Flaming Sword that grants you a chance to gain Frenzy when hitting an ignited enemy. Additionally, Vengeance deals 1% more fire damage per point per ignite on the target, up to 15% per point. Okay. So, on the other side of the fire conversion, you can gain Frenzy, and it does more fire damage per point per ignite. Up to 15 ignites. I don't know how many points Flaming Sword goes up to. They didn't say. It's still really good. That's really nice. Yeah, maybe we'll go a Fire Dot Vengeance build? Maybe. Smelter's Vengeance now grants 25% armor shred and physical resistance shred chance, which also applies to Repost now. Ooh, fancy. Molten Repost effects have been replaced and moved behind Flaming Sword. Okay, so they're on the fire side now, the fire conversion. Grants Repost 10% more fire damage and 50% ignite chance per point. Maximum 4 points. Oh, that's really good. Yeah, there's a lot of fire support there. Blade Assault has been moved to require Disarming Strike or Gladiator's Arsenal. Grants plus 20% Iron Blade chance on Vengeance or Repost hit per point, from 5% Iron Blade chance on Vengeance hit per point. Maximum of 1 point. Okay. So it looks like that's less points to do the same thing. Some point conservation. Winged Steel has been moved to require Blade Assault. Now also grants 1% Iron Blade chance per attunement, up to 80%. Max of 2 points. Okay. Nice. More Iron Blade support. Vital Puncture has been moved to require Winged Steel. Grants 15% more Iron Blade damage per point, from 15% chance for Iron Blade to deal double damage per point. Okay. Shattering Blade has been moved to require Blade Assault. Added a new node which requires Shattering Blade, Weaponsmith's Reprisal. Iron Blades have a 10% chance per point to be summoned as forged weapons instead. Max of 4 points. So up to a 40% chance that your Iron Blades are forged weapons instead. That is neat. Okay, so I could also see a minion setup where you're using this to also generate forged weapons. Add a new node which requires Weaponsmith's Reprisal, Blade Wall, plus 1% parry chance per active forged weapon for 4 seconds after using Vengeance. Maximum 1 point. Okay. And you can get a lot of forged weapons going. That's a huge amount of parry. Add a new node connected to the start, Gladiator's Arsenal. 15% more repost damage with a mace. Repost culls enemies below 5% health with an axe. 3% Iron Blade critical strike chance, that's base crit, with a sword. And 15% increase Iron Blade bleed duration with a spear per point. Maximum 3 points. That's really neat. I like that. I'd probably go with the cull with an axe. Though the Iron Blade base critical chance is pretty good too. Added a new node, Blade of Darkness, which converts Vengeance's base damage to Void. Converts physical resistance shred chance to void resistance shred chance. Additionally, it converts bleed chance to time rot chance. Ooh, more time rot support. I like it. Okay. Man, now I kind of want to play a time rot character too. Oh, there's so many good options. I don't know what to do. Essence of Revenge grants 15% chance to gain a Void Essence on hit with Vengeance or Repost. Previously only applied to Vengeance. Nice. Added a new node which requires Essence of Revenge, Abyssal Retribution. Grants 15% more damage per point to your next Void Cleave or Erasing Strike. Oh, that's crazy. After using Vengeance and hitting an enemy. Maximum 3 points. So you can get 45% more damage to an Erasing Strike. Disgusting. So you go Vengeance, Erasing Strike. Add a new node which requires a Blade of Darkness. Endless Dark. Grants 5% echo chance if Vengeance can echo, and 30% chance to inflict time rot on hit per point. Maximum 2 points. That is a lot of time rot chance. Add a new node which requires Endless Dark. Vengeful Echoes grants plus 6 flat void damage, plus 3% more melee void damage per point. Additionally, Vengeance Echoes cannot be dodged. That's crazy. Okay. Pretty good. Vengeful Fighter grants 6% more damage per point, doubled if a hit was blocked or parried recently, from 15% more damage per point if you are below half health. Okay, so it increases a defense benefit rather than a you're in danger benefit. I like it. Slightly less more damage, but it's going to trigger more often that you have the doubling. Added a new node which requires Vengeful Fighter, Wound Carver. Grants 25% chance to bleed on hit per point. It's a good amount of bleed. Blade Paladin's effect has been replaced and has been moved to require Wound Carver. Grants 1% physical penetration with bleed per 1% overcapped physical resistance. Ooh. So a Fizz Resist benefit. Nice to see. Previously caused Vengeful Fight to apply while above 50% health. Yeah, okay. I like it. Perfect Repost now also grants 2% base critical strike chance per point. Maximum of 3 points from 1. So you can get up to 6% base crit on that. That's not bad. Added a new node which requires Perfect Repost, Precision Strike. Grants plus 20% critical strike multiplier per point. Ooh. Warpath, only 2 entries. Warrior's Fury now only applies to direct uses of Warpath. Aw, sad. Disabled Screen Shake on hit for Echoed Warpath. That's good. No real love for Warpath. Only a tiny nerf and a quality of life change. Sentinel subskills. Forged weapons deal 30% more damage and take 50% less damage. Nice. These buffs are compensation for the bug fix to Phantom Grip, as the intention of that fix was not to reduce their power compared to 1.1. Oh, I don't know what the change to Phantom Grip is. Forged weapons deal 30%... Oh, because Phantom Grip did have some forged weapon specific changes on it. More damage and take less damage. Alright. Have to keep that in mind when we get down to the items. Void Knight subskills. Abyssal Orb deals 40% base damage with 200% damage effectiveness from 60 and 150%. Has a base critical strike chance of 5% from 6%. So less base crit does less damage, but has more damage effectiveness. Okay. And Void Rift deals 20 base damage with 100% damage effectiveness from 30 and 75. That makes sense. Abyssal Orb and Void Rift were big pulls for Sentinels to go to Void Knight. So that makes sense. Rogue. Ooh, is Marvel Man listening? I know it's close to him being off work. We're at Rogue stuff now. Not a lot to Rogue. But they do get a whole new skill. Let's see here. I think I can, yeah, let's add a marker right here. I've got a marker I can point Marvel Man to. So Rogue passive tree. Master Archer now also grants Heartseeker 20% recurve chance per point. Okay, that's pretty good because that recurve chance is really good for Heartseeker. And Coated Blades now only applies to directly used abilities. Oh, that's a big nerf. That's a big nerf. Skills, Heartseeker. Added a new marksman skill, Heartseeker. Shoot an arrow that seeks the heart of a nearby target, passing harmlessly through other enemies. Whenever it hits its target, it has a chance to continue through it and recurve to strike it again. Base recurve chance is 100%. Added damage applies at 100% effectiveness. Subsequent recurve chance is multiplied by 0.8 each time the arrow recurves. If the target dies, it will choose a new target. Heartseeker requires 30 points in Marksman, and Hail of Arrows have been moved to the to require 35 points from 30. So Hail of Arrows is a little further out now. Heartseeker's skill tree contains the following nodes. Against all odds, Heartseeker's hits cannot be dodged and grants 8% more damage per point, max 4 points. It's really nice. Controlled Icicle. Heartseeker's base physical damage is converted to cold, and bleed chance from all sources is converted to frostbite chance, not just from the skill tree, all sources. So anywhere on gear or your passives that you can get bleed chance, you can get more frostbite when you convert. Icy Impaler, 20 freeze rate and 25% chance to chill on hit per point. Nice. Frozen Splinter, 1% cold pen per 10% overcap cold resistance per point. Max 2 points. There's a lot of good sources of cold resistance, so you can get a decent amount of cold pen there. I love these overcapped or per any amount of resistance modifiers. I really like those. Molten Arrow Storm. Heartseeker's base physical damage is converted to fire, and bleed chance from all sources, once again, is converted to ignite chance. Blades of the Pyre, 34% chance per point on recurve to consume 2 mana to gain a burning dagger. Max 3 points. I saw them in when they first revealed the skill using this Blades of the Pyre, and it was really neat. Those burning daggers looked cool. Dragon Fang. Consecutive recurves each grant a stack of Dragon Fang for 10 seconds. Higher stacks can only be achieved by a higher amount of consecutive recurves. Dragon Fang gives +1 bow fire damage, +1 throwing fire damage, and +1 spell fire damage per point. Can stack up to 20 times. Max of 3 points. That's disgusting. So you can get up to 60 flat bow, throwing, and spell fire damage. But you need a lot of recurves for that. A lot of recurves. Fury of the Hunt. Directly using Heartseeker and hitting an enemy grants you Frenzy for 2 seconds per point with a 10-second cooldown. Max 3 points. Heart Drain. When directly used, Heartseeker arrows have a chance to grant mana and health on hit. Nice bit of recovery there. Max of 4 points. Swift and Sure. 5% increased attack speed and 10% increased mana efficiency per point. Max 4 points. It's a decent amount of attack speed there. Blight Shot. 25% poison chance and 10% increased poison duration per point. It's a decent amount of poison duration there. Heartrender. 25% bleed chance and 10% bleed pen per point. Max 4 points. Seeping Wounds. Heartseeker deals 5% more ailment damage per point after each recurve, up to 8 stacks. Max 3 points. So 15% up to 8 stacks. That is 120% more ailment damage. Wow. That's not bad at all. Red Veil, 5% per point to gain Crimson Shroud on recurve, max 4 points. Not bad, another source for Crimson Shroud. Arrow Mastery, 10% recurve chance per point, 4 points max. Woven Grasp, 50% slow chance and causes Heartseeker arrows to twist around in a semicircle to recurve, purely a visual change. Okay. But the slow chance is nice, and links in with some other slow benefits. Arrow of the Ravager. Heartseeker now has a 3-second cooldown, but gains 50% recurve chance, 50% more damage, and 30% increased projectile size. Neat. Okay, I can see that. Relentless Volley grants an additional charge to Heartseeker, max 2 points. Alright, so you can get 2 more charges on a 3-second cooldown. So with cooldown reduction, you're maybe looking at like 1 3/4 to 2 seconds of cooldown, and maybe even as low as 1.5 seconds. And you got 3 charges during that time. Yeah, that's not bad at all. Fletcher's Resurgence. Picking up a black arrow restores a charge of Heartseeker. Nice synergy with arrows. With black arrows, that's really good. Shadow Weaver's Grasp. Heartseeker arrows have a minimum recurve chance of 66%. Recurve chance can't be reduced below minimum recurve chance. This results in about 0.5 additional recurves per use. So this is the node they were talking about where, in theory, you could have infinite recurves, because this makes it so that you never go below 66% recurve chance. So if you got really lucky and just kept rolling under 66%, you could recurve forever. Obviously, that is an edge case, but still a neat node. A Storm of Arrows. When Heartseeker recurves, it extends the duration of your most recent Hail of Arrows by 0.2 seconds per point up to 10 times. Max 2 points. Oh, that's a neat Hail of Arrows synergy. Nimble Threads. 0.5 recurve chance per dexterity, max 1 point. Ooh, and you can stack a lot of dex. That's a lot of recurve chance you could get. I like it. Hidden Skewer, 15% chance on recurve to gain a stack of Dust Shroud up to 2 times per point every 2 seconds. So you also have Dusk Shroud tech in here. That's great. Returning Darkness. When a Heartseeker arrow recurves at least 3 times, 34% chance per point to create a black arrow between you and the enemy. The enemy is at least 6 meters away. So the effect can occur up to 2 times per 3 seconds, max 3 points. So there's a way to generate black arrows within the skill so that you can recover uses if you go down the charge path. Gloom Needle. When you directly use Heartseeker, there's a 10% chance per point for a Shadow to also use Heartseeker at the same time. So it has Shadow tech as well? It's got everything. Rogues. Why can rogues do everything with a single skill? And they have multiple skills that can do everything. Bloodseeker, 0.5% health leech and 5% recurve chance per point. 5 points max. Crazy. Bone Piercer. Heartseeker deals 4% more bow damage per point after each recurve, up to 12 stacks. Yeah, so Heartseeker is definitely going to be one of those skills that you're going to want as many points to this skill as you possibly can get. There are so many things that you can do to make this skill so much better the more points you have. More bow damage per point after each recurve. Okay, so this would be another one that would work with something like Rain of Arrows or something, where you use Heartseeker and then you use a bow skill, and blammo. Exposed, plus 100% chance to inflict frailty and armor shred on hit. Heartseeker can no longer seek new targets when the first target dies. I don't know how good I feel about that. It's nice to free up slots, but oof. Straight through, when Heartseeker's target dies, a puncture arrow will be released at a nearby enemy for each recurve it would have achieved after death. It's a lot of punctures you could potentially release. Nice puncture synergy. Deep Rust, armor shred from all sources converted to poison chance. Okay, so that goes with the poison node that was in there earlier. Decimating Spike, plus 2% flat crit strike chance, or base crit strike chance, and 10% critical strike multiplier per point, up to 3 points. Acid Flask has a decent amount of change. Now has 125% damage effectiveness from 100. Corrosive grants 20% more damage per point from 10%. Alchemical Proficiency grants 8% more damage per point from 3%. A lot of more damage increases. Caustic Concoction now grants 50% poison chance per point from 25%. Contamination and Lasting Sickness can now have their effects converted to cold frostbite if Acid Flask is converted to cold through that rogue relic. Updated the descriptions of several nodes, such as Poison Pool, to clarify that their effects can be converted if Acid Flask is converted to cold. Nice! Love that they supported that relic now. Corrected Acid Flask's Toxic Salvo and Barrage nodes to state that they require direct use. Okay, good to know. Aerial Assault. Aerial Assault's movement has been improved. Movement no longer causes the player to sink into the ground when clicking near the player. Player no longer gets stuck outside the map. Skill can no longer be used to bypass dungeon walls mechanics. Good. That is a great change there. Tactician grants 50% increased attack speed for Ballistae from 75%. So a nerf there, and 1% more ballista damage per intelligence from 2% after using Aerial Assault. Good. Nice nerf there. Correct, and it's going to bring it just closer to what other stuff does. It's still going to be really strong. Correct it, because it was so incredibly strong. This is still going to just bring it down to it's really strong. Corrected the stat line of Rending Barbs to state the Falcon Bleed Chance buff lasts for 4 seconds, previously incorrectly stated 5 seconds. Okay, so it's always been 4, but it stated 5. So it's just a text change. Rendering Barbs additional bleed chance for your Falcon when enemy walks over a caltrop can now trigger up to 30 times per 4 seconds from no limit. Okay, so there's a limit on that now. That's good. Ballista changes. Oh, and we have an ad starting soon, so we're going to go ahead and take another break real quick. before we continue on with the ballista changes. All right. And I return. Thank you for your patience. Oh no? Oh no, what? Alright. Ballista. Hair package has been reworked. Ballista which have hit an enemy have a chance to drop a potion when destroyed or unsummoned, based on the amount of time they existed. It is a 10% chance to drop a potion per second, maximum of 1 point. Okay, makes sense. Those potions could get out of hand sometimes. Elixir of Construction grants Ballista 15% more damage per point from 20% if constructed within 4 seconds of using a potion. Maximum 3 points from 5. So it's down to 45% more damage instead of 100% more. Again, Ballista was super good. This is just going to make it really good. Be frank, you have no patience? Oh no to Crag. Okay. He was bored like 3 to 4 days ago, but Satisfactory saved you and should take you into BG3. I hope so. How is your Satisfactory run going? Fixed a bug where Ballista would not trigger on minion death effects when Ballista was killed by enemy damage. Oh, good to know. I didn't know about that bug. Fix a bug where the Hive Mind helmet could take acid flask buffs away from the Ballista when specialized with tainted ammunition. I didn't know about that bug either. Cinder Strike. Is there some sort of Satisfactory update? The beta version of the next update came out. Its base Cinder Strike. Its base damage is now entirely fire from 50% of Fizz and Fire. This means that, for example, for melee Cinder Strike, any sources of generic added melee damage will now apply entirely as fire melee damage, instead of being split between physical and fire. That's a good change. I like that. Corrected its description to state that added damage applies to the first attack at 200% effectiveness, incorrectly set 150%, so a text-only change. It was always working properly. And to the other attacks at 100% effectiveness. Cinder Strike bow attacks now have correct visuals online when used with high attack speeds. I don't think I ever saw that problem. It's going well, but honestly, you have been so work busy that you haven't had a lot of time to game. Oh, that's unfortunate. Sorry to hear that. Hope things calm down soon. Dark Quiver. You can now hold up to 3 black arrows at once. You can still only expend 1 black arrow at a time. Yeah, previously you could only hold 1, so you had to expend it before you picked up the next one, and it was a bit of a pain. This is a good change here. Nice quality of life. Added a new node, Bleak Arrow. Using a black arrow grants your next Heartseeker 50% recurve chance, max 1 point. It's a nice tech there. Resolve now requires 2 points in Archer's Focus from 3. So, a nice little benefit there. These people not know how important Trisha is to gaming? How dare they? Exactly. Decoy. Improved jittery movement from Decoy when the projectile is thrown online. Never actually noticed it, but good. Detonating Arrow. Now displays its damage effectiveness in the alt text instead. Oh, that's good to know. While Arrow Traps node for Explosive Trap is allocated, detonating arrows cast as melee attacks, such as with Jelkor's Blasting Knife, now instead cast towards the nearest enemy rather than the location of the first trap in the chain. That is a great change. I like that. Dive Bomb now has 500% damage effectiveness from 700% with an equivalent base damage. Yeah, Dive Bomb was stupid amounts of good. This is going to bring it down a little bit to something more reasonable. On Wings of Shadows, Shadow Falcons deal 70% less damage from 60% less. Also a good change to bring it in line with other skills. For real, if everyone would calm down and stop making the planet all crazy, that would help. True. Talon Knives grants 15% of the stats on your weapons applied to dive bomb per point from 30%. Probably also a good change. Fix a bug where dive bomb visuals could animate at incorrect speeds in online mode. Never saw it, but I haven't used dive bomb extensively. Explosive Trap. Subtle Sabotage grants 10% less mana cost per point from 20. Okay. Jelkor's Blueprint has a maximum of 3 points from 4. Trap Sprinkler adds 1 mana cost per point. Okay, so a little more expensive. Arrow Trap's Chain Detonations can now only release detonating arrows up 10 times per 2 seconds from no limit. This does not limit detonations, only whether those detonations release detonating arrows. I think that's a really good change as well. Fixed an issue with the animation when using Explosive Trap with clustered explosives. Didn't know there was an issue with that. Fixed a bug where Explosive Trap would not create additional traps up to your maximum traps if you allocated Blast Rain and No Man's Land. I didn't realize that either. That's bad. Okay, glad they fixed that. Overall, yeah, Explosive Trap was another one that was pretty overtuned. I think these changes are nice to bring it down a little bit without making it feel terrible. This rate, Lang is going to do a 24-hour stream. Nah, we're not too far from the bottom, I don't think. Falconry. Falcon Strikes now has 150% damage effectiveness from 200% with equivalent base damage. That's probably good. Falcon Strikes was also really overtuned. Rending Talons grants 15% per point of your chance to bleed, poison, shred armor, shred resistances, and slow on hit to your Falcon from 25%. I'm guessing all of the ones where it's like takes a percentage of your bonuses all got reduced. Train to Hunt. Yeah, that's the global increased melee damage one. 50% from 75%. Go for the Eyes. 50% of your crit multiplier from 75%. Falconer's Gale adds 40 mana cost from 35, so it's more mana. Yeah, really bad news for you, but you're not allowed to do political discussions. Yeah, thank you, Vald. That's why you kept it pretty vague. I appreciate it. It is a lot of words. Yeah, it is a lot of words. It's a gigantic patch. It's like a year and a half in development, so it makes sense. Side by Side grants 3% remaining cooldown reduction per point for Falcon Strikes when you directly use melee throwing or bow attack and hit at least one enemy from 5%. And fixed a bug where the coordinated fade node would not provide stacks of Silver Shroud when the ability occupying the designated slot is a combo ability. I noticed that. Oh, what's the stop for? Oh, a hydrate. I'll take it. Oh, are you going to drown me? Thank you, I appreciate it. Get some coffee and some water. Five plus hours, take a quick break. I actually, on the last break that I just took, I grabbed half of a wrap and ate that. And I've actually taken a break on every single ad break today. Because I'm not looking at a game, I'm looking at this, the patch notes, and so it's easier for me to notice when the ad break message pops up, which means I've been able to notice it and go, okay, I'm going to take a break. It's actually been pretty good. I think Val just waterboarded you. Nah, it's fine. I need it. I've been talking so much. But yeah, I've actually taken a break and gotten up away from the computer every single ad break. It's been amazing. All right. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, so I didn't realize that bug, but... Oh, no, I did see that bug before. Yes, and it sucked. Flurry now has 80% damage effectiveness from 60%. Nice. Deep Strikes grants 15% more damage per point from 10%. Also nice. Fix an issue where the player was able to get stuck when spamming Flurry. Glad they fixed that. Unrelated to LE, you really suggest people look at or play Blueprints. I saw you link that, but I didn't get a chance to look at what it was. Hail of Arrows. Hail of Arrows now display its damage effectiveness in the alt text instead. Nice. Watched a bit of Co playing it. Okay, what do you guys think? Also, what kind of game is it? Fix a bug where using net and traveling into a wall would cancel the animation of net. Oh, that would suck. Never came across that. Puncture. Bloodthirst Bleeding Fury buff now respects Puncture's ailment conversions. For example, it will grant poison chance instead of bleed chance if Scalebane is allocated. Oh, okay. That's good. Scalebane now requires timing instead of penumbral ambush. Fix Puncture not correctly auto-replacing the rogue's default attack when using a bow. Oh, that's probably good to fix as well. It's a room puzzle type game. Start at one end and roll pull random rooms to reach the other side. Okay. Not really your jam, really? It's a puzzler? Ah, okay. I can get into puzzlers. Depends on how I'm feeling, though. Shurikens now has 125% damage effectiveness from 100%. Yeah, Shurikens was one of the skills they said they were going to buff. Chakram grants 100% more damage from 30%. That is a big buff. Chakram's the single big shuriken. Improve basic shuriken's movement behavior in online mode. Yeah, I noticed they were a little wonky sometimes. Slightly increase hit area of thrown shurikens. Doubled hit area of shurikens when the deadly aim node is allocated. Okay. I mostly use the shurikens in the rotate around you setup, so I'm not sure how good of a change that is. Sounds like it'd be good, though. Smoke Bomb. Fixed a bug where the smoke cloud would not visually expand when the smoke screen arrow node is allocated. And fix a bug where a Smoke Bomb with the cloaked incursion node allocated would not visually expand. Umbral Blades. Umbral Blades' projectile speed is now affected by modifiers to its throwing speed, if it would increase their projectile speed. This helps resolve cases where blades are thrown so quickly that the player could recall them before they landed, causing those blades to not get recalled. That's hilarious. Wow. Okay. Rogue subskills. Burning Daggers now have 30 base damage from 16. That is a huge buff. And 150% effectiveness of added damage from 100%. I'm guessing that buff is because you can get Burning Daggers on Heartseeker now. Acolyte. Cragrack, you paying attention? Are you here? Can you see? No. Oh no! You're gonna miss the Acolyte changes. Warlock passive tree. Imperishable's threshold bonus grants 1 ward decay threshold per 2% necrotic resistance from 1 per 1%. So you get less ward from Imperishable's threshold, half as much as you got before. It's still gonna be a ton of ward, considering you can easily get to like 700% necrotic resist. Cragrack, don't look. Nah, it's still a ton of ward, even though it's half. Assemble Abomination. Fixed a bug where Assemble Abomination's minion tags did not include physical or melee. I did not know that, and that explains a lot. Hey, Assemble Abomination might be a lot better now. Bone Curse. Misery now requires Sigil of Mortality from requiring 2 points in Reaper's Mark. Sigil of Mortality can now also affect Signet of Agony's Bone Curse aura, but applies its mana cost as additional mana drain. Okay, that makes sense. Mana efficiency for Bone Curse, such as from Cultist Fervor, now affects Signet of Agony's mana drain. That's good. I didn't know it didn't affect it before, so that's good to know. Bone Eruption now has 20 base damage from 12. That's pretty good. Still has 100% damage effectiveness. It's a pretty good bonus to Bone Eruption. Fixed a bug where crippling ambush had no effect when Signet of Agony is also allocated. I probably came across that bug, but didn't realize it was happening. Casting Bone Curse with the Bone Prison node targeted on unwalkable areas now summons Bone Prisons on the nearest walkable location, rather than casting Bone Curse with no summon prisons. Thank you. Oh, that sucked when that happened. Chthonic Fissure now releases spirits 20% less frequently baseline. That's a good change. Chthonic Fissure is another skill that was overtuned. It was incredibly good. Now it's probably just going to be really good. Fissure now has a damage effectiveness per second of 120% from 100% with an equivalent base damage per second. Nice, got a buff for damage. Spirits now have a damage effectiveness of 30% from 25% with equivalent base damage. Okay. Stygian Current grants 8% increased spirit frequency per point from 10%. Beacons of Torment's effects now apply if you torment yourself via Wheel of Torment. Oh, I didn't know they didn't apply. Good to know. So it looks like the general thing with Chthonic Fissure is you can't generate spirits as frequently, but they do a little bit more damage. I like it. It's a good change. Drain Life. Drain Life movement now follows the cursor without a delay. That's good. I very rarely have used Drain Life. Updated visual effects for Drain Life. Fixed a bug where the ground circle VFX for Drain Life would appear underground in online mode. Never saw that one. Fixed a bug where beam VFX for Drain Life would not attach to the player in online mode. I had seen that one. Fixed a bug where the stagger node would give Drain Life an additional charge. I didn't know that, but I'm glad they fixed it. Dreadshade no longer has a 20-second duration. I love it. It will persist until replaced due to exceeding maximum active shades or the targeted minion dies. Thank you. So good. Enemy of my Emmy's description has been updated to state it adds a 10-second duration to Dreadshade, previously reduced the duration to 10 seconds. So since it doesn't have a duration at all, it now makes it a 10-second duration. So no change, it's just a change to the text. Functionally, it's identical. Lone Watcher no longer grants increased duration of Dreadshade. That makes sense. But no other changes on the node. Okay, so it's a little less of a valuable node. Final Grasp consumes 100% of Sacrifice's mana cost from no consumption. Oh, right. They did a bunch of nerfs to Sacrifice. So that makes sense. Because Sacrifice was stupid good. Ghost Flame, Spectral Menace, Spirit of Dread, and Fiery Desecration now properly indicate whether their modifiers to mana costs are less, more, or increased. That's good. Ghost Flame now gets the Curse tag when the Decrepit Mortal skill passive is taken. Oh, that's good. I noticed it wasn't doing that before, and it kind of messed some things up. Fixed a bug where Ghost Flame's Spirit Kindling could only be applied to one minion at a time. Oh, I never saw that bug, but good to know. Profane Veil. Fixed a bug that caused Profane Veil's visuals to persist if the player transitioned to a new zone while channeling Profane Veil. I never saw that one. Fixed a bug where Profane Veil's Apocalypse was not applying more damage or increased area effects to zombies summoned by it. Oh, that sucks. Glad they fixed it. Reaper Form. I haven't played a lot of Lich at all. Lich Mastery might be one of my least played masteries outside of Rogue. Rogue overall is just my least played everything. But outside of non-Rogue masteries, Lich might be my least played one. Fixed a bug where casting Reap just before Reaper Form ended due to health hitting 0 would cause the player to be stuck in place until using another ability. Oh no! Looks like they fixed a lot of those using this ability caused you to get stuck bugs, which is great. Fixed a bug where Reperform did not switch its model visuals to poison, cold, or blood themes based on conversions allocated in the skill tree in online mode. Oh, I had seen somebody playing Reperform that was running into that. Good to know. Rip Blood fixed a formatting bug in Rip Blood's skill tree. Okay, just a text change. Sacrifice. Pontifex now has a maximum benefit of up to 90% more damage. This does not scale with point investment. Alright, and mana cost is now 23 from 25. So a little cheaper, but the damage has been much reduced. You used to be able to get way more damage out of Pontifex. Spirit Plague. Putrid Recovery grants 12 ward per point when hitting an enemy affected by Spirit Plague from 4, but is now limited to 10 times per 2 seconds from no limit. That makes sense with Spirit Plague. Okay. Screen not moving. It's not? Scroll-wise. Yeah, it's scrolling. It should be, at least. It looks like it from my preview. Not for you. Still on Drain Life. You may want to refresh. My preview shows me not on Drain Life anymore. Let me check to see if I dropped any frames or anything. I did drop a couple of frames. We'll keep an eye on that. Pause and play. Hey, Vermantis, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Refresh corrected. Excellent. Oh, yeah, pause and play will do it instead of refreshing as well. That's a good point. Let's see here. And then high amounts of increased cast speed should no longer stop Spirit Plague from functioning correctly. I never ran into that, but I haven't used Spirit Plague a ton. Seems okay to you? But it's Friday and you're crab drunk? Crab. Summon Skeleton. Mana cost is now 9 from 15. Such a great change. Cragrack. Summon Skeleton is mana cost 9 instead of 15 now. Fixed a bug where, when attempting to summon a skeleton archer while at the maximum number of skeletons, a skeleton would be consumed without summoning a new skeleton. I've used Summon Skeleton a lot. I don't recall seeing this bug, but I bet I got affected by it all the time. Summon Bone Golem. Mana cost is now 35 from 60. Also, very nice. Summon Skeletal Mage. Mana cost is now 21 from 27. All of our summons, less mana cost. Summon Wraith. Fixed a bug where non-regular Wraith minions would revert to their regular type after scene transition in online mode. Transplant. Fixed a bug where if Transplant spawned a blood pool at the same position as the player while Siphon was allocated, the player would not be healed by the pool. I was noticing that when I was playing it the other day. And I was like, what is going on here? Why is this not working? What did I do wrong? It was a bug. All right. Fixed a bug where Transplant's bone armor started on cooldown when allocated. Oh, okay. I had it allocated, but I never noticed that. Valdal Zombie. Mana cost is now 13 from 16. Yeah, most of the summoning skills reduced in mana cost. Acolyte subskills. Blood Tether from Soul Feast and Reperform now has 200% damage effectiveness per second from 30% listed, 150% actual. Wow, that was a huge difference between listed and actual. Still a buff, though, with an equivalent base damage per second. Shade Eruption from Infernal Shade's Combustion now has 200% damage effectiveness from 100% with an equivalent base damage. Flame Whip now has 300% damage effectiveness from 100% with an equivalent base damage. Fixed a bug where players would have movement, stutter, desync, or rubber banding when walking or using traversal skills into the pillars created by Bone Prison. I did run into that before. adjusted collision size of the pillars created by Bone Prison to more closely match their visuals. Oh, that's good. We're into May, so yeah, hardly anything for Acolyte. 6 of 94 for the screen not moving. We're on 7 of 94 now. Most of those posts are going to be people's comments underneath the bug list. Or the patch notes, rather. Passives for Mage, Runemaster. Fixed a bug where Order's Imposition's threshold bonus was granting a Brand of Deception either 5% or 6% more damage per 1% global shock chance based on points. Allocated, despite stating it grants 1% more damage per 1% global shock chance. Now grants Brand of Deception 6% more damage per 1% global shock chance. It's funny that it was granting either 5 or 6%. It was even inconsistent in what it was granting. Nice that they brought it up to what it was doing before, though, instead of what the tooltip said. Sorcerer passive tree. Lost Knowledge grants 1 ward per point per 30 current mana from 15 current mana. Again, with the ward nerfs, still, ward's going to be pretty good. Arcane Current's Threshold bonus grants Static Orb 100% chance to inflict Spark Charge on hit, from granting 100% Spark Charge chance to any skill which costs at least 40 mana. Static Orb chance to inflict Spark... Oh, they completely nerfed the Spark Charge mage. Or Sorcerer, I guess. So that is what we're messing with right now, which was one of like the big meta builds. That's what we've been playing currently as we've been leveling up. So this build is completely gone when Season 2 comes out. So now it only works with Static Orb. That's crazy. Yep, that whole build, poof, gone. Fixed a bug where Arcane Current's Threshold bonus was applying at 3 points invested instead of 4 as displayed. Oh, that's funny. So I could technically right now on that character recover a point on the tree and still get the benefit. Arcane Ascendance now ends whenever you use a movement ability. Oh, it wasn't ending when you use movement abilities? Interesting. Fixed a bug where Arcane Absorption incorrectly counted self-inflicted ailments as hits. Oh no. Black Hole now has 600% damage effectiveness per second with equivalent base damage from 300%. That is a good buff on Black Hole. That's good. I hardly ever see anyone using that skill. I know I barely ever used it. Time Dilation now also grants 10% increased duration per point. Rifts granted 30% increased cooldown recovery speed per point from 20%. And 25% reduced pull strength and pull area per point from 15. Yeah, these are a lot of good buffs for Black Hole. Stability grants 20% increased duration per point from 10%. Singularity grants 100% more damage from 50%. And fixed a bug where Black Hole's visuals could end early if its duration was increased in online mode. Wow, I didn't know that, but good. So they basically doubled most of the really good bonuses for Black Hole. That's really nice. May have to try that out next season. Disintegrate. Laser Focus now grants 40% less damage from 60% and no longer grants 60% less ailment chance. Okay. So Laser Focus is now more effective by quite a bit. Magnify grants 60% of Ignite chance with fire spells as Ignite chance per second per point from 40%. It's also a good buff. Glass Cannon grants 1% increased damage taken per point at Tier 2, doubled at Tier 3 from 5%. Wow, that is a good bonus on Glass Cannon. Makes your survivability way better. Disintegrate can now hit targets on inclined surfaces. Excellent. That was one of the reasons I didn't use it too often. Good to know. Elemental Nova, my favorite mage skill. Now has 120% damage effectiveness from 100% with an equivalent base damage. Fire Nova now deals 8% more hit damage than the other Nova types. Previously said 11% more hit damage, but only had higher base damage without higher damage effectiveness. Whoops. This is a buff. That's good. Ash Frenzy grants 5% more damage to high health enemies per point from full health. Okay, so it's high health enemies now instead of full health enemies. Nice. I like it. Arcana Elementorum now grants 8% more damage and 5% increased area of effect per point, doubled for direct casts from 8% and 8%, not doubled. Okay. So a little less increased area in the baseline, but for the direct casts, it's way better. Double the damage and 2% more increased area. Nice. Lightning Nova's description has been corrected to state it has plus 1% critical strike chance. That's baseline crit. Compared to other Novas, previously erroneously said 20% more critical strike chance. Oh, yeah, that is a big difference. Freezing Cascade now has a 3-second cooldown from 5. Okay. Updated channeling indicator VFX. Nice. A nice bit of quality on Elemental Nova there. Fireball. Flameburst node has new VFX and is now affected by Fireball's tree, including lightning conversions. It is now also affected by increases to area of effect. Fix the channeled Fireball node, shooting of fireballs out of the mage's chest instead of his hand. Also fixed a bug where you could aim the channeled Fireball backwards. I didn't know that. That's funny. Improve Fireball movement online. Good. And improve the behavior of the auto-targeting of the channeled Fireball skill. I did notice that was a little wonky, so that's good. Firebrand. Pyre's Flame Wave now has 200% damage effectiveness from 100%, the equivalent base damage. That's not bad. I don't use Firebrand too often. Flame Reave now has 200% damage effectiveness from 160%. Fixed a bug where Flame Reave with Flame Collar would display VFX at incorrect timings in online mode. Never came across that. Flame Rush. Fixed a bug where volcanic orbs cast by the Magma Starter node would fire shrapnel in incorrect directions when Flame Rush moved the player over significant height changes in terrain. I did notice that before. Flame Ward. Fixed a bug that caused incorrect visuals to show when using Flame Ward on allies with the Selfless Sorcery node. I never saw that bug. Fixed a bug where Flame Ward could not trigger Rune Master's Rune Ward buffs. Oh, never came across that either. Focus. Oh, lots of changes for Focus. Corrected the description of Desperate Meditation to clarify it grants increased mana regeneration based on the amount of mana missing, not the percentage of mana missing. Ah, okay. Overcharge now has a maximum of 2 points from 5. Energy Overflow deals base damage equal to 12% of maximum mana per point from 8%. Okay. Energy Battery deals base damage equal to 25% of mana gained while channeling from 20%. Chilling Aura grants 4% less damage taken from chilled enemies per point from 5%. Burning Aura is the same for Ignited, and Shocking Aura is the same for Shocked. Iron Stance grants 10% more armor per point, and +2 armor per intelligence per point while channeling Focus, from 12% and +3. So a little bit of a nerf on armor, but otherwise some good buffs. I guess a bit of a nerf on Overcharge by having less points available in it. Frostclaw. Let's see what they did to Frostclaw. Bright Frost no longer cleanses ailments on you when you cast Frostclaw. No! Having an attack skill that cleansed was so nice. Shiver Shell grants 3 ward on cast from 4 per point. Goes along with the ward nerfs. Railwind's Veil grants one ward per 60% freeze rate multiplier from 40%. Ward nerfs again. Hand of Morditis and Volley of Glass have swap positions, with Volley of Glass requiring Bright Frost, while Hand of Morditis requires Volley of Glass. Okay. Volley of Glass grants 100% increased mana cost from 90%. Makes sense. Hand of Morditis grants +4 mana cost from +2. It also makes sense. Fixed rotation of projectiles from Frostclaw with Frozen Sleeper node in online mode. I don't know if I noticed that, but good to know. Yeah. Handful of small nerfs to Frostclaw, but not too bad. Basically, it's more expensive, and less ward. Frostwall. Updated the description of Aspirant's arrival to remove the mention of direct casts of Runic Invocation or Glyph of Dominion. This effect can occur on indirect casts. Oh, that's pretty nice. That's a good boost for Frostwall. Fixed a bug where Lightning Blast with the Focal Blast node allocated when cast by Frostwall would not hit enemies. I never experienced that, but that would suck. So glad they fixed it. Enchant Weapon got updated VFX. Cool. That was one that I think was still using some really old graphics. Glacier updated VFX, reduced visual noise. Oh, that's good. That was always a really noisy one. Critical Rejuvenation now has a proc limit of up to 10 times per second from no limit. Good. I, in general, don't like things to have no limitation on how often they can proc. I like to see them having hard proc limits. Fixed an issue where Glacier Traversal functioned incorrectly, leading to side effects like bypassing walls other movement skills couldn't bypass. Should now behave more like Teleport as intended. Aw, sad. But makes sense. Glyph of Dominion. Fixed a bug where Glyph of Dominion with effects that modify its duration would play their VFX and SFX at incorrect timings in online. I barely ever use Glyph of Dominion, so I never noticed that. Glyph of Dominion's Attune Shapes has had its description updated to clarify it does not grant less duration per 3 missing mana. I guess that's good. Ice Barrage now has 120% damage effectiveness with an equivalent base damage from 100%. Bright Lance grants 30% more hit damage from 15%. Nailed Shot grants 34% pierce chance per point from 20%. Its maximum points is now 3 from 5. So it was 100%. Now it's 102%. So basically the same benefit, but with less points. Another theme that we've been seeing a lot in this patch. I like it. Fixed a bug where the rate of fire increase from Frostclaw's Kolheim Ballista would reset if you gained rate of fire from Challenge the Elements. These effects are now additive with each other for the entire duration of the Ice Barrage. Oh, okay, cool. So some nice buffs for Ice Barrage there. Lightning Blast. New base effect. Chains to an additional enemy for each time it has been directly cast in the last 4 seconds, up to 2 times. The Arcing Power node raises the chain limit of this base effect. They aren't applied separately. Okay. That's neat. There's a lot of auto-casting of Lightning Blast, so some encouragement to direct cast it. Overcharge grants 8% double cast chance per point from 6%. Hypercharge grants 30% quadruple cast chance from 25%. Storm Razor grants 2% base critical strike chance per point from 1%. Convergence now has alt text explaining that it overrides the forking behavior of Divergence. Good to know. Lightning Blast chains now have a brief pause between each subsequent chain, rather than being instantaneous. Interesting. Wonder why. Fixed a bug where Lightning Blast would only chain to enemies that are within a moderate distance of its initial target. That restriction no longer applies. That's really neat. I didn't realize that was a bug. I thought that was intended. Sweet. Fixed a bug where Lightning Blast's halo effect was unable to create spark novas. I don't think I ever ran into that. Fixed a bug where Lightning Blast would fail to cast when Affluent Defense and Insidious Conduction were both allocated. I don't think I ever ran into that one either. Fixed a bug where Lightning Blast with Innate Conduit and Insidious Conduction would chain every 5th cast while out of mana. I don't think I ran into that either, but if I did, I probably didn't notice it. Okay, so some buffs to Lightning Blast, especially if you're a direct caster. I like it. Meteor now has 950% damage effectiveness from 900% with an equivalent base damage. Twin Meteors grants an additional meteor for direct casts from any cast. It adds 50 mana cost from 70. So Twin Meteors is only from direct cast. So this is a nerf for the belt that auto casts when you crit. Little unfortunate. Meteor Shower grants additional meteor per point for direct casts instead of from any cast. Rain of Fire grants additional meteor from direct casts instead of any cast. Fixed an issue where meteor would not correctly show its indicator in offline mode. Never noticed it. Okay, so some nerfs for the meteor belt unique, or any other ways that you could indirectly cast meteor. But it does more base damage now. Well, that's a little unfortunate. Runic Invocation. Fixed a bug where Lightning Web, Gone Heyo Gone, would target a random enemy within any range of the player. Now picks the enemy nearest to the targeted point, limited to 8 meters from it. Okay, it's a good change. Shatter Strike. Now culls frozen enemy below 10% health from culling frozen enemies below 100 health. That's an excellent change. Obliteration grants plus 2% cull threshold against frozen enemies per point from 50% increased, maximum points reduced to 2 from 4%. So you're now looking at a 14% cull threshold when you max it out, which is in line with other skills, rather than being way worse than other skills. Winter's Boon grants 1 mana gained when you kill a frozen enemy with Shatter Strike from 25% increased cull threshold per unique skill used recently. Oh, that's good. That was a giant pain to pull that off properly. Now requires 1 point in Obliteration from 3. Okay, I like it. A little bit of mana gain there. Static. Overload has been reworked. While over 80 charges, you expend 10 charges to cast Lightning Blast at nearby enemy every second. This effect consumes Lightning Blast mana cost. Neat, I like it. Overload now targets enemies within 8 meters from 4, and its description now states this distance. Okay, good. It was nice. It kind of sucked not seeing the distance on that before. Unstable has been reworked and renamed to Stabilizing Current. Lightning Blast critical hits have a 25% chance per point to grant a charge. This affects all your casts of Lightning Blast, not just from Overload. Maximum of 4 points. Okay. So you can get a whole bunch of charges from Lightning Blast. I like it. Diode has been reworked. Lightning Blast from Overload have a 1% additional critical strike chance. That's baseline critical strike chance per point. And 5% chance per point to chain 4 additional times, maximum of 5 points. 25% chance to chain 4 additional times. That's really good. I like that. Unlimited Power has been reworked. Lightning Blast from Overload consume 25% less of Lightning Blast mana cost per point, but expends 5 additional charges per point, maximum of 2 points. So less Lightning Blast mana, more charges expended. Thanks for the alert, Cragrack. I appreciate it. Amelia Charlotte, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. No soliciting in chat, please. Power Surge now only grants its damage bonus on direct use. Okay, that makes sense. Little unfortunate, but makes sense. You lurker. Static Orb. Mana Charge grants 2% of maximum mana as additional mana cost per point from 4%. Can now only grant up to 100 additional mana costs from this effect, from no limit. And Overcharge Detonation grants 1% more orb hit damage per mana cost from 2%. Okay. So Static Orb saw a little bit of a nerf here. Not a ton of a nerf, but a little bit. Surge. Cold Front's Tidal Wave now has 400% damage effectiveness from 90% with equivalent base damage. Fixed a bug where casting Surge would start its animation earlier than intended. I never came across that. Teleport. Fixed cases of unintended teleporting when utilizing movement skills at cliff edges. Excellent. Fixed Warpath Shrine effect being cancelled on casting Teleport. I don't remember coming across that, but if I did, I didn't notice that it canceled it early. That's good that that's being fixed. Primalist. Ooh, it's Primalist time. Primalist and Sentinel, my two favorites. And Acolyte. And Mage. I'm not a big fan of Rogue. But that kind of fits for me across all games. I'm usually not big into the Rogue playstyle. But Primalist is probably my favorite out of everything. It's in pretty close contention with Acolyte, because I like Necromancer so much. Alright, Beastmaster Passive Tree. Porcine Constitution grants aspect of the boar 10% increased health regen per point from 15. This goes with the general lowering from the passive trees of health regen, because there's more health regen on gear now. Shaman Passive Tree. Ancestral Speed grants 7% increased attack and cast speed for your totems per point, from only affecting cast speed for your totems. Also, it's attack and cast speed now. Interesting. Avalanche. Pummeling's Fissure now references the correct subskill tooltip, stating it deals physical damage rather than fire. Oh, okay. Fixed a bug where Avalanche's indicator was not affected by increases to area of effect in online. Oh, I didn't know that was a bug. It's good that that's fixed. Earthquake now has a damage effectiveness of 600% from 700% with an equivalent base. Unabating grants Aftershocks 15% more damage over time per point from 25% more damage per point, and 15% increased Aftershock duration per point from 25%. That's a pretty significant nerf there. Storm Rift fully converts Earthquake's base physical damage to lightning from 50% conversion. Aftershocks are still not converted, and thus Earthquake still does not lose its physical tag. That's kind of neat. I like that. I think that's a good trade-off. Shatterquake grants 15% more hit damage against chilled or frozen enemies per point from 40%. Wow, that's another big nerf there. Thunderblight now also grants 10% more lightning damage per point. Looks like they're doing a lot to help out the lightning damage while reducing the damage of other types, physical and cold. Fix a bug where Earthquake would play multiple overlapping VFX when converted to lightning by Storm Rift. I don't think I've ever played it converted to lightning. Fixed a bug where Aftershocks benefited from Shatterquake twice if they were converted to damage over time by the upheaval node. Oh, I didn't realize that was happening. Makes sense, though. Entangling Roots. Fixed a bug where Entangling Roots visual could animate at incorrect speeds in online mode. Yeah, okay, I've seen that. Terra's Blessing. Fix an issue where Terra's Blessing with the triage passive did not correctly target the lowest health ally. I did notice that quite a bit. Gathering Storm. Tempest weapons added spell damage is 50% less effective when applied by a Storm Totem through its Unmatched Storms node. Okay, so they nerfed Storm Totems a little bit. Maelstrom now has 80% damage effectiveness per second from 60. Eye of the Storm grants 25% more damage per point from 20%. Its maximum points is now 4 from 5. This is another less points to get the same benefit deal. Frozen Abyss grants 10% more damage to chilled enemies from 5%, and 30% more damage to frozen enemies from 15% per point. That is a big bonus. I like that. Fixed a bug where Maelstrom's Tsunamis and Twisters were consuming mana when cast. They no longer consume mana. That is really nice. I like that. Fixed a display bug where the skill panel incorrectly displayed a lightning tag for Maelstrom. Did not display an unilluminated cold tag when converted to a different damage type. Good to know. Serpent Strike. Primal Serpent base attack range increased to 2 from 0.8. That is a gigantic attack range increase. That's very nice. Primal Serpent base movement speed increased to 8 from 6. So the Serpent's going to be able to hit from further away and move to its targets faster. It's a good buff for Serpent Strike. Spriggan Form. Veiltide no longer grants +1 max Veil Spirits per point. Now grants 40 rage gained per point from 30, and 40% more damage for Entangling Roots cast this way per point from 30%. So it doesn't get the extra Veil Spirit, or Veil Spirits, but it does get more damage and more rage. I like it. Vines spawned by Spriggan Form are now visually larger. Oh, good. They were sometimes hard to see. Improved Spirit Thorn's movement online. Visual impact of the projectiles hitting the target has improved. That's good. That was always a little wonky. Spirit Thorns now seek targets at higher or lower elevations and more reliably hit enemies, especially very small enemies. That's excellent. Again, it was another problem with Spirit Thorns. Fixed a bug where Spriggan Form and Swarmblade Form did not switch their model visuals to cold based on conversion allocated in the skill tree in online mode. Oh, I never realized that. Good to know. Storm Totem. Unmatched Storms also grants Storm Totem 20% less damage. Aww, sad. But it makes sense. That's a really good node. Summon Bear. Alright, let's see these buffs for Summon Bear. Now gains 20 health per strength and 20 health per level from 18 each. Okay, pretty good. That's a nice buff. And gives them a lot more health. Forceful Swipe now also grants +1 melee physical damage for the bear per 3 of your strength. Cooldown to the bear's swipe is now 2 seconds from 5. Wow, so they're going to swipe way more often, and they can get their swipe to use your tree, and they're going to do more melee physical damage based on your strength. Ooh, like flat melee physical. Updated the bear's swipe attack speed to match the player's, making it 57% faster. Ooh, that is so good. Oh, there's an ad starting soon. We're going to take a break again. So get up, grab a snack, grab a drink, whatever you need to do, and we'll be back in just a little bit. And I return. Thank you for your patience. Alright. Summon Sabretooth. This must have been the other one that was getting a big update. So, Summon Sabretooth now triggers Fury Swipes when a leap is triggered by Fury Leap if both trees are specialized appropriately. Ooh, okay. I like it. Added a new node, Ancestral Hunter, which requires 2 points in Frostfang. Sabretooth's hits have a 4% chance per point to summon an Ancestral Sabretooth that attacks nearby enemies for a short duration, maximum of 1 point. Neat. Add a new node, Ancient Bond, which requires 1 point in Ancestral Hunter. Your Sabretooth's hits have an additional 4% chance per point to summon Ancestral Sabretooths, and they deal 20% more damage per point, max 3 points. Okay, so 12% more, so 16% chance to summon the Ancestral Sabretooth, and you do 60% more if you invested all 4 points there. Fixed a bug where Icebringer was summoning Ancestral Sabretooths instead of casting Ice Vortex. Those Ancestral Sabretooths did not receive appropriate stats when summoned, making them considerably weaker than intended. Summon Scorpion. Fixed a bug where when entering some echoes, the baby scorpions summoned by Summon Scorpion's Maternal Instinct node would not be spawned until dismissing and resummoning the Scorpion. I had run into that before. Summon Stormcrows. Fix a bug where Crowstorm with Frigid Wings did not display a cold-themed indicator as its damage area in online mode. Oh, I had noticed that. Fixed a bug where Crowstorm's indicator was not affected by increases to area of effect in online mode. Oh, I hadn't noticed that, but I probably got affected by it. Summon Thorn Totem. Venom tip totems now grants 25% poison chance per point from 20%. Maximum points is now 4 from 5. Same benefit, less points. On Ancestral Winds, grants 25% more spell damage per point from 18%. Nice buff. And Ancient Power grants 25% more damage from 18%. Thorn Totems are already decently strong if you spec them right. This is a nice little boost to them. I mean, they're no Storm Totem, but they were still decent. Summon Wolf. Fix Summon Wolf going on double cooldown when the Pack Hunter node is specialized. I didn't realize that either. Swarmblade form. Never-ending Drove grants 25% more Locust Swarm duration per point from 25% increased. Oh, it goes from a increased benefit to a more benefit. That's really good. It's just duration, not damage, but still, that's a lot more duration. Fix a bug where Plague of Locust poison chance did not last for the full duration of Locust Swarm. Oh, okay. Swipe. Claws of Stone now also grants a 10% chance per point to summon a Claw Totem when you hit a rare or boss enemy. This effect and the chance on kill now have a shared 4-second cooldown. Oh, neat. Okay. Sabretooth's Endurance grants 3% increased health regen per stack of Aspect of the Panther from 15%. Again, that reduction in health regen going with the increase of health regen on gear. Tempest Strike increased the base area by 16%. That's a nice bonus. Tornado now costs 22 mana from 25. Yeah, they said they were buffing Tornado. Now has Tornado and Maelstrom. And we saw the Maelstrom stuff already. Now has 125% damage effectiveness per second, with an equivalent base damage from 75. Debris grant 25% more damage per point from 22. Stormbringer now also grants 10% increased area of effect per point. Maximum points have been increased to 4. Ooh, okay. Druidic Control requires 2 points in strength of air from 3. Igniting Swirl ignites every second from every 2 seconds. Wow, okay. Inferno has been reworked. It now grants 50% of your chance to ignite on hit with fire spells as ignite chance per second per point. That's pretty good. Fixed a bug where Tornado would visually lag behind the player when attached to them with the Eye of the Storm node. I did notice that, and it was annoying. Upheaval. Master of the Totem now stacks up to 4 times from Unlimited. Its description has been clarified to specify that the more damage from each stack is also multiplicative with each other stack and other modifiers. Good to know. Now has a damage effectiveness of 150% from 135%. Added a new node connected to Upheaval Totems. Strengthen Roots. Upheaval Totems have plus 2 seconds duration per point and deal 8% more damage per point, maximum 3 points. That's pretty good. Upheaval Totems now states that the totems have a base duration of 8 seconds. I don't remember what the base duration was before. Brutish Engagement has been clarified to state that the damage bonus is based on your distance to the enemy, even with Upheaval Totems. Okay, that makes sense. Cold Front now also grants 20% Frostbite chance per point. And fixed a bug where Upheaval did not move its melee, area, and physical or cold tags to minion tags when Upheaval Totems is allocated. For example, Apogee of Frozen Lights plus 3 to cold and necrotic minion skills will now correctly apply to Upheaval when Upheaval Totems and Glacial Cascade are allocated. Oh, I didn't realize there was a bug on that, but it's rare that I turned it into a totem. Warcry. Berserker's Berserk buff now lasts for 1.5 seconds from 1. Very nice. That's a good buff there. Fixed a bug where any totem-specific effects would only affect the Warcry totem, not the Werebear Roar's totem. Oh, interesting. Okay. Werebear form. Fixed a bug where the Werebear form did not switch its model visuals to lightning based on conversions allocated in the skill tree in online mode. I did notice that. And fixed delay between using Werebear Maul and its damage. And that is all of the class changes. Item affix and enemy balance. Loot and enemy rarity balance. Magic and rare enemies are tougher and drop more items, but regular enemies drop items less often. So you're going to get less item spam for regular enemies. Magic and rare enemies are harder to kill, but they drop more items. Good to know. I think that's a good change. I think that's going to overall improve the quality of loot you see on the ground. Some of the items from large explosions of loot are exchanged for extra gold, and gold drops in multiple piles when a large amount drops at once. Okay. I'm guessing some of the really low-end items from large explosions are going to be exchanged for gold. Fix a long-standing bug that caused rare item drop rate to massively spike at level 51, then decrease as area level increase. This has been compensated for by increasing rare item drop rate at very high levels. Interesting. Didn't realize that there was a bug on that. I'm glad they finally found a fix for it. Enemies now have 10% more health at level 100, scaling up from 0% more health at level 20. Okay, so between level 20 and level 100, health scaling on enemies goes from 0 to 10% more health. Exiled mages have 5% more health at level 100, scaling linearly up from 25% less health at level 0. Okay, and that's to account for the fact that they're not going to have the burst of ward anymore. Rune prisons spawn slightly less frequently by default. Makes sense because you're going to now have a whole zone full of rune prisons. So you're still going to have as much, if not more, mages. Loot lizards spawn less frequently by default. Loot lizards now take 45 seconds to flee from 40. Okay, so they last for 5 seconds longer for you to track them down, and you're going to see them less frequently. Magic in it. But they did say in some of the interviews that while they're going to be less frequent to spawn, the quality of loot from them is going to be higher. So overall, you're going to end up with better loot, just less frequently. Magic enemy changes grant 115% more health from 105, so 10% more, not bad. Add 100% of expected health for a level as base health from 70%. Okay. Deal 60% more damage from 50%. Drop 205% more items than regular enemies from 150%. Okay. So yeah, a little tougher, do a little more damage, drop more items. Rare enemy changes. 160% more health plus 2% per level from 135% plus 2% per level. Add 250% of expected health for level as base health from 200%. Deal 90% more damage from 85%. And drop 520% more items than regular enemies from 400%. Okay. Those feel like reasonable changes. We'll have to see in play, though. Player health and ward changes. Health gain per character level has been increased to 10 from 8. Oh, so we just get more health every level than we used to. Added health affix values are slightly higher. Nice. Increased health regeneration affix values are slightly higher. Added new health plus health regeneration affixes to make scaling health regen a more viable option. Stout idols no longer spawn with the added health suffix. Existing affixes have been converted to the elemental resistance suffix. Okay, makes sense. They said there was going to be no more stout idols with percent health and added health. And the reason why is added health is just gone off of stout idols now. Oh, that's interesting. So yeah, you're going to have a lot less sources for flat health now. Though there's a lot of class-specific affixes, idols, that have flat health on them. So that should be fine. Reduce the accessibility of ward generation from lots of quick hits. Okay. Not sure what that was specifically referring to. Reduce the ward retention provided by intelligence to 2% per point from 4%. Buff the ward per second suffix, and added a new ward per second and ward threshold suffix. Okay, so yeah, it should be easier to keep lower levels of ward for longer, but the retention from intelligence stacking isn't going to be as good. Potions now heal 50 plus 10 per level from 50 plus 5 per level. I love the potion change, that's great. Affixes, new affix suffix, ward per second plus ward decay threshold, which they just mentioned. Spawns on rings and amulets. Okay. Note that these values are only for the base affix. The values will differ for amulets. Okay. So ward decay threshold. Basically, we're going from 40 at the low end of tier 1 to 230 at the top end of tier 7. And ward per second from 6 all the way up to 40. New affix, added suffix, added health, and added health regen. Spawns on rings and relics. Added health is between 14 and 135, and the health regen is between 1 and 25. Okay, it's not bad. Critical strike avoidance suffix, available on helmets, gloves, boots, belts, and rings, is now a hybrid critical strike avoidance and added dodge rating affix. Oh! Kind of going with the critical strike bonus damage reduction is added with an armor affix. So this kind of leans you closer to like, hey, crit avoid is better for people that are dodgy, and people that rely more on armor work better with the reduced damage from critical strikes. Okay. Critical strike avoidance values for all tiers are unchanged. The dodge rating added is between 15 and 170. Dodge rating added. Blessing has been buffed. Oh, okay. From the basic one is 60 to 100 instead of 40 to 60. And the grand one from Empowered is 101 to 200 from 61 to 100. Nice. So you can get double the dodge that you used to be able to get, a flat dodge out of the Blessing. Critical Strike Avoidance Blessing is now a hybrid Critical Strike Avoidance and added dodge. Very nice. The dodge rating added is 30 to 50 for the normal one and 51 to 90 for the Empowered one. Which means between two different Empowered Blessings, you can actually get an extra 190 flat dodge. Not bad for dodge characters. Added health suffix available on helmets, body armor, belts, boots, gloves, shields, rings, relics, and amulets has been buffed. Note that the below values are for the base affix. Tiers for some item types such as amulets and body armor are higher. Tier 4 is going to be 41 to 60 from 41 to 55, all the way up to Tier 7 being 131 to 180 instead of 121 to 160. So not bad. Decent amount of extra health there on all of those different items. Endurance threshold suffix can now only roll on belts, previously also on helmets, gloves, rings, and relics. And the reason they talked about the reason for that is that it's not really a often used suffix, and it can end up diluting the affix pool and leading new players down a bad path for all the different things that it rolls on. Existing items with this affix will remain as they are. Increased health regen suffix can no longer roll on gloves. Existing gloves with this affix will remain as they are. We have legacy items! Items that you can no longer get anymore. Increased health regen suffix available on helmets, body armor, belt, ring, and relics, buffed by around 15% across all tiers. Still going strong on the patch notes, 6.5 hours later. Yep, Graydon. We're still doing this. Like to go over these with you. Get to both see them, and you guys can point out when I'm misunderstanding something, and I can help you understand if you don't understand what's going on with one of the notes. And it's good for people that don't have the time to sit down and read them, but can listen to something. Let's see here. So, the health regen suffix now goes from 6 to 17% at Tier 1, all the way up to 130 to 162% at Tier 7, which previously was 111 to 140%. Extra potion slot and potion health prefix available on belts, buffed by around 50% across all tiers. Basically from 15 at Tier 1 at the low end to 300 at Tier 7 on the high end. Those were previously 10 and 200. Ward per second suffix available on offhand catalyst and mage and acolyte helmets and body armor, buffed around 40% across all tiers and is now a bit more common. Oh, nice. So we see ward per second a little bit more often. Which, with the changes they've made to ward per second is now going to be a little bit more valuable. And we're looking at 8 on the low end, previously 6, to 56 on the high end, previously 40. Shared Lightning Pen can now appear on daggers. Ooh. Shared Void Pen can now appear on daggers, wands, and bows. Shared Cold Pen can now appear on bows. Chance to create an Earthquake Aftershock at a nearby enemy on melee attack affix now rolls 20 to 40% from 3 to 8%. That is a gigantic increase. Can trigger up to 10 times per 2 seconds from no limit, and can no longer trigger if Earthquake cannot create aftershocks. Okay, I like it. That's a good change. Experimental affix Volatile Zombies summoned on potion use is now bees summoned on potion use. I love it. Many words, yes, many, many words. Idols. Stout idols are no longer able to roll 11 to 30 added health. Existing stout idols with the effects have been changed to 3 to 8% elemental resistance. So we're going to have a whole bunch of new elemental resistance idols. The shared large idol increased health prefix has been split into 3 different affixes, one for each class that could use it. Primalist, Resolute, 7 to 16 endurance threshold, 3 to 9% increased health, from just 3 to 9% increased health. The Blood Spirit for Acolyte, 3 to 6 ward per second, 3 to 9% increased health instead of just the increased health. Survivalist for Rogue, 8 to 18 dodge rating and 3 to 9% increased health instead of just increased health. Existing items with the old affix will now have the Resolute affixed. Awesome. So they updated all of them. I like it. Oh, so that's going to be interesting. Existing items, even for Acolytes and Rogues, are going to have the endurance threshold. You'll have to get new ones if you want the ward per second or the dodge rating. Okay. That still makes sense. They had to choose one of them, or choose not to update them at all. And I think the endurance threshold is probably the best choice out of all of them. It's the thing that technically applies to everyone, regardless of how they build. Except for people that are going... Well, no, even like fairly low life, it's still going to be useful. Yeah, okay. That's a good change. I like that. Enemy adjustments, enemy balance. Void Wings and Void Fused Bats cannot be targeted until they fully emerge. That's a good change. I like it. Increase the damage of Flame Guard Sula's Fire Beam attack by 300% and extended its collider to match its visuals. Oh, that's good. Reduced the size of the Tundra Stalker, adjusted its texture and VFX, and added an 8-second cooldown to its sleep attack. Oh, good. Yeah, not having a cooldown with that kind of sucked. Walking into the area of effect of Julra's Frigid Tide within 0.5 seconds of the spell going off will no longer result in you taking damage as if it had hit you. I didn't realize that was happening, but I'm almost certain I've died to that at least once. Fix an issue where the Shade of Orbis could cast 2 abilities at once if stunned during the first one. Oh no! I don't think I ever ran into that, but ouch. Slightly adjusted the balance of the Void Worm's skills and fixed a number of issues with their visuals. Okay. Covenant of Minions' Explosion ability deals 50% less damage. Also affects the other similarly named Covenant of Blank enemies in Chapter 8. That's good. That thing did a ton of damage. I have definitely been one-shot by that more than once. General enemy updates. Added 18 new regular enemies, 5 new mini-bosses, and 5 new bosses. Ooh, exciting. I guess this is all going to be Weaver stuff, though. Replace the following enemies. In Void Scarred Necropolis Quest Echo and the Path of Despair Quest Echoes, replace Void Bears with Consume Grolls. Okay, I like that. The bears were a little annoying there. Replace Void Leeches with the exploding variant of Void Maggots. That makes sense. Replace Ravenous Void Forms with Drowned Husks. It's going to be a little annoying, but it's fine. Replace the Void Maul boss in the Fall of Ladra Quest Echo with a Void Amalgamation. The boss is still called the Hollow Maw. I don't remember what a Void Amalgamation is. Updated the Prophet of Ruin in the Corrupted Lake and other locations to use the new Void Prophet model. Replace old Void Cultist enemies in Quest Echoes with the new ones from Chapter 3. Oh, okay, cool. So they replaced those finally. Disabled Void Mauls spawning in regular Echoes. This also disables the corresponding mini-boss variant. Oh, did they just get rid of the Void Maul entirely? Looks like they did. Renamed the Void Horrors that appeared in Beacon Encounters to Light Eaters to avoid ambiguity with prophecies. So the Void Horrors that spawn in Beacons, that's why they don't trigger prophecies. It's because they were actually a different mob type, even though they looked like Void Horrors. updated the VFX and animations for the Ice Goliath and added a new damaging ability when slamming into the ground, and improved Herot's dash targeting and direction. Huh. Wonder what was wrong with it. Or is it because he would sometimes dash into places that put a lot of obstacles in the way? That might be it. Boss Ward. Boss Ward has been removed from the majority of bosses and mini-bosses. Timeline bosses, Harbingers, Aberoth, the Shade of Oribus, and Final Chapter bosses, excluding Orion, have Boss Ward. So if you didn't like Boss Ward, it's now gone from most enemies in the game. Chapter bosses that appear as regular Echo bosses in Monoliths only have Boss Ward in the campaign. Oh, so they don't have them in the Monoliths. Okay. Initial Echo decay rate of Boss Ward has been doubled. Bosses have 10% more health to make up for the loss of the Boss Ward. Additionally, bosses and mini-bosses that have Boss Ward removed have 110% more health. Okay, so just bosses in general have more health. Double Danger Dad!
Double Danger Dad rated with 10 viewers.
Welcome on in. How are you? How was your stream? For those of you that don't know me, I'm Lang. I'm a variety streamer. Play simulation, strategy, grand strategy, RPG, management, survival, those sorts of game. And we're going over the patch notes for Season 2 of Last Epoch, an ARPG with difficulty between Diablo and Path of Exile. Their new season starts on the 17th. Was great. Formed the Kingdom of Ontario. Nice! Fandangley, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Zeta, welcome on in also. Hope you're doing well too. Let me get you this. I don't think I have a mod around right now. You guys should go give Double Danger Dad a follow. He's been playing some of that CK3, which I definitely need to get back to at some point. But other games have captured my attention. So is that kind of the end of your run, or are you going to do something else?
Double Danger Dad resubbed for 4 months. Oh, way too few.
Thank you so much for the resub, with your Prime no less. You only have 1 Prime and you chose to use it here. I really appreciate that. You're on to a new campaign. Nice. What's next? Thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it. You form Canada? Ooh, nice. I like it. Let's see here. So all bosses are going to have more health, and then the ones that lost the Boss Ward are going to have more health as well on top of that. And correspondingly reduce the health of bosses and mini-bosses that already lacked Boss Ward. Okay, that makes sense. Damage over time. Players take 15% less damage over time. That was a big... Damage over time has been a big complaint for a while of, like, it's super dangerous, especially as you start pushing into the end game, and this is part of their compensation for it. In general, you just take less damage over time, and enemies' damage bonus from corruption is only half as effective for damage over time. For example, if the text says enemies have 60% more health, the actual effect is enemies have 60% more health, 60% more hit damage, and 30% more damage over time. Now we're into the uniques. New unique items. 28 new uniques for Season 2, including 4 backer custom uniques. So these were the ones that they had a thing that you could buy for $1,000 to work with them to create a custom unique. They thought, this is expensive. We'll get a handful of these. It'll be no big deal. They got flooded with requests, and they had to discontinue the reward because they knew it was going to take them so long to go through the entire backlog. And that was at $1,000 a piece. So they got 4 more of those in, which is great. 8 uniques with Weaver's Will, which is great. I love the Weaver's Will uniques. I'm really looking forward to those. And 16 additional uniques. Unique item changes. Add a minimum base Weaver's Will scaling to prevent very low Weaver's Will values at higher levels. Oh, that's going to be nice. That's a great bit of quality of life. Anchor of Oblivion. Anchor of Oblivion's Wave of Void now has a 2-second cooldown from 4. Okay, so it's more useful. The Oblivion Wave ability cast by Anchor of Oblivion now scales with increased area. Ooh, that's also going to be handy. Aurelius now grants 36 to 64% Lightning Pen with Electricity from 44 to 84. That did need to be toned down just a little bit. Battle Mage's Endeavor now grants 45 to 75% chance to cast Lightning Blast when you use a melee attack and hit at least one enemy from 36 to 48. Nice. That's a good little buff there. Boulder's Wrath can now trigger earthquakes up to 2 times every 5 seconds from once every 5 seconds. Ooh, that's going to be a nice bonus to Boulder's Wrath. Blood Roost. Blood Roost grants 50 to 100% of your bleed chance to your Falcon from 100 to 200%, and plus 2 to 10 dexterity from 3 to 15. That needed a nerf. That's still probably too strong of an item. That item has so many bonuses and is so good. Even with those nerfs, it's still incredibly strong. Dragonflame Edict. Dragonflame Nova now has a 1-second cooldown from 2, and it now states its cooldown in the item's description. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I didn't even realize it had a cooldown. Good to know that it can fire every second now. Makes it a little bit more useful. Double bonus Toll grants 60 to 100% increased minion bleed duration from 100 to 140%, and plus 60 to 100% minion bleed chance from 40%. So more likely to inflict bleed, lower duration increase. I think that's fair. Eye of Reen. Reen's Ire can now trigger on any melee attack, not just direct melee attacks, but it has a trigger limit of 30 times per 5 seconds from no limit. Each stat grants 5% melee critical strike multiplier and 10% increased fire damage over time from 5%. Okay, yeah, if I do this Sentinel setup, Eye of Reen's definitely going to be in there. Eye of Storms. Eye of Storms now grants 6 to 15% increased lightning damage per active Maelstrom from 6 to 8%. It no longer has 33 to 45% chance to cast Maelstrom every 3 seconds. Interesting. It now has cast Maelstrom every 3 seconds. Oh. This effect is now separate from the Maelstrom cast chance found on idols, and can be combined with them to trigger more than 1 Maelstrom every 3 seconds. Oh, so if your idol triggers and you're using Eye of Storms, you'll get 2 every 3 seconds. Rather than them just combining the chance, and it's a higher chance of getting 1 every 3 seconds. Okay, I like it. Gambler's Fallacy. New quest has been added to Chapter 2 that rewards the Gambler's Fallacy unique item. It is back! We are getting our Gambler's Fallacy again. Gladiator's Oath now grants 20 to 45% critical strike multiplier while dual wielding from 10 to 15%. That is a big increase. Hakar's Phoenix. Fixed a bug where the UI indicator for Hakar's Phoenix revival ability being on cooldown would not disappear when the ability came off cooldown. I did notice that. Hakar's Phoenix now also attempts to revive a downed companion when its 10-second cooldown is over, if the companion would take more than 2 seconds to be revived. That makes sense. I think that's a good change. That'll feel pretty good. Hazel Root now grants 22 to 35% chance to cast Thorn Shield on yourself when you directly use a physical skill from 11 to 18%. Nearly doubled. That's pretty good. Okay. Ingvar's Head now casts Fire Aura every second while channeling from every 2 seconds. Ooh, that's also very good. That could potentially give you some really good benefits. Alright, I like it. Jelkor's Blast Knife. You haven't played this one. Do you have a specific class, if that's what they are called here, that you focus on? Or is it more mix things up each time? My favorite is the Primalist, which has the masteries of Beastmaster, Druid, and Shaman. That's my favorite one. Second favorite's probably the Acolyte class with the mastery of Necromancer. I'm a big fan of pet classes. Though I do like playing the Sorcerer from the Mage class, the Sorcerer Mastery. In general, though, I play just about everything. I don't play too much of the Rogue class, but it's just a playstyle preference. But yeah, I play a good range of things, but very often you're going to see me on a Primalist, an Acolyte, or a Sentinel. Those are the things you'll see me on most often. Especially with this update, there's a huge Sentinel update. They're getting a ton of buffs. So it's going to be nice to see what they get. Do you like summoners in games? Don't have to do everything yourself all the time? Yeah. So the way Sentinel works is their summons are companions. The companions, when they die, they drop to the ground, and you have to stand by them to revive them. You can also get totems as a Primalist, which either buff you or do damage on their own. And those work like normal summons. The Necromancer and Acolyte in general, you've got skeletons, which are archers, rogues, and warriors. You've got skeletal mages. You've got bone golems, volatile zombies, which are exploding zombies. You've got... Man, you have a lot of... Acolyte is really like, if you want a wide variety of pets, that's where you're looking as Acolyte. Do you like a nice golem? The bone golem is amazing. The visuals on it are great, too. In fact, I have a nice beefy bone golem on my legacy main. If we go over here... to our bone mage. I like showing this off. Let's go over somewhere where we can summon it. Now, this bone golem has all of the modifiers that make it as large as possible. So it is bigger than your standard bone golem. But there he is. This is his back. And then if we come over here, you can see him from the profile. And then the face. Look at this thing. Look at this guy. And he can be converted to cold over here and become a death chill golem. He can be converted to a blood golem over here, or he can be converted to a pyre golem over here. Each of these conversions completely change what the model looks like. I love me some Necromancer. Yeah, so this is my only minion on this setup, but he is super beefy, tanks everything for me, does a ton of damage. He is amazing. Alright, come back over here, and right there. It's one chunky minion. Oh yeah, he is the best boy. He's so good. I love the golem. It's great. You can also go down a route where you get 2 little tiny golems instead, which is great. Oh, no, it's fine. I don't mind talking about it. It's no big deal at all. I love my pet classes. And then let's see here. Rogue has the Falconer that has a Falcon pet. Sentinel has the Forge Guard that has animated weapons, animated armor, and animated shields that it can be running. which is probably what I'm going to be playing when the new season comes out on Thursday. I'm most likely going to go Forge Guard. Paladin's calling me really strong as one of the other Sentinel masteries, but I think Forge Guard's going to be my way. And Mage is the only one that doesn't have pets. Everybody else has some sort of pets. Mage doesn't. It's all about the Mage himself. So Gelcor's Blast Knife, one of my favorite things for Rogue. Fix an issue where detonating arrow with the hold this node wouldn't cause a trap to be attached to the enemy. I have seen that happen. Kermode's Cage now grants 15 to 30 melee cold damage while in werebear form from 10 to 20. Fix the bug where Kermode's Cage did not give your werebear form white fur in online mode. I noticed that and was very sad about it. I'm glad they got damage bonus and fixed the visual bug. Rain Dance now grants +4 to all attributes from +2, 25 to 50% reduced duration for stuns received from 13 to 20. That's pretty good. Probably still wouldn't use it, but we'll see. Ring of the Third Eye. The ward on crit is now limited to 4 times per second from no limit. Again, I like when they put limits on things. I don't want things to be unlimited procs. Pack Severance now has an effective level for legendary potential of 60 from 71. Ooh, they brought it down. And can now trigger sacrifice up to 2 times per second from once per second. Oh, okay. Actual buff to sacrifice. Paranoia now has an effective level for legendary potential of 60 from 85. That's a big buff to Paranoia, getting legendary potential easier. Razorfall grants aerial assaults burst of feathers, 1 umbral blade per 20 dex from 2 per 30. That's a good adjustment. It was way overtuned. Razorfall grants a chance to recover 8% of aerial assaults remaining cooldown from 12%. Yeah, I think those are reasonable debuffs to that. Razorfall is another really strong item. Yeah. Rule of the Simoon can now trigger a fire tornado up to 2 times per 3 seconds from once per 3 seconds. Oh, nice. Good little buff to those gloves, right? Rule of Simoon's gloves, I'm pretty sure. Sacrificial Embrace now has 30 to 66% chance to grant a stack of Abyssal Rite on crit from 28 to 56%. It's a little bit higher. And Consuming Abyssal Rite now grants +20 spell void damage and 20% void penetration per stack from 14 and 14. That is a good buff on Sacrificial Embrace. I like it. Stygian's Reprisal can now retaliate with shield throw on block up to 2 times per second from 0.5 second cooldown. Okay. That makes sense. That makes a lot more sense. Again, move it away from being affected by cooldown reduction and just make it a flat this many times per this amount of time. Somnia now has an effective level for legendary potential of 50 from 65. Now also grants 6 to 9 vitality. Oh, nice. That extra bit of vitality on there is going to be great. Stormbreaker no longer gives 36% chance to cast Lightning Strike when you use a skill that costs at least 10 mana. Now has gain a Storm stack when you directly use a melee attack and hit at least one enemy. I love this change. It's going to be a great benefit to Gathering Storm. Yeah, looking forward to that. Tempest Maw can now summon Storm Sprites every 6 seconds from 15. Storm Dash ability used by Storm Sprites now has 20 base damage from 18, and still has 100% damage effectiveness. Nice. So you get more Storm Sprites. Torcreffin's Hunger now grants 15% bleed chance per 5% uncapped Fizz resist from 5% per 5. The big boost when you expend a stack of Viscera. Yeah, that's going to be a huge boost to bleed chance. Trident of the Last Abyss. Its chance to call Abyssal Echoes now has a 3-second cooldown from 4. Okay, so a little more frequent. Tirani's Bident. Oh, you see this item drop all the time, and I never use it. Now grants 80 to 130% Lightning Pen with Electrify from 100 to 160. Okay, so debuffed it. I very rarely play with spears. So, and Tirani's Bident falls into a grouping that even when I use a spear, I rarely went down that route. So, but for the people that use Tirani's Bident, it's reasonable. They were getting some really good benefit out of that. Urzel's Pride now grants 1% increased mana regen per 2% uncapped lightning resist from 1% per 3. So a little bit of a buff there for your mana regen. It no longer grants plus 40 mana, but now grants 6 to 10 attunement. Ooh, okay, I like that change. Now has an effective level for legendary potential of 20 from 0. So it's no longer a 0 level item, but I think overall that's a really solid change for it. Veil Root now grants 1 to 2 to Spriggan form from +1. Ooh, you can get +2 on Veil Root now. All right. It's still a little situational. You're probably only going to use it if you're toggling between Spriggan form and a different form. But I can still see the use in it. Volcanus now grants 40 to 65 melee fire damage and 40 to 65 spell fire damage from 37 to 57 for both, and 15% chance to cast Magma Shards on melee hit from 10%. It's a pretty good buff. Fixed a display error where Volcanus' Magma Shards did not have a fire or spell tag. Oh, that explains a lot. It's going to make that item way better. Vessel of Strife grants 20 to 40% health regen, also applied to Ward from 40 to 66. Yeah, that needed a debuff. World Splitter fixed a bug which could cause the area buff from World Splitter to persist and stack infinitely for all abilities. Oh no, I didn't know about that one, but that's crazy. Good to know. Wraithlord's Harbor fixed a display issue where Wraithlord's Harbor said the buff from consuming minions can't stack. It now states the buff can stack endlessly. Okay, again, I don't necessarily like endlessly stacking buffs, but at least it's being consistent between its operation and its text. Set item changes. Forgotten Knight. Blade of the Forgotten Knight grants 15 to 25% chance to gain haste for 1 second on hit from 10 to 15. Nice. Defiance of the Forgotten Knight grants 14 to 21% block chance from 7 to 14. Forgotten Knight set 2-piece bonus grants 50% void pen from 75%. Makes sense. So a lot of these set item changes, I imagine, are going to be coming to either balance the set piece bonus with the idea that it's going to be much more frequently used, or to make the affix bonus that you're going to be putting on with the set item shard, the reforged shard, bit more in line with other affixes. However, Stan grants 15 to 30% chance to gain haste when you kill an enemy with a spell from 3 to 6. That is a gigantic boost. However, set 2-piece bonus grants 20 cold spell damage and 20 physical spell damage from only 25 cold spell damage. That's pretty good. I really like that. Sometimes wonder if in a few hundred years, time documents like this will resurface somehow and scholars will be trying to decrypt them. They always sound so mystical without context. That's true. That is true. Though in a way, like, a lot of this digital information has a chance of just disappearing entirely. Because, like, if you either A, have no way to interface with that electronic device that's storing the information, or B, the much more likely scenario, that device has just, that's storing the information is decayed so much that the information is no longer available. It's no longer operational. Like, so much of our information is never going to be available to future archaeologists if something happens to us. Which is unfortunate. So much of current human information could just poof and vanish. Yeah. Which is really, really unfortunate. Let's see here. Invoker's Frozen Heart grants 30 to 60% critical strike multiplier against frozen enemies, from 30 to 75 increased freeze duration with snap freeze. I like that, a much more general bonus on it. Invoker's static touches ward gain when you hit a shocked enemy is now limited to 3 times per 2 second from no limit. That's also an excellent change. Lich's Scorn grants 6 to 15 added cold damage with spell attacks, and per attached Infernal Shade for minions affected by Dread Shade, from 5 to 13. Okay. Probably could have buffed it a little bit more than that, but yeah, it's reasonable. Last Bear's set. I love this set. Last Bear's Limit grants 10 to 20 health regen from 10 to 15, and 50 to 150 endurance threshold from 45 to 105. Last Bear's Scorn grants 1.5 to 3% of physical damage leeches health on hit from 1.5 to 2.5. Okay, so the top end is a little bit higher. Last Bear's Set 2-piece bonus grants 2 endurance threshold per strength from 20 health gained on stun. That is a great change. I am looking forward to that. Shattered Lance 2-piece set bonus grants 5% increased melee cold damage per 10 health regen. Ooh, that's a nice... I like that. I like tying a damage bonus to health regen. Very nice. Up to 1,500% from 15% increased melee cold damage per 10 health regen with no limit. Okay. I can see that. That makes sense. Sanatha's... I forgot that was tied to health regen originally. I hardly ever use the Shattered Lance set. I hardly ever use any of the sets, but some of them really stick in my mind. Sanathia's Resurrection grants 32 to 46% chance when one of your skeletons dies to resummon a new one after 3 seconds, from 16 to 20%, and a 12 to 18% block chance from 6%. That is a huge boost for skeletons. I love it. Oh, I will definitely be using that on my next Necromancer. Sunforged Hammer grants 42 to 84 physical melee damage from 25 to 42. That is a gigantic boost. The 2 modifiers granting melee fire damage to Forge Strike, 10 to 15, and Smelter's Wrath, 18 to 25 per Forge weapon, have been replaced with a new modifier that grants 10 to 25 melee fire damage per Forge weapon. Okay. So it no longer just buffs Forge Strike and Smelter's Wrath, it's just giving you a melee fire damage bonus, which is slightly less than the Smelter's Wrath bonus, same as the Forge Strike one. Okay, got it. I like it. Sunforged Curious grants 10 to 20% chance to forge a weapon on hit from 8 to 12, 500 to 800 armor from 400 to 500. That is a gigantic amount of armor. And 50 to 80% fire resistance from 40 to 50%. You're going to be... Wow, okay, the Sunforged set is getting massive buffs, which, if I'm going to be playing a Forge Guard, is almost certainly a set that I'm going to be keeping my eyes out for. Sunforged Great Helm grants 200 to 300 armor from 150 to 200, 20 to 30% increased armor from 15 to 20, and plus 3 to 6 health regen per forged weapon from 2 to 5. That entire set, that is an amazing buff on it. And I'm looking forward to breaking it into shards and putting it on my gear. Valatria's, another one of my favorite sets. Valatria's Downfall grants 200 to 400% increased lightning damage from 65 to 130%, and 100 to 200 mana from 65 to 130. The Storm Crown grants 12 to 20% Lightning Pen from 6 to 16, And the 2-piece set bonus grants +1 spell lightning damage per 2 intelligence from 1 per 1. That makes sense. They've been doing a lot to nerf intelligence stacking bonuses, so it makes sense that that got nerfed there as well. Item faction updates. Faction Waypoint early game unlocks. I love this change. Waypoints for the Observatory and Bazaar are now unlocked when joining an item faction in the Keeper's Camp. So, your first character you take through, you need to get to Majelka to unlock either the Observatory or the Bazaar. We have an ad break. I'm going to go ahead and take another quick break. Be back in just a few minutes. And we return. Thank you for your patience. All right. Let's get that back on. So, what I was saying about the faction waypoint stuff. Currently, the way it's set up, your first character goes to Majelka and can join either the Observatory or the Bazaar. And then your subsequent characters can join one of the item factions when they get to the Keeper's Camp, basically the first town. But they can't get to the Observatory or the Bazaar until they get to Majelka, which means they can't buy any prophecies. And the reason for that was because the Observatory and Bazaar were connected to Majelka's upper district, which would let you skip most of the campaign. And they didn't want you to be able to do that. So now, those areas are not connected to the Majelka's upper district, and when your character's past your first one that joins, reach the Keeper's Camp, they can join the Observatory, the Bazaar, and they can immediately teleport there and get their prophecies or buy items off the auction house. I like it. That's a great change. Circle of Fortune, new prophecy targets. Added several new prophecies for killing nemesis and champions. I love it. New prophecy rewards. Added new Weaver Idol subtypes as a possible prophecy reward. Ooh, that's going to be great. All right. Added Runes of Weaving as a possible prophecy reward as well. Awesome. Lens balancing. Greater lenses increase the chance to find prophecies to 20% from 15% for the enhancing lens of the collector, exalted and unmatched. Refracting lens of Rhyme. Favor cost increase to 105% from 80%. And the lens of wealth. Refracting lens of wealth. Favor cost increase to 110% from 90%. Regional lenses increase the chance to find prophecies to 20% from 15% for the following lenses. Focusing lens of Chaos, Faith, Glyphs, Grandeur, Humility, Keys, Mountains, Runes, Shards, Spires, the Sea, the Soil, and Worship. Increase the chance to find prophecies to 40% from 20% for the following lenses. Focusing lens of Arrows, Authority, Axes, Blades, Bows, Champions, Cleavers, Clubs, Hammers, Knives, Orbs, Shields, Spears, Staves, and Wands. Increase the chance to find prophecies to 15% from 10% for the following lenses. Focusing lens of Pentacles, Relics, Rings, Alchemy, Body, Crown, Hand, and Path. This is great. These lenses being more effective is going to feel pretty good, I think. I'm a big fan of Circle of Fortune, so it's what I always end up playing. Other Circle of Fortune. Add a new lens to the observatory to block all events except monoliths. Ooh. That'll save a lens slot. That'll be nice. Increase speed of prophecy rerolling by 100%. Okay, yeah, that animation was a little slow. Fix a bug where players might not receive the correct amount of uniques from applicable prophecies. Oh, good to know. Bazaar in the Merchants Guild. I'm not going to have much context here because I've never joined the Bazaar. I've never joined the Merchants Guild, rather. But let's see what we got. There's now a minimum listing price of 500 gold and a maximum listing price of 1.5 billion. All right. There's now a 15% of listing price tax, or 500 gold, whichever is higher, paid for by the buyer. Is that like an auction house? Yes. So, they wanted to keep tight control over itemization, because one of the big draws for an ARPG is finding your gear. So they want you to play the game to find your gear in general. And if that's the way you want to do it, Circle of Fortune is the way you do it. The Circle of Fortune increases your drop rates and lets you target farm specific items. Gives you a bunch of bonuses associated with that. However, the only way these items can be given to anyone else is if you're currently playing with another player when the item drops. Both of your names, both your account names essentially, are both listed on the item, and you can trade the item freely between yourself and any other player that was in your party and in the zone when the item dropped. However, you can't sell them on the auction house. You can't trade them with anybody that wasn't with you, anything like that. The Merchants Guild doesn't have any item drop rate bonuses or anything like that, but gives you access to the Bazaar, which is the auction house. You can place an item up for auction, and if someone purchases it, or if you purchase an item from the auction house, that item is now bound to you. It cannot be put up for auction again, and it can't be traded to another player. And so there's no like buying up a bunch of items and then relisting them at a higher price or anything like that. It gives pretty tight control over the auction house, which I really like. I've never been a big fan of the auction houses in ARPGs. I tend to like to find my gear myself. But it's a nice compromise for people that wanted a auction house. It's like, hey, and you can either join the Merchants Guild or the Circle of Fortune. Well, you can join both. You can only be active in one at a time. Circle of Fortune items that drop because of your bonuses from Circle of Fortune will be marked with the Circle of Fortune icon. Items that you've purchased off the auction house will be marked with the Merchants Guild icon. You have to currently be active in that faction in order to wear that item. So you can't get a mix and match of Circle of Fortune and Merchant Guild items by jumping between factions. There's no real benefit there. In general, it's best to stick with one faction. You don't have to, but in general, it's best. Yeah, I think they did a really good job with it. It feels really good for someone like myself. There's a lot of people that complained about it and still rail against how they do the auction house, but I think they're mostly people that like to spend their entire game playing the market. And it's just not the game that the last Epoch devs are making. They want you to play the game, not sit in town and run the auction house. For those people, there is PoE. Yes, that is exactly true. That's what PoE is for. Let's see here. There's now 15% of listing price tax, or 500 gold, whichever is higher, paid for by the buyer. For example, you list an item at 500 gold. The purchasing player will pay 10,000 or pay 1,000 gold, or 500 gold list price plus 500 gold tax. Okay. Example 2, you list an item for 1,000,000 gold. Purchasing player will pay 1.15 million gold, or 1,000,000 gold list price plus 150,000 gold in tax. Okay, I think that's reasonable. Tax is applied after the listing gold cap is enforced. If you list an item for 1.5 billion gold, the purchase price will be the intended 1,725,000,000 gold. Tax is not included in the display value for items you listed yourself, both in the Search UI and Listings UI. Okay, that makes sense. Player-to-player trade. Yeah, their player-to-player trade system is amazing. Direct P2P trade has been removed. Oh, really? Data shows that this was rarely used. No, I used it all the time. Oh, no. Was rarely used compared to other avenues, such as the Bazaar, peer-to-peer gifting, or player-to-player gifting through party play. Oh, I see. The player-to-player gifting through party play. Oh, right. Because the direct player trade within your party is called gifting, not trading. I continuously forget that. The gifting is still there. That's good. Or the use of resonances, which is another gifting-related thing. Instead, it was mainly used for real money trading, which harms legitimate gameplay and enjoyment. Excellent. Good. Please note, you can still gift items found in the same zone as party members, or use resonance to gift items found without them in your party at the time of drop. Additionally, nothing is changing with the main Bazaar system in this respect. Yeah, so the gifting system, I explained it a little bit. Basically, if you're in a party with one or more people, and you're in the same zone, and an item drops for one of you, all the players in the party that are in the zone essentially get their accounts tagged on that item, and it can be freely traded between them. The thing is sometimes you play regularly with a group of people, but maybe one or two people play more frequently than the others and aren't necessarily in the party. So they added the resonance system. The way this works is while you're playing with other people in your party, you will occasionally get a resonance that drops with their name on it. And it goes into a special storage inventory that doesn't take up normal inventory space. That makes it so that even though an item that you have didn't drop when they were there, you can use the resonance to trade that item to them. And it acts like that item dropped when you and them were both in the zone together, and you can now freely trade it back and forth between each other. The resonances are so amazing, and they drop at a reasonable rate. Because it's not too often you're going to need to trade an item outside of ones that you find when you're all playing together. I think the drop rate on the resonances is reasonable. And the gifting is a great system. I love how they do the gifting system. Gamepad updates. Okay, here's another thing. I don't play with the gamepad. I play keyboard and mouse. But from what I understand, the gamepad improvements are amazing. Improved gamepad navigation for the passive tree UI, loot filters, MTX shop in the inventory. Also added a hotkey to transfer materials from inventory. Added acceleration and raised the overall speed of selection for inventory and stash. Changed the inventory highlight to start at the last active location when opening the inventory. Added on-hold actions to inventory to improve material transfer and sorting QOL. Added gamepad support for the ladder panel. Added ability to see tooltips while hovering over map icons. Made the continue panel for Arena navigable on gamepad. That's probably really good for people that like Arena. You can now navigate the URLs on the bug report panel using a gamepad. Change panel navigation prompts to only be on the panel you are navigating toward. Added the left trigger prompts to the Forge UI panel and the Nemesis Egg selection panel. Okay, cool. Gamepad targeting. They were talking about this, and it seems pretty good. It added a lot of nice tech for the back end, where they can make some good adjustments later on as well. Gamepad targeting has been significantly improved with the new targeting paradigm system, completely overhauling how skill targeting works on gamepads, including Steam Deck. This means we can create custom behaviors for every skill based on the intended use of a skill while using a controller, such as cast on self, cast max range forward, cast on closest enemy in range, cast on enemy in forward-facing cone. This paradigm is closest to the old targeting system and is the fallback for many abilities. This also includes cases where a node or piece of gear modifies how a skill works. This paradigm system allows us to create two-tiered behaviors and far more specific fine-tuning than before. For example, this will make it much easier for players to kite enemies while on the run with most skills. Since each skill has two possible targeting paradigms, you no longer always need to turn and aim directly at foes. Most range abilities now have a second tier that defaults to targeting the nearest enemy. We believe this system will make kiting much more intuitive and satisfying. These changes include most fan-favorite bow skills, such as Puncture, and most other range skills that don't have significant cast delays or unique targeting systems. Hey Darksage, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. You see now it's a reading stream, like a lecture to us peons, because this man thinks we cannot read ourselves. He must look down on us like people look on Ralph Wiggum. I'm learning, and we fail English. That impossible. Nice Simpsons references there. Nah. It's so we can discuss these things together. And I did mention earlier, it's in case people can't spend the time actually looking at it and reading it and just want it in audio format. Nice to have. Let's see here. Ballista skill is a great example. By default, Ballista is a long-range, squishy minion skill that you summon and keep nearby. However, with the right skill tree nodes, it becomes an explosive you want to hurl at your enemies. Previously, the system only allowed for one action, stay or throw, to take place. And thus Ballista were always thrown regardless of how your skill tree was spec'd. The new system lets summoned ballistae stay safely at your side, while explosive ballistae are correctly chucked at the nearest enemy. While acknowledging this can't possibly perfect gamepad targeting for everything, looking at you, Meteor, we are confident every skill is going to see a noticeable improvement in performance. Overall, this new system allows us much more flexibility to make changes based on player feedback. We're counting on you to let us know how we can further improve. Lastly, as an added bonus, channeled abilities now adjust for height when using a controller, which is super great. Yeah, so if you do use a controller and you're playing the game, if you feel that a control scheme can be updated or changed for an ability that you're using, like it feels a little clunky or something like that, definitely hit escape, do the feedback, click on feedback on the menu there, and or report a bug. I think it's feedback/report a bug, and give them feedback on the skill for your controller. Like, it's much easier for them to now fix that in patches. And if they hear from people, they definitely respond to that feedback. This is a really responsive dev team. Quality of life and other changes. Mastery respec. Finally! Players can now pay to respec their mastery in the end of time. This was done by talking to Chronomancer Larine, the same NPC used to respec passive points. And you're welcome, PoE players as well, because Grinding Gear announced a respec for Ascendancies shortly after EHG announced that masteries were going to be respecable. So, you're welcome, Path of Exile players. Respecking your mastery will also reset all of your passive points. Makes sense. Cost to respec your mastery scales from 100 gold at level 1 to 1,000,000 gold at level 100, and is combined with the price for respecking all allocated passive points. Okay, cool. So they don't add the passive respec on top of that. You can see the range there. That's not bad. Not bad at all. 100,000 at level 70. Completely reasonable. Gold's pretty easy to find in the game, so it's not that big of a deal. Keyboard movement. Experimental. I love this. Thank you so much. Season 2 introduces a new experimental version of keyboard-based movement, aka WASD. It controls the last Epoch. Players can change their movement binds through the controls section in the settings menu. Yeah, so when Path of Exile 2 came out with the WASD, people started asking again, because they've always asked for WASD in last Epoch, and the devs are basically like, yeah, we'd like to, but we can't. Not right now, at least. And when PoE 2 came out with it built into the game, one of the things the devs were talking about, they're like, yeah, when you build the game from the base up with WASD in mind, you can design all your systems to work with that. We designed it with mouse movement, and so we have to change a bunch of back-end systems to make WASD even possible. And they're like, so they are introducing basically a beta version of the WASD movement, and they're like, hey, give us feedback. We're going to need it to improve this system. But I'm very excited to try this out. You can enable keyboard movement in the gameplay tab in settings. Keyboard movement has a different set of default hotkeys. Keyboard movement control mapping is independent of point-and-click movement. This means changes to one set of controls won't affect the other. Oh, that's good. That's good to know. You can adjust how movement skills behave with keyboard movement, such as specifying that all movement skills follow your cursor instead of your character's direction. I love it. Channeled abilities that force continuous movement, example Warpath, will move towards the cursor if a WASD direction is not held. This ensures mechanical parity between input modes, example movement conditional buffs such as while standing still, benefit each input mode equally. Oh, okay, that's a good choice. I like that. Inventory redesign. Keys and woven echoes are stackable items that are vacuumed and gathered together and stashed, just like crafting materials. That is so great, because I have, in my legacy stash, I probably have like 5 tabs of keys. It's disgusting. The inventory now has multiple tabs for storing different types of items. Inventory, keys, woven echoes, and gifting. Really looking forward to that new setup. These tabs will be hidden initially, but will be unlocked once you loot or are gifted the relevant items. The Transfer Materials button has moved below the Items tab and is now labeled Transfer. Excellent. Transferring items will move all transferable items from the Items tab to their associated stash-wide storage. Also great, Woven Echoes will transfer to their tab, which can hold an unlimited number of each Woven Echo. Keys will transfer to their associated stash-wide tab, which will hold an unlimited quantity of dungeon keys, arena keys, dungeon charms, and Harbinger Eyes. I'm glad that they added the Harbinger Eyes into that, because I was starting to store those into my stash, and I'm like, oh no, these are going to be like keys, and I'm going to end up with multiple pages of Harbinger Eyes. Resonances will transfer to the Gifting tab, which can hold an unlimited number of resonances. Crafting materials will still be transferred to material storage as they are currently. Auto storing, another great quality of life feature here. Added options to send certain item types straight to storage when you pick them up. The options include common shards, common runes, common glyphs, rare shards, rare runes, rare glyphs, keys, and woven echoes. Players can toggle the setting on or off independently for each item type, allowing you to customize your experience gathering loot. Picking up the appropriate item types with these settings enabled will still show the same notifications as for transferring items to your stash. Keys and woven echoes are vacuumed and will be gathered together and stashed like crafting materials. So good. I love it. Item pickups. Increased item pickup radius by 40%. If you click an item outside the pickup range and begin moving towards it, this movement now stops when you pick up the item. Previously, you continued to the item's original location after picking it up. Oh, yeah, you did, and it kind of felt a little wonky. I like this. This is a good change. Way more radius on the pickup. Feels great. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Like before, clicking on another location after clicking on the item will still cause your character to move to the new location, and you will still pick up the item if you go within its pickup range. Good. Offhand weapon and ring comparison. Holding Control, then holding Alt will show a comparison with the alternate item, right hand ring offhand item, instead of the regular equipped item that it compares to. This can be accomplished on a gamepad by holding R3, then L3. This is something that's been a bug for a long time, that you couldn't look at the alternate item, and they were asked about it a lot, and they're like, yeah, this is like, it's ended up being a really hard problem to solve with how we design things. We want to fix it. And they finally were able to fix it. I'm so glad for this. Seasonal announcements system. Added in-game seasonal announcements for the following scenarios. All hardcore deaths with a top 100 ladder position or character level 100. First to reach each level. First Aberoth kill, first Uber Aberoth kill. Neat. It'll be good to see those. Seasonal announcements are only seen by players in the same game mode and challenge group. Softcore, hardcore, softcore solo character or account found, hardcore solo character or account found. Oh, okay, that's a little unfortunate. I'd like to see the hardcore ones as well. Oh, that's fine. Legacy does not see these announcements, only system announcements. Okay, makes sense, because you're not playing in the season. Loot filter changes. Their loot filter is so good. I think Last Epoch has the best loot filter out of any ARPG I've played. It is so intuitive to build. You build it right in the game, and it's really easy to modify on the fly when you need to. My only complaint is that you can't use the loot filter to see things in your inventory or stash that would qualify for filtering. That's my only complaint about it. That's really just asking for a lot, I think. What universe am I in? You're still streaming? Hey, Pat. Yeah, still good over patch notes. We're almost done, though. Rarity conditions now function identically between loot filters and stash priorities. Legendary items can now be matched by loot filters. Oh, excellent. If you have a high doll rule in your loot filter, make sure to add a show legendary rarity rule above it. Okay. Common rare distinction for shards, runes, and glyphs is the same distinction that defines what color the item label is. Brick red for rare shards, white with the gold background for rare runes, and glyphs. Nice. I'm glad that these are showing up slightly differently. Can now optionally specify min-max legendary potential and or Weaver's Will regardless of rarity. Excellent. That's going to be so good. Weaver's Will min-max will only be compared against unique or legendary erased items, items that have or once had Weaver's Will. Legendary potential min-max will only be compared against non-erased unique items, items that could have legendary potential. Reforged set items will only be matched if set is selected as a rarity, and rarity is always applied if anything other than none is selected. Makes sense? Character stats panel. They said there were some changes coming to this. Added new stats to the character sheet. Electrify chance, increase electrify duration, melee attack speed, bow attack speed. Fix the format for the added minion health regen stat. Added a character stats UI entry for less damage over time taken. Excellent. Fix the character stats UI entries for less damage taken and less damage taken from nearby enemies. Good. Fix an issue where unique items could add the wrong stats to the character stats menu. Okay, I'm glad that's fixed. Replace Doom stats with Time Rot stats in the character stats menu. Oh, okay. Bug Reporter. Pressing... Oh, I love the changes they were going to be making to the Bug Reporter. Pressing F8 or holding Start on Gamepad can be used to take a screenshot and open the in-game Bug Report tool to submit bug reports without tooltip issues, or about tooltip issues. This will capture any open UI and everything on the screen. Yeah, the problem with the current Bug Report is you have to hit Escape, which closes all open windows and opens up the main menu, essentially, and then select the bug report off of there. And so if the bug had to do with something in a particular window or a tooltip, you weren't able to capture a screenshot of that. Now you can hit F8 and get the bug report and a screenshot of tooltips or particular windows. The bug reporter now shows a preview of the screenshot taken when it was opened. That's also going to be great. Added a loading indicator to the in-game bug reporter for when requests are pending after hitting submit. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I ran into that a couple of times. Also added an error pop-up if the request does not go through for some reason. Excellent. Game guide. The game guide is also excellent in Last Epoch. If you're not familiar, you can hit G when you're in the game. That's the default hotkey, and it'll open the game guide that gives you a ton of solid information about mechanics in the game. Added new articles. The Woven under in-game factions, Woven Echoes under Monolith of Fate, Weaver Tree under Monolith of Fate, Champions under Other. The old Uniques and Sets page has been broken out into two pages, Sets under Items and Uniques under Items. Updated many existing pages in accordance with changes made for Season 2. I would imagine like the things like damage over time taken and stuff like that. Miscellaneous changes, General UI. Double-clicking a character title will now log you into that character. Oh, excellent. Added a notification when attempting to buy something from the Soul Gambler with a full inventory. That's also good. Added a gameplay menu option to disable the automatic consumption of health potions when the belt is full and the player's health is below max health in order to pick up a new potion from the ground. This is useful for people playing low-life options. Exalted personal items now use the Exalted label color. This includes items with champion affixes. Oh, good to know. Prices in shops and gamblers will be red if you cannot afford the item. That is also excellent. Nice little bit of change. Item tooltips now display if an affix is a prefix or a suffix. Okay. An error is now displayed if the game fails to load one or more online characters. Good to know. Added a new enable item currency pickup text gameplay setting. When picking up multiple instances of the same thing in quick succession, a single pickup text counter of recent total looted is displayed instead of new text for each instance. Okay, that'll get rid of a little bit of the pop-up spam that comes up in the corner. Gold, XP tomes, memory amber, crafting materials, glyphs, runes, and shards, keys, woven echoes. Must rise up against this man's readings, do what they did to Martin Luther, bring him before a council, and hate him, make him recant, I'm guessing is what you meant. Say he was brainwashed by the developers, that what he read was a lie. What does this man think of us? Mean peons who have no ability to read, so he must read to us? What kind of devilish sorcery is this? I mean, you're making a lot of assumptions there, Darksage. I am sorry that you are making delusional assumptions. But that is obviously not the case. I'm doing this so we can have a discussion about things. And, again, for people that want an audio version of this. I actually like my viewers. Added a graphics menu option to limit the FPS while in menu to reduce GPU utilization, enabled by default to 60 Hz. Nice. Stash merging improvements. Added a message on the faction panel and legacy if there is unmerged faction data. Good. Added a confirmation modal when merging a stash that details what will be merged. Also good. Added a system message after stash merging that confirms it was successful. An additional system message will be shown if all gold could not be merged due to hitting gold cap. Challenge abandoned. Solo character found stashes are now visible for stash merging outside the solo character found challenge. Okay, that's also really nice to have. Localization. Multiple reviews and improvement passes were made for all languages to ensure consistency and quality translations. And as always, give feedback if you find a translation that's not correct. Reworked item, a fixed descriptor, or even one that just feels clunky. Like if it doesn't flow right, or if you think like a better verbiage could be used, definitely give them feedback on these things. Again, they are a responsive dev team. They want the game to feel good for their players. Reworked item, a fixed descriptor localization to improve locale-specific sentence structure and grammar, rather than always English-based sentence structure. Yeah, see? Things like that. Other hardcore characters converting into softcore will now properly unlock the hardcore characters' blessings for your softcore characters. Oh, good. Excellent. Improved hit tracking for projectiles in online mode. Added a new Artem quest, which offers the return of Gambler's Fallacy as a reward. Good. Target dummies, such as those available at Champion's Gate, no longer have damage variance when hit. Oh, that's good. That'll make those numbers a bit more reliable. Potions now reset to maximum when returning to a town zone or an endgame mode lobby. Echo of a World, Champion's Gate, or Shattered Road. That is incredibly helpful because I've had times where I've taken off my belt and to either put it in a cache or by accident moving it in my inventory or whatever. And I lose all my potions and I'm at 0 the next time I go into an Echo. Fix an issue where one-shot caches would sometimes not drop loot or play their opening animations. I don't think I ever come across that bug. Increase speed of item gambling for gold or souls by 1,140%. Okay, that was kind of a slow animation, so that's good. Increases speed of item gambling for favor by 500%. Good. Historical ladders have been moved to the Last Epoch website and are no longer available in-game. Alright, that makes sense. Change the default value of move to melee attack to be disabled. That makes sense. There's a new quest step in A Study in Time that involves a unique enemy that can be found in the Wellrun College. Ooh. Okay. Looking forward to that. The quest Hidden Gems has a new quest step in the Majelka Desert. Okay. Maybe something that's kind of in between where you have to go that leads you there a little bit better. Probably makes sense. Remove the town chat channel. Note that global chat channels will be unaffected. Okay, that's fine. Visual and sound updates. We began a long-term overhaul of all the player combat sounds, starting with the Acolyte. Primary goal is to enhance the weight and visceral feel of combat, most notably with the skills Rip Blood, Marrow Shards, and Hungering Souls. Okay. Looking forward to that. Updated sound effects for the following skills and variants. Fireball, Channeled Fireball, Infernal Shade, Lightning Blast, Channeled Lightning Blast, Gathering Storm, Hungering Souls, Marrow Shards, Rip Blood, Rive, Vengeance, Tempest Strike, Swipe, Gathering Storm. Ooh, Gathering Storm. I love that skill. Harvest, Melee Fury, Melee Puncture, Dancing Strikes, Melee Cinder Strikes, Shadow Cascade, Shatter Strike, Reap, Serpent Strike, Shatter Strike. Shatter Strikes in there twice. Cinder Strikes, Melee Cinder Strikes, and regular Cinder Strikes. Okay. Mana Strike, Multi-Strike, Synchronized Strike, Earthquake, Enchant Weapon, Symbols of Hope, and Vol Reversal. Following skills had their VFX or general visuals adjusted. Avalanche, Black Hole, Drain Life, Devouring Orb, Enchanted Weapon, Fireball, Shield Throw, Lava Burst, Vol Reversal, Harvest, Aura of Decay, Cold Conversion, Earthquake, Ice Elemental Barrage, Volatile Zombie, Summon Wraith, Stormcrow, Explosion, and Claw Totem. I'm looking forward to those. Updated the Mage Disintegrate animation. Ooh, okay. Yeah, definitely looking forward to these. Enemies and NPCs increase the visibility of Imprisoned Spire projectile indicators and reduce the fall speed slightly. Good. Improved the visual. Those were always really difficult to see. Luckily, they didn't do a lot of damage compared to some of the other spires, but they were definitely a pain. Improved the visuals for the Soul Generator puddles in the Abomination boss fight. Husk of the Living has a new model. The following enemies have had their size adjusted. Mortal Hunter decreased slightly. Decaying Spriggan and Void Touch Spriggan increased. Sullen Pyromancer decreased and improved its fire VFX. Precursor statues increased. Teeming Husk increased and visual effects improved. Several enemies and NPCs have updated animations, including but not limited to Flame Paladins, Temple Guardians, Alric, Sand Gorgons, and Lena. Okay. Many enemies have their VFX adjusted, including but not limited to Flame Remnant, Void Amalgamation, Emerald Nagasa, Profane Flesh, Immortal Eye. Oh, that's good. It's been a long time since they've been adjusted. And Siege Golem. Oh, same with them. All right, looking forward to that. Desiccated Corpses now have Emerge VFX. That's good. Instead, they were just kind of popping out of nowhere. Undead Hydra now have Emerge and Submerge VFX. Cool. Made audio improvements to the Aberoth boss fight to better balance the mix of audio feedback. That's good. I use audio keys for a lot of stuff when I'm playing games, so better audio is always great, especially in a massive boss fight. Updated the SFX for weathered statue enemies. Okay. Voice acting added support for the following NPC follower voice lines. When a player dies, when an ally kills a rare enemy, when an ally kills a boss, when a player first moves from the Echo spawn, when the Echo objective is complete. Okay. Lagan, Argentus, and the Volcanic Shamans have new voice acting. Oh, really? Okay. I didn't think Lagan's was too bad. Be interesting to hear how that changed. Environment and zones. Updated the waypoint visuals and effects. Okay, it's been a long time since waypoints have been updated. Overhauled the layout of the Corrupted Lake to make it shorter. That's fair. Improved general ground textures and player pathing in a variety of zones. Improved vegetation visuals across multiple zones. Ooh, that'll be neat. Improved the reality zones visuals. Updated lighting in all Chapter 3 zones. Updated visuals for the Thedema zone. Updated the visuals of many arena zones. Improved visuals for the event with the Outcast Seer in the Risen Lake. Oh, okay, good. Large number of Monolith Echoes now have new music, including, but not limited to, Haunted Reef, Sandswept Temple, Buried City, Snowbound City, Forest Trails, Majelka Streets, The Fall of Ladra, Herat's Arena, Desert Arena, Woodland Arena, and Rustlands Arena. Added 4 new era-themed arena tracks that play from a list of 6 during arena waves. Cool. Fix missing textures in various locations, including gravestones in Hallowed Graveyard. Oh, excellent. Fix the era-changing effect in Abrath's Arena, not working as intended. Okay. Other visual and sound updates. Optimize performance of distortion and ice distortion shaders and effects. Cool. Replace the Majasa stone stair icon. Good. Updated textures for models that were difficult to see in darker scenes. I appreciate that. Replace the model for the soul cage invariants. Oh, really? I thought the soul cages were kind of neat. It'd be interesting to see what they look like now. Lost Caches have updated models. Okay, those were kind of basic, so interesting to see what they'll look like now. UI sound effects for various menu systems have been reworked, including but not limited to skills, passive skills, blessings, monoliths, and general menus. Okay. Sound to indicate a player's stun has been changed to be more variant and less abrasive. Okay. I kind of like the solid... by the way, you've been stunned sound. But maybe it'll be fine. Ritual event in the ritual site has new sound effects. Okay. Sound sliders in the menu have been adjusted so that the perceived loudness is more balanced when adjusting volume. Oh, that's good. It was a little wonky in the menu. Added a new loading tip that can show up for characters of level 90 and above. Enemies' damage bonus from corruption is only half as effective for damage over time. Nice for the new change this season. Fixed chapter titles not showing the correct information. Cosmetics. New MTX types. Added 3 new types of MTX, skill effects, evade effects, and footstep effects. 35 skill effects have been added to the shop. 7 new evade effects have been added to the shop. 2 new footstep effects have been added to the shop. When viewing specific skill effects, evade effects, or footstep effects in the in-game store, you will see a looping video demonstrating the MTX. New supporter packs, Woven Traveler. And so the new supporter packs, the way these work is... Okay, they've actually put it in here. You get all of the items from the lower tier supporter packs when you buy a higher tier, which wasn't how they were doing it previously. I really like that. These are a lot better to just kind of go into the store and see what they look like. But so the Woven Traveler is going to have a title, a forum badge, a two-handed sword, a one-handed axe, a capybara, which they teased in the April Fool's post, but it's actually a real thing. Mystic's Arsenal back attachment, and then 2 different changes to your evade skill. Woven Templar gives you all of the Traveler items, plus a temple, a title, a badge, 150 Epoch points to buy additional cosmetics in the store, a plate armor set, a gateway portal, a two-handed mace, another evade effect, and a footprint effect. The Vanquisher has everything from Traveler and Templar, plus it has a title, a badge, 200 Epoch points, an armor set, a dragon staff, storm dragon staff, a portal, an evade effect, wings, footprints. And then the legend set is Traveler, Templar, and Vanquisher, plus a title, a badge, 300 points, another armor set, wings, a Thread Strider pet, and a neat little looking spider, 4 different evade effects, and another set of footprints. MTX improvements. New 3D preview in the in-game shop, where you can now see MTX armor, back attachments, weapons, portals, and pets. Oh, good. So you do have a nice preview now for it. MTX armor, weapons, and back attachments will give you a 3D preview of those MTX items equipped on your current character, as well as on other classes. Nice. That's a good change. MTX are now visible on the online character select screen. Oh, good. Before they weren't. The in-game and web shop will now have featured MTX items. Added infrequent chat announcements advertising MTX in-game. Added an NPC to the Keeper's Camp and the End of Time for online players. Interacting with the NPC will take you to the in-game shop. The in-game shop will give you an error message informing you to open the Steam overlay if it is disabled. The Steam overlay must be enabled to complete any real money transactions. That makes sense. Limitation of Steam. Updated the original Chrono Worm icons to be larger to better match the newer MTX pet icons. Optimized and improved VFX for the Volcanic Turtle MTX pet. Optimize all dire iguanas and loot lizards. Oh, okay, neat. Eternal Supporter Packs retiring. On May 2nd, 2025, the Eternal Supporter Packs will leave the shop permanently. If you would like to own these exclusive cosmetics, please act soon. So you have a couple of weeks to go on that. Well, a few weeks almost. New Epoch Point store items. Couple of new gear sets. Some new weapons. A whole bunch of new weapons. Wow. Some back attachments. We'll probably look at all of these on patch day. Go through all the MTX stuff. I appreciate that this is one of their monetization routes because they're not selling any in-game advantages in the shop, only cosmetics. I greatly appreciate that. They're not selling anything that gives you any sort of advantage. They don't sell stash tabs in the cash shop. They don't sell any sort of boosts or anything like that. It is 100% cosmetics. And I greatly appreciate that. They have some new portals, some new pets, more footsteps, more evade effects, skill effects for Judgment, Acid Flask, Multi-Strike, Meteor, Heartseeker, Summon Wolf, Scorpion, Warpath, Dreadshade, Chthonic Fissure, Valdo Reversal, Smoke Bomb, Thorn Totem, Rive, Warpath, Wandering Spirits, Transplant, two of them for Tornado, Smite, Serpent Strike, Multi-Shot, Rip Blood, another Multi-Strike, another Meteor one, Maelstrom, Hammer Throw, Glacier, a couple for Fireball, a couple for Elemental Nova, a couple for Lightning Blast, and Frostclaw. That is way more skill MTX than I was expecting. That is amazing. I can't wait to see what those look like. Helmets. There's, five new helmets. Very cool. All right. Bug fixes. How many bug fixes are in here? I may not go through the bug fixes themselves. Whew, yeah, I'm probably not going to go through the bug fixes. If you're interested in those, you can go through those on your own. Yeah. Because a lot of these are going to be really just like edge case kind of things that most players never even saw. If I do see something in particular that really stands out that I think is exciting, I'll put it in the last Epoch discussion on Discord. But yeah, I think that's going to do it for our patch note reading. I am super excited for this. So yeah, again, Thursday the 17th. Most likely 11 a.m. Central U.S. time, 1600 UTC. If it's based on previous patches, is when they're going to be launching. And for 24 hours before that, you're not going to be able to play the game in online mode, only in offline. So, and we normally don't stream on Thursdays. I'm probably going to take Tuesday off next week and then stream on Thursday instead. We're off tomorrow, but we're going to have War Tales on Sunday at 11 a.m. 1600 UTC. So yeah, let's find someone to raid. This has been super exciting. Thank you guys for being here with me for this. Anyone I'm following playing this right now? And go visit Babbling Bike. We haven't visited him for quite a long time. Let's do it. All right. Thank you guys again for the bits and the subs and the gift subs, for the raids. Greatly appreciated. Thanks for hanging out and lurking, for participating. All of it. You guys are super amazing. I am very hyped for this update for Season 2 for Last Epoch. Sunday, 11 a.m. Central U.S. time, more War Tales. Make some progress in the zone we're in. Thanks again, and I'll see ya.